And we have a quorum of board members present, so I now call the meeting to order. Would you all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to invite Chief Deputy Zeiger to make a report for our Superintendent, Tom Torlakson. Oh, okay, we need to call the roll.
Holliday? Here. Holliday here. Sandoval? Here. Sandoval here. Zhang? Here. Zhang here. Williams? Here. Williams here. Molina? Here. Molina here. Kirst?
Here by phone.
Good morning, Mike. Kirst
Morning.
here. Strauss?
Here.
Strauss here. Burr? Here. Burr here. Cohn? Here. Cohn here. Rucker? Here. Rucker here.
Okay, Chief Deputy Zeiger, please make the report.
Thank you. The superintendent is off hosting a summit on prescription drug abuse, and he's sorry, he sends his regrets that he can't be with you today. I have three short items, all good news. First, as you know, we've been testing for the past 2 months in the new Smarter Balanced, and we've tested more than 2.5 million children in California. We have as many as 500,000 a day almost on the system, and by and large, the system has performed well. That is due to, in no small part, to the effort of teachers and administrators throughout the state who have worked very hard to make this possible. But I think we should be very pleased that overall the test of the test is going really as well as we could expect it to be going, maybe better, frankly. So that's happened. The other piece of good news is you probably saw the information on graduation rates are out. We are over 80% for the first time, with the biggest gains being made amongst minority students. So that's also some good news. We're making real headway on that. And finally, this is the time of the year where we recognize our schools for various types of distinction, and the superintendent recently announced awards to schools for model attendance improvement, for Title I academic improvement, the classified school employees of the year, the National Green Ribbon schools, and the distinguished schools program. So that's it for our.
Thank you. So I'm going to announce the rules for teleconference as described in the notice of this meeting. There's a teleconference location from which Mike Kirst, President, will be participating during the meeting. And because Mike is participating on an off-site location, he's requested that I chair this meeting. So I will be chairing it. So first, Mike, we need you to confirm that the agenda is posted at your teleconference location.
Yes, it is posted.
Are there any members of the public at your teleconference location?
There are not.
Okay, thank you. So I have several announcements. We have 3 public hearing items on our agenda regarding charter schools. Item 7 will be a renewal of petition for the charter school Anahuaco International University Preparatory High School. Item 8, Lifeline Education Charter School. And item 10, petition for establishment of a charter, which is the Magnolia Science Academy, Santa Ana. We have 3 following items have addenda. Item 3, an update on the assessment. Item 4 and item 11, so 3 addenda. I'm going to announce the consent calendar and the consent waiver items. There's a handout on the lobby listing the proposed regular consent items, that is items 16 through 22. The proposed waiver consent items include W1 through W17, W19 through W22, and W24 and W25. So a reminder to board members, if any member wishes to remove an item from the proposed waiver consent calendar, would you please advise our Executive Director, Karen Staff Walters, by 10 a.m. tomorrow Thursday morning for both waiver and regular agenda items. So we have some announcements, communications, and housekeeping. The first is to board members. We have letters from the public on matters before the board were aggregated and filed in the electronic folder sent to you by board staff earlier this week. And we appreciate the public's continued cooperation in emailing all meeting-related correspondence to the State Board office at sbe@cde.ca.gov by noon on Friday, immediately preceding the board meeting. And this is an announcement to board members that the meeting can be accessed via a fully electronic agenda on the State Board website, and there's one full print copy in the lobby. Audience, we want to remind you that speakers are encouraged to sign in at the table just outside the room. Binders are on the table with separate pages for each item number. Signing in on the page that identifies the item number on which you would like to speak will help ensure that we keep track of all speakers for that item. Today, public comment is going to be limited to 1 minute per speaker. In order to ensure that everyone gets their 1 minute, there will be a timer at the podium, and there'll be a red signal that flashes to each speaker when the 1 minute time limit has been reached. And so we'll ask you to observe that. And to remind the audience, if anyone has any information for board members, if you'll please give it to Beth Rice, who's sitting right here in the green, with the item number that it pertains to clearly indicated. Please do not give materials directly to board members. To all speakers and members of the audience and staff, please remember that when you come before the board, would you just introduce yourself and identify who you represent prior to speaking on the item. And then speakers, we want to remind you that brevity will be greatly appreciated, so please don't repeat comments that have already been stated. You can say that you agree with the previous speaker or agree with the comments, and we'll understand and note that. Board members want to remind you to turn on your microphones when you're speaking and then turn them off when you are not speaking. And also, board members, please remember to speak into the microphone so your comments can be properly recorded as part of the proceedings. And board members, if you are going to recuse yourself, please do so before any discussion of an item. And for all of our items, we're going to do roll call vote because we have one teleconference. So rather than some of them where we did before, every item will have a roll call vote, and our executive director will do those. So I think we're ready for item 1. This is an update from the Department of Education and the State Board of Education regarding the implementation of the Common Core state standards.
Good morning, Vice President Strauss, Chief Deputy Superintendent Zeiger. My name is Barbara Murchison. I'm here representing the Common Core Integrated Action Team. This is the 18th in a series of regular updates to inform you of Common Core related implementation activities. We recommend that you take action as necessary and appropriate, but recommend no specific action at this time. I'll spend a few minutes reviewing the material in Attachment 1, and then Nancy Brownell will present the information in Attachment 2. Attachment 1 of the item references 2 other items you'll be hearing today: an update regarding the revision of the English Language Arts, English Language Development Curriculum Framework will be presented in Item 2. Information regarding the transition to California's new assessment system will be presented in Item 3. The item also references the CDE's participation in several Common Core related convenings. The CDE Special Education Division sponsored the second Common Core State Standard Symposium for Special Educators on March 21st, 2014 here in Sacramento. Approximately 2,000 educators and parents participated either in person or via a live broadcast, and they had the opportunity to learn more about aligning individualized education programs to the Common Core. A team of CDE staff participated in the California Association for Bilingual Education Conference, offering a day-long institute to share information regarding a number of topics, including the California English Language Development Standards, assessments, the ELA-ELD curriculum framework, and resources to support the implementation of the ELD standards and the achievement of English learners. CDE staff also presented information regarding the Common Core and the Smarter Balanced Assessment System to more than 300 parents whose children are engaged with College Bound, a program in Southern California that provides programs and services to prepare students for admission into and graduation from accredited four-year institutions of higher education. CDE staff also participated in the Best of Out of School Time conference, the largest national conference for after-school facilitators. The conference focused on how to effectively use out-of-school time and offered many workshops on the Common Core. Finally, the attachment includes updates related to the implementation of the Common Core aligned Career Technical Education Model Curriculum Standards. The CDE is in the process of reading and scoring the 126 applications that were submitted for the California Career Pathways Trust Grant, and we expect that those awards will be announced later this month. I'm going to invite Nancy to come up and talk about her piece.
Good morning, Nancy Brownell for the Department of Ed and the State Board. Pleasure to see you all this morning. The attachment chart, I think, is interesting when the team has looked at it in terms of the scope of who we're talking to. If you noticed on this one for the activities of primarily February, March, and April, right? Lots of PTA activities, lots of connections with CTA's events, community colleges. Several of us were participating in an array of both career technical and community college advisors related to Common Core implementation, and of course the wide range of assessment efforts underway that you'll be hearing more specifically about. So I think I just want to highlight two interesting things that I heard. I happened to be with a group of educators in Southern California on Friday, and Fresno Unified was talking about how they have adapted the use of the teaching channel, which many of you know is an open resource effort to really take a look at some interesting vignettes related to instruction in the Common Core and many other activities. And they have in their really professional learning community groups, they use the teaching channel vignettes that a leadership group has sort of selected for particular grade levels, particular contents. They meet together either in their disciplines or in their grade levels, and as part of their ongoing professional learning, they take a look at the vignettes, they talk about the implementation levels, and then they also are using them with their leadership academy, with their principals. How would we observe and coach? So a simple sort of example, I think, of the kind of innovative ways people are using a variety of resources. And then a quick anecdote from a group of fifth graders who are preparing for open house this week in LAUSD. And they were in the process of working with their teacher to kind of tidy up the room. And she suggested that maybe they needed some artwork on this wall where they're reading the Phantom Toll Booth, and they've been having to generate text-dependent questions and respond at depth of level knowledge 3 and 4. And they were creating tasks for one another, and they've really sort of taken this on in a really interesting way. And they said, well, we think it's much better to have authentic work on the board and not just some artwork for our parents to see. We have really learned a lot in trying to create these tasks. And they said, and she mentioned that because they're such good debaters, because they've been doing argumentation all year, they quickly marshaled one another's points of view, had this sort of impromptu determination of how they should proceed, and then selected some subcommittees in order to determine what it is that they were going to display. And I thought, what a great example, I think, of the kind of thing that's happening in classrooms all over the state related to students really initiating some interesting efforts on their own behalf. So if those aren't real-world skills, I just thought that was such a great example. So I'll be curious to find out more about how their little activities went. And one young man, I guess, came up to her after, or the teacher had said, you know, if we'd have just gone with your solution, this would have been a lot less work, wouldn't it? She said, well, it's all about learning, you know. So I think those kind of anecdotes and the ways that students are really taking ownership at very many grades. So Barb and I are happy to take any questions related to the Common Core update.
So first, can we ask board members, is any comments from the board or clarification or comments for our staff? President Kirst?
Yes, I wanted to ask Nancy about whether she could spread the idea from Fresno of using open television stations for professional development to other counties and television stations. This was brought up in Santa Clara County, where we have all this television capacity, but nobody's using it for professional development around Common Core. Is there a network of these stations that we can work with?
I do not know, but I'm sure we could find out more about that.
Okay, any more comments from the board? Let's go to public comment.
We have one speaker, Kimberly Rodriguez. 1 minute, please.
Good morning, board members. Kimberly Rodriguez with AXA. I'm just here to provide some information, and we forwarded our survey. We completed our Common Core and Technology survey at the end of February, early March, and we forwarded that to staff. But one of the big things I wanted to comment on is over 40% of our respondents, which were 232 districts, including 10 county offices of education, which represents about 24% of the enrollment in the state. Over 40% of them have indicated they've spent 60% of their funding from the $1.25 billion or are planning to by the end of this fiscal year. So they're moving quickly, and they've spent it across pretty much all three areas of instructional materials, professional development, and technology, with the emphasis on technology, getting ready for the field test, buying hardware and software. So we're happy to share those results or talk more in depth, but I just wanted to let you know. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think when I look at the attachment that the department provided, you are on the road a lot, and I just think on behalf of the state board, we so much appreciate, and it's so many members of the Department of Ed are out presenting at all kinds of conferences throughout our state, which is a large state, and many areas, so I appreciate all the travel and commitment you are to try to get the voice out, particularly for small districts that may not have as big a resource team to depend on, and county offices. I think everyone is looking for people to help support the rollout. So just on behalf of the state board, I just want to thank the department staff for what you're continuing to do, and if we can follow up on sharing some of the technology resources and the teaching channel, that would be really helpful, I think. Any more comments from state board members? Okay, well, I think that ends item 1. Before we move on to item 2, I think we have an announcement that we're very proud of, and we're going to let board member Zhang tell us important news. This is springtime in high schools, and so I think he reminds us about what's happening in high schools, especially to high school seniors.
So last week, I submitted my commitment to Harvard College for the fall of 2014. Thank you.
So thank you. And I know, Jesse, that you were out representing state board with some students, and I heard great responses to your engagement and appreciation by the students. So I know you're going to go on to do amazing work. And we know that from former state board members, student members, that they go on to really help make big differences. So we're looking forward to following your trajectory after this.
I'd also like Jesse to share the story he told me about talking with the ed policy people at Harvard.
Okay, so a week after I got my acceptance letter, my admissions officer, so the person that actually read my application and presented it to the committee, she actually sent me a really touching letter about how she's at Harvard studying education policy, pursuing her master's in education policy, and how my essay about my experience on the state board really clicked with her. And so when I visited Harvard a couple weeks ago, we kind of connected, and it was just, I don't know, it was a really big coincidence. And so I'm really happy to have this experience and to be able to go to Harvard and contribute everything that the state board has taught me to their community.
Cool. It's about our students like Jesse. We're very proud of you, Jesse. Thank you. So with that, now we're going to move on to the English Language Arts English Language Development Framework. We have a team presentation, so we'll turn it over to Tom Adams from the Department of Education. And I believe we're going to have 2 American Sign Language translators. Are they? Yes? Okay.
We do have, Tom Adams, California Department of Education, Director of Curriculum Frameworks and Instructional Resources, as well as Executive Director for the Instructional Quality Commission. We anticipated some people in the audience that might be here that use ASL. However, I'm not aware at this point of anyone who does. And so we do have interpreters available.
Okay, and let me just say, this is an information item, and we're not going to take any action today, so we look forward to hearing your presentation and a good dialogue. Thank you.
Yeah, and just to let you know, the reason why we do have so many people today is because this is a monumental task, and it's not the work of one person, but of many people, all in a cooperative effort, reaching consensus in this area. And just to let you know, we are really, California is the leader on this issue of combining English language arts and English language development. Okay, so this is your list of presenters today, myself included. But Bill Honig, Chair of the Instructional Quality Commission, will be explaining parts of the framework, as well as Joanne Iskin, Chair of the ELA-ELD Subject Matter Committee, and then Becky Sullivan and Martha Hernandez, who were co-chairs of the ELA-ELD Curriculum Framework and Evaluation Criteria Committee. What you will hear from all of them is the hard work that went into this, the importance of reaching consensus, and the always making sure all processes were transparent, that we engaged in the public and took seriously the comments that were presented to us in the public processes in terms of the curriculum frameworks, as well as during the field review process. As you already said, today is actually an information item. We're looking for formal action in July, but nonetheless, we felt it would be best to prepare you now, and so give you a little preview of a 1,200-page document. But it's the most succinct 1,200-page document you will read. So here to start the information is Becky Sullivan. If you don't know Becky, she was a former curriculum commissioner. She's an expert in the area of English language arts and English language development. And following her will be Martha Hernandez from the Ventura County Office of Education, also a former commissioner. One thing I always say, you don't leave the commission, you just become a commissioner emeritus. So.
Good morning. I'm Becky Sullivan. This is Martha Hernandez, and it's our pleasure to talk to you today about the framework development process, of which we were intimately involved for over a year. So let's start back in March of 2012, and that is when the IQC, the Instructional Quality Commission, was appointed by you and was sort of rebirthed with a new name. In order to get the ELA-ELD framework process started, the department held 4 focus group meetings across the state. Some of them also had people satelliting in from remote locations. And they took input during May and June of 2012 as to what is it that we want this framework to do, what should it be, what should it contain, how can it best meet the needs of our teachers, students, and other audiences of the framework. About that time, they also put out applications for the CFCC, the Curriculum Framework Evaluation Criteria Committee. They received over 120 applications, and we'll talk to you a little bit about the makeup of the committee in just a bit. And then you all appointed the CFCC in November of 2012, and we'd like to also take this opportunity, since we get to stand here with you, to thank you for allowing us to be co-chairs of this committee. It was our pleasure to serve you. Over the year 2013, we met over 6 times here in this room. Most of the meetings were 2-day meetings, sometimes 2.5-day meetings. And we reviewed draft chapters, gave input, had public comment, guided the process of this framework development. In November of 2013, we got to formally hand off the document to the IQC, in which they took over at that time. The IQC then put the document out for a 60-day field review between December and February. And we received nearly 150 comments, actually, from the field by survey results, by email, by letters. Martha's going to talk to you a little bit about the detail of those and the process that we went through to consider every single comment that came in. Everything was looked at and everything was come to consensus on by the IQC. That happened on March 7th. And the IQC ELD subject matter committee met. They went over every comment, as I said, and then determined what would be put in for revisions and edits. The writers then were sequestered away for about a six-week period in which they got the document, the 1,200-page document, ready for the next public review period. Martha will talk a little bit about the contents of what those edits were, but it was a very open process in which there were comments solicited by experts in the field, divisions within CDE were consulted with, and everything was took very seriously, as well as public comment always allowed. The IQC then recommended the full IQC recommended the draft to be forwarded to you in March. It is now, this is where we are right now, in step 9. It is out for its second 60-day public review period that started, I believe, last Wednesday on the 30th. This time they'll be accepting comments by email, by letter, instead of a survey result. So hopefully we'll get some more input from the field. And then this July, you'll have the opportunity to adopt the framework or act on it. And then it will go forward and to be posted on the internet. And then the print edition will be published next summer in July or in 2015. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about who contributed to the ELA-ELD framework. I spoke a little bit about those focus group members. Again, it was held these meetings were held in 4 public meetings across the state in 4 different locations. And there were all educators sitting on the panel, and they had questions that came to them ahead of time so that each question was posed, and then each person that served as a focus group member was able to give input to each of the questions that was posed. And all of those comments were brought forward, and that really helped also frame the guidelines that were followed for the publication. Then we had our ELA-ELD CFCC members, the Curriculum Framework Criteria Committee. You, as board, appointed this 20-member committee in November of 2012, and of the 20 members, there were 13 classroom teachers, 6 county office folks like ourselves. We had a professor from Stanford, and every person on the committee had an expertise in English language arts, English language development, working with special needs students. We really had a wonderful variety of expertise on the panel that were all able to give input and guidance to the framework. Throughout the process, we had Instructional Quality Commission members present at every single CFCC meeting. We usually had 3. On occasion, we would have 4 or 5, as well as board members who visited us and gave input every single meeting that we had. And we were very fortunate to have additional expertise. In early 2012, the CDE staff was able to connect with writers who really led the process in terms of what this framework was going to look like in terms of meeting the guidelines, which they were able to do miraculously, in my opinion. But they contracted with Nancy and Hallie from the Center of the Advancement of Reading, and also with Pam Spiescher from West Ed, who is really the lead on the California English Language Development Standards. So as you know, this framework is really groundbreaking in that it's the first of its kind ELA-ELD framework. So we were very fortunate to have experts in literacy, language arts, and English language development writing the document. In addition to our 3 lead writers, we also had input from West Ed from Rachel Laganoff, Marcia Kasanovich, Sarah Feldman, and Donna Minders. More input came from divisions at CDE. We had regular meetings with the special ed department and the English learner division as well. I'm going to hand it off to Martha, who's going to talk a little bit more about the process.
Thank you, Becky, and good morning to you all. Once the initial draft was completed by the ELA, ELD, CFCC members, working with the writers and the IQC, the draft framework, as Becky mentioned, was ready for comments from the field. And as Becky mentioned, from December 2013 into February 2014, the first draft of the ELA, ELD framework was posted for the first 60-day public review period, and the response was extensive. The field review survey ended with 80 responses. Most were from individuals. However, there were a few replies that represented a group of educators. In addition to the survey, members from the public could submit comments to the ELA ELD framework mailbox. We received 67 emails in the mailbox, many from county offices of education and professional education organizations from throughout the state. Some of the groups included the Association of California School Administrators, the California Association for Bilingual Education, and Californians Together, the California Science Teachers Association, the Task Force on Civic Learning, the Center for Equity for English Learners, and a number of California subject matter projects, including history, social studies, the arts, science, and mathematics, Education Trust West, and the Child Nutrition Advisory Council. As Becky mentioned, we also reached out to some ELA experts, and those include Carol Yago, who wrote an appendix, John Scheffelbein, and Louisa Motes. And for the first time, the CFER staff reached out to other CDE divisions for review and for their contributions in their areas of expertise. So we are very fortunate to have key input from division staff from Language Policy and Leadership Office, from Special Education, from Professional Learning Support, Child Development, After School, and Assessment Development and Administration. They all provided very valuable input. So in total, there were close to 1,300 grade level suggested revisions from the emails we received, 80 surveys with 300 comments, and over 100 comments from CDE divisions. And just as Becky mentioned, I have here a 40-page document that compiled all of the suggested edits, and every suggestion was meticulously looked at and discussed, and there came to a consensus. And most of the suggestions were incorporated into the revised draft, the second draft of the ELA ELD framework. And so the process was very, very transparent. So in addition, the ELA ELD framework was guided by, first and foremost, the State Board of Education guidelines, but also with the notion that it is a dynamic document, in that it is possible to add new instructional strategies, update content, or develop new snapshots or vignettes as more examples are developed over the life of the framework. And so it will be continually edited and updated. Also, there was a focus on key themes of the California core standards and for ELA literacy and grade spans in specific grade levels. And of course, since this is a groundbreaking framework, there was the integration of the ELD standards, as well as there was guidance from emerging research and instructional practices. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to the chair of the IQC, Dr. Bill Honig, who will detail the specifics of the latest draft framework and process. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So we have a question right now, Martha, before Bill goes on.
Could you just give us a couple of examples of specific comments from these 100 people?
Absolutely.
Just a couple.
Absolutely. I have 40 pages. And so, for example, from one of the county offices, there was some input. Throughout the document, examples are used that could be interpreted as endorsements by CDE, such as literature circles, AVID, Universal Design for Learning, and these need to have clarifying language if it's just an example or CDE endorsed. Another, for example, and I'm just going to kind of, there was specific feedback like on line 50 to 53, change pursuit to possession or add possession. Add vocabulary piece using Margarita Calderon's research about the tiered system. So there were large items that were more conceptual, and then there were edits. And so general comments, and these really came from the writers. Divide this was the secondary chapter into two chapters, grades 6A and grades 9-12. So that was a significant change to separate into two chapters, and that was done.
So, and board members, if you haven't seen it, what Mr. Honig just passed to Member Holliday is this graph that shows where the comments were. It actually was an amazing process that the Department of Ed did, and then tracked what was done with each comment and what the suggestions are. So those of us who went to IQC kind of watched the editing process, but you might want to just take a look at it just to understand how transparent and the tracking of these comments. Just a couple more, Martha, just for an example, since it was so comprehensive.
Okay, this is great. Okay, so check on research for first paragraph. Second sentence oversimplifies processes that lead to development of automaticity. Suggest some changes to examples given on litter sound instruction in third and fourth paragraphs. Missing from figure is discussion of developing students' blending skills with and without print, teaching spelling sound relationships and sight words to mastery, and critical role of decodable text. And that edit was made. There was a consensus on March 7th, and that was included in the latest version of
Thank you. So the spreadsheet, as I understand it, Martha, has the date when the decision was made and whether there was consensus to incorporate it or to modify it. So each one of the comments got a response to it. Okay? So we may have some more questions for you, but I appreciate Member Holliday clarifying. This was such a comprehensive part of the modification and improvement of the framework. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Becky and Martha. I'm Bill Honig, chair of the IQC. Good morning. And we're now going to talk a little bit about the content and basic ideas in the framework. You can get it online, all 1,200 pages. Well, I'm not going to refer to pages so that you don't have to shuffle through it, but there is going to be a development. They are working on an executive summary, which the field has asked for, and will be very helpful, and also how to use it. If you're a middle grade teacher, then maybe the first 3 chapters plus the chapter dealing with your area, just to make the document more accessible. I'd like to go back just to review on that there are some shifts. You had a presentation before you, I think a year and a half ago, about what are the major shifts in the standards, in the ELA standards. And I'm not going to go into that in much detail. The idea of complexity of text is so important when you get to college or work. Text is complicated, and we wanted to build that in throughout the student's career to make sure that they could handle that kind of text. That was a major shift. Evidence, when you write, speak, discuss, read, you can cite evidence that the author has given in making your argument or discussion and so forth. That was a big shift. And then the essence of a steady buildup of knowledge, and that the other subjects that are not normally associated with reading and literature also be incorporated in the ELA ELD framework. So history, social science, humanities, art, science, and so forth become instrumental and important in this whole effort. And you'll see that chalk through the framework. Martha and Becky mentioned the vignettes and the snapshots. There are snapshots and vignettes about science instruction, about civic instruction, art. We tried to basically put all the subject matter ideas throughout the framework, and you'll see that. So if we go to the next slide, there are some unique features of this, snapshots and the vignettes I mentioned, and they're links to resources. So as it was said, it's a living document. We did put links to important areas. Oh, I have to do that, sorry. There are links to where you can get information. There's a lot of information on the web now, and a lot of states and districts have come up with good materials, and there's a lot of places to go. We thought would be very helpful to teachers and administrators and principals and district office people to basically point them in the direction where they could get support. So we've tried to put that through the framework too. And we've referenced what other states have done so that it's a more cooperative effort, not just California, where it supports what we're trying to do. And we organized the design around big chapters, grade level chapters. We didn't take each standard one at a time. We tried to integrate them, and I'm going to go through the architecture of that, which I think is a very important part of this framework. So, okay. Can I go forward and backwards with this? How do you go backwards?
The other arrow.
Oh, okay. Like this? Okay, I'm going to go here.
Okay. Yeah, so.
All right, and then I'll get back. Okay, so on this slide, this is kind of the overarching idea behind the framework. In the middle is a very important part. This framework integrates the ELA standards and the ELD standards, which is a unique feature of this effort and something we're all very proud of. Luckily, when the ELD standards, which this board adopted, when you adopted it, they laid out a framework of that, which we'll get to, these blue areas here, the themes. And they based that on the ELA standards, the Common Core standards. So it made the job so much easier to integrate this because the very design of the ELD standards were based on the Common Core standards, and that's where we were able to put that together. We used that architecture that they came up with, and I'll go into that in detail, the meaning making and foundation skills and so forth, in designing the framework. So that's, I think, one of the reasons why the integration worked the way it did. But the important part is over on the outside, if you start on the outside, these are the big ideas that we wanted to drive this framework. So one is obviously preparation for career and college, which is the way it's said nationally. But we added civic life in there. We thought that was essential and important. And we also, if you go around there, we also talked about the importance of the capabilities of literate individuals. So this broader liberal arts idea of trying to have a school career result in a person that knows about the world, knows about themselves, knows moral issues and so forth. That was important, that whole basic idea of the liberal arts. And at the bottom, we have broadly literate, which is the term. We used to say well-read, but there's also plays and other kinds of vehicles. So the staff came up, or the writers came up with the idea of broadly literate, which I think expresses our goals for every student in California, is to reach that. And then there's the 21st century skills of collaboration and ability to work together and think about things in creativity. That's chalked through the document. So that's the overarching direction. And then you have ideas of motivation, engaging, and so forth, intellectually challenging material. That is also important. And then you get, and now I'm going to go backwards, to the 5 big themes. And I want to spend a little time talking about that because they're important. Meaning making, it was the first idea. Now, the important part about these themes or organizing principles is that they are not in order. They basically are mutually reinforcing, and number 1 will show up in content. Meaning making obviously shows up in content knowledge and foundation skills, and it's important to be able to make meaning. They all basically interrelate and are interconnected. So we're saying them in order, but we make the point in the framework quite explicitly that all these things have to be done and have to interact. So meaning making is the idea of not just reading, but writing or discussing, is the idea of being able to think about and connect what you're reading or talking about to evidence, to ideas, to other kinds of examples. It's questioning what you're reading, asking yourself questions about it. It's some of the strategies. It's the idea of giving inferences from materials you read, kind of more sophisticated and more challenging type of reading, not just basic understanding. But so that's a big, big topic, and each grade and each area has a section which talks about some of the strategies and ideas of how to do that. The second big idea, or second theme, is language development, which is crucial when you have a state with large numbers of youngsters who are learning English as a second language or have low vocabularies and need to be, you need to support them. So this has to do, a big effort was made on the whole area of vocabulary. All of these have to do with understanding and comprehension. You can't understand what you're reading if you don't know what the words mean. So teaching vocabulary, reading quite a bit is important, and an organized vocabulary program. So the chapter and verse in there is in the framework. By the way, I forgot to mention, a framework is not a curriculum. It's basically specifications, ideas for a curriculum. This is what should inform the instructional program, how you develop it. It could be developed locally by a district with units and lesson plans. It could be developed by basal text from the publishers. It could be mix and match now from different open sources that you can get on the web. Putting it together, but these are the ideas that should inform that. So any materials, any instructional program should reflect these kind of ideas. So language development is vocabulary. It's also the structure of English language, syntax, phrases, clauses become important as they get up in the years and the language becomes more complicated and complex. The idea of knowing academic language is a big issue. Things that are written in school and later on have words that are powerful that you don't normally encounter in day-to-day life. It's important that help youngsters. And if they're learning English or English as a second language, then you have to know where the changes are from English to their primary language. You have to know enough about the linguistics of English and the primary language to know how to help kind of get over some of those rough places. So that's number two. Effective expression includes writing and discussion and presentations and language conventions, spelling and grammar and things like that. That is given a prominent place in the framework as it should be, and there's a lot of details about how to do that in the various grade levels. Number four is a point, content knowledge, which is a major theme in the Common Core standards, in your guidelines, the idea that we want youngsters to know about the world, to have a steady buildup of knowledge about the world, and we do that through the disciplines, but we also do that, and this framework is very strong on this, we also pay attention to what kids read or students read throughout their school's career. So it's not just the instrumental, what's the author say, or how do you make an argument. Those are very important. It's also, are they well read? Are they broadly literate? Have they encountered much of a good sample and delved into a good portion of literature and informational text that makes a broadly literate person? So what youngsters read should be paid attention to in any instructional program. And in fact, Carol Jago, was mentioned, wrote an appendix about the importance of literature and informational text and where to find it. It's not a California list, but it is a link to places like the Library Association, others that have contemporary and classic literature, the best things around that have been written that we should put before our youngsters. And we have also included in the framework a way to organize an individual independent reading program for each youngster in school. We've said that specifically, in the introductions, and we've said it in each of the grade levels. So one of the issues on an instructional program is not just what you read in school and talk about, but what you read at home or on your own, and the combination of those two makes a broadly literate individual. E.D. Hirsch has had a lot of influence on the National Common Core standards, and he just makes the argument that one of the major issues on comprehension is how much you know. If I know something about baseball, but I'm not a very good reader, I will do better on reading that passage about baseball than maybe a person who's a good reader but doesn't know much about the subject. So content knowledge becomes extremely important in this overall effort. And finally, last but not least, and this I'll talk a little bit about it because Board Member Holliday's point about will give us some examples of changes that were made. The foundation skills are strongly talked about in the Common Core standards. There's an appendix that deals with them. And we put in our first draft, we did lay out foundation skills, especially in those early grades when you're talking about learning to decode and learning letter-sound correspondence and how to sound out a word, and all these things are important, especially in English because of the complex nature of our English language linguistics. Spanish, almost everybody learns to read. It's like transparent. It's 26 letters and 27 sounds, and if you see an A, it's the same sound. If you see a sound, it's represented by the same letter. Very transparent. English is just the opposite. There are 42 sounds. There's 26 letters, so all of a sudden you've got combinations. You can see an A, it could have 3 or 4 different sounds. If you want to represent the sound A, it could be A with a silent E, it could be AY. You get the idea. It's just much more complicated. And the secret is to simplify the sequence so that you start very transparent, make it like Spanish, basically, and give simple sequences and then build on that. And it takes a period of time. It also takes youngsters, many of them, some get right away, how to work through, sound through a word, generate the sounds and the symbols from the symbols, and put that together as a word that they recognize. So foundation skills are also a way of comprehending. At the start, it's very important. If you can speak to a child and they will understand what you're saying, read them a story and they understand it, then at the start, being able to decipher those words puts them in the same place as if they're listening to the story. And so, especially with second language kids or low vocabulary youngsters, you want to use words that they know to get this process going, and you want to have materials that reflect what they have learned already and that basically build up. You don't want to confuse them. That's all laid out in the framework, which I know you will studiously look at and examine. So that was an issue that came up. You asked about an issue that came up. We had a couple of people that we asked to comment, and some just did on their own. We don't think it's a strong enough explication of those points. We'd like you to make that stronger, which the framework committee was solid on that. And the IQC basically agreed with those points, and in the redraft, we basically explicated that much more forcefully. And so you'll see in the document that there is a strong sentiment that this has got to be done, and here's how to do it. So all the way from kindergarten, pre-kindergarten, transitional, about phonemic awareness and hearing sounds and words, all the way through decoding and becoming automatic with words, and then through the second, third, and fourth grade, multisyllabic, how you tackle multisyllabic words, and syntax, and morphemic, suffixes and prefixes, all of that's laid out. Okay, any questions on those 5 areas? All right, so I'm just going to very briefly, when you look at the framework, I look at the introduction, it kind of gives you the vision, the goals for California children, which I've gone over, and the key principles, which I've talked about. And we've also talked about the special emphasis in this state on English learners in the framework. On Chapter 1 basically gives the background and the intent, nature, and organization of the structure, and, which I've talked about. and it gives a background of how the ELD standards were created and how they've been integrated and how they interrelate, which I think is an important point. So I don't think any other document in the country has tried to do this, is integrate ELD and ELA. And then this next slide, I've talked about the areas about how this all fits together. And one of the objections that came up that we responded to was, you know, some people read the standards as being very instrumental. It's author's voice, it's how you summarize, it's all these technical types of things, which are important. But we kind of lose the baby with the bathwater if we don't talk about these broader purposes. So we went back and we reinforced that basically, and that's where you get this symbol here, which tries to make the point that we're actually have a broader view of what this is about than is being discussed. If you look in the Common Core standards, that's there, but sometimes it gets lost in translation. So that was a major issue. Also, when Joanne Ishkin gets up there, she's going to go over a couple of other areas that were controversial and that we talked about and tried to compromise and work out. Okay, this chart basically has to do with another graphic which shows that using English purposely, describing, explaining, persuading, so forth, meaningful interaction, that ability to talk to one another and listen and so forth is built in the framework as a process. And then knowledge of language, how texts are structured. It turns out that to read a science text is a little different than reading a story or literature, or reading the way the history text lays out an idea or sequence is different. And there are structures to these texts that youngsters need to basically be taught how to deal with, and that's built in there. And how do you combine ideas in this richer instruction? The field teachers, when they see the standards and they talked about this framework, they basically get right away. They get the idea. This is asking for a much more dynamic, interactive instructional program. And our best teachers have been doing that. We now like to shift the whole system in that direction, and the framework basically makes that point. Okay, so let's see. I think that's it for me. If anybody have any questions on this section?
Board members? Okay, we'll wait. We'll save some of the questions when we see the rest of it.
I'd like to introduce Joanne Ishkin, who did a great job basically shepherding this all, as some of you can attest to, and she was the head of the committee of the IQC that basically was responsible for the framework.
I need to lower this about 6 feet. Good morning, board members. I'm going to walk you briefly through an overview of chapters 2 through 11. There's a big chunk that's taken together, though, so don't panic. We won't be here for all day. But before I start, I just want to acknowledge board members Strauss and Molina and Rucker, who came along with us on this journey in building the ELA-ELD framework, attending the ELA-ELD framework committee meetings, often asking very provocative questions, great comments, some very deep thoughts that I think pushed the work of that committee to an even higher level. So we thank you for coming along with us. So let me begin by overviewing Chapter 2 with you. Chapter 2 really is where we begin to realize this vision of the integration of ELA and ELD. I have to acknowledge and thank, again, the State Board for your adoption of those very innovative ELD standards. As we presented this framework at the National Association for Bilingual Educators Conference, and we talked about the California framework and the integration of ELA and ELD, participants from across the nation were envious of the California framework because they are working with a set of ELD standards that are completely disconnected from the Common Core. And they are not able to realize a vision like this that really does make the most sense for English learners in California. So thank you. And you begin to see that in Chapter 2 of the framework. So Chapter 2 I'd like to talk to you about in two parts. The first part really sets the context in which this literacy instruction should take place. You saw the graphic that where Bill pointed out the 5 themes, and you saw the white space around that graphic. That's not white space. That is the context for literacy instruction. And the context really has to address issues of motivation, engagement, respect, intellectual challenge, and the integration of curriculum. That's all described in this chapter. Particularly, I want to point out to you that integration of curriculum, because you'll see in Chapter 2 a graphic that displays the mathematics framework, the NGSS science standards, and the language arts framework, and where the intersection of those frameworks, where you see the literacy practices. And that's the beginning of the development of that idea of integration that we know you'll see come forward as we develop the science framework and future frameworks. You'll see that coherence across the state documents. So you'll hear the explanation of the context here. You'll also see that outer ring, which is all of this is in the service of achieving certain overarching goals, which we know are broad literacy. You heard Bill talk about preparation for the 21st century, readiness for college, career, and civic life. So that's described in the beginning section of the chapter, and now in this chapter we begin to talk about specific instructional practices, cross-cutting practices for teachers. So you'll read about things like accessing complex text, independent and wide reading, the importance of read aloud, some specific cross-cutting practices. You'll also hear about models of instruction. So grouping practices, universal design for learning, which you'll hear more about in Chapter 9. Scaffolding that teachers can do. So you'll see those practices described with examples. Let's see if I can do this. But the second part of this chapter, I think, is particularly significant, and this is where the vision for English language development is very clearly explicated. And this is where some of the misunderstanding is around the framework, quite frankly, because people are hearing about this integration of English language arts and English language development, and they may have a misconception that English language development is disappearing. So we're very clear in Chapter 2 that when we talk about English language development, we're talking about it in two ways. We're talking about a designated English language development time, which is a designated period of the day for those identified as English learners, where the English language development standards are the focal point. And then we're talking about an integrated ELD, where content teachers and language arts teachers deliver their content but are aware of the English language development standards and build those into their content instruction to support the success and access of English language learners to the grade level content. Part of what we also explain here and throughout the framework is that when we're talking about English language development, we're talking about a high level of rigor. So you heard Bill talk about the vignettes and the snapshots that are embedded in the framework, and those are really illustrations of practice. So the level of rigor that we're talking about, for example, in designated ELD time, there is a vignette in the middle school chapter of the ELD teacher in the ELD time unpacking the language of argument with students at the bridging level of English language development so that they can then go to their English language arts class and write an argumentative essay. So when we're talking about English language development, we're talking about English language development designated time with a high level of rigor. And when we're talking about integrated English language development, there's an 8th grade snapshot that is an integration of the English language development teacher, the English language arts teacher, and the history social science teacher addressing civic education, First Amendment, and 3 court cases that tested the freedom of free speech. So what does the English language development teacher do in ELD time? help prepare those English learners with the language they need to be able to read and understand those court cases and work with that text. So we're talking about integration and integration at a high level of rigor, and what you see come forward here for the first time is the idea of the shared responsibility for English language development. Sorry. So chapters 3 through 7 we can take as a group. Chapters 3 through 7 are the grade level chapters. We know that teachers will probably go here first. They know their grade level. They want to see, what is the framework telling me that I need to do as a 4th grade teacher or an 8th grade teacher? So the grade span chapters, and that's how they're laid out. There is a transitional kindergarten through 1st grade span, 2nd and 3rd, 4th and 5th. And in our revision, we now have a 6th through 8th grade chapter and a 9 through 12. Originally, we had a 6 through 12, but the feedback we received was that middle school teachers wanted a chapter that would specifically address the unique needs of middle schoolers that are distinct from the needs of high schoolers. So that chapter was separated, and we now have 2 chapters, and they are directed very specifically to the needs of those students. So these chapters are all laid out in an identical format. They address those 5 themes that you saw Bill explain. You can follow the schematic similarly through them all. They begin with an overview of the span, so we'll talk about middle school as a whole, high school as a whole, and then you'll see grade level specific explanations and recommendations of practice. So you'll see 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, etc. Embedded in each grade level, and this is each grade level, you will see those examples of practice. And the writers were very careful to develop examples of practice that were English language arts, designated ELD, English language arts and ELD related, and ELD and content integrated. So you are going to see examples of practice that will give teachers classroom practical models of what all of this integration actually looks like in practice. And the other thing that you will see, you saw Bill point to those 5 themes, and you saw foundational skills listed there. You need to know that even foundational skills goes all the way through the high school, because we know we have struggling readers at middle school and high school that continue to need attention, and we know teachers will be looking for that answer. Chapter 8 is the assessment chapter. As I've been talking about the framework, I've been telling people that Chapter 8 is really a course on assessment. That if you wanted to teach a 10-week class, read Chapter 8. This could be the focus of a professional learning community, because it really explains, as we all know, teachers are coming out of a model where they're used to benchmark tests and end-of-year tests. And this is a new model of assessment that talks about assessment cycles, short cycles, mid-cycles, long cycles, formative assessment, kinds of formative assessment, rubric assessment, portfolio assessment. It's all here. There's also a full section on assessment for intervention, so progress monitoring, diagnostic testing. There's also a section on the mandated California assessment, which you know is changing on a daily basis. So this will probably have to be revised again before it goes out. And there's a section at the end on the technical quality of assessments, reliability, validity issues to guide districts as they're developing their own internal assessments. Chapter 9 is equity and access. This used to be called universal access. The title's changed because it's actually dealing with a much broader group of people. If you have a group of students for whom you are concerned how to access the Common Core, Chapter 9 most likely addresses that subgroup of students. Everyone from standard English learners who are appearing for the first time in a California framework, to English learners, students in bilingual programs of all kinds, whether those are primary language programs or structured English immersion programs, is defined by the Ed Code, how to use those program models and support students there. Deaf students who both use sign language or not, students with disabilities, but also advanced learners, students who are struggling in reading, And there's even a section on working with, unfortunately, boys who tend disproportionately to be struggling with reading. The writers have addressed that issue. Sorry about it. But so, you'll also see in this section a lot of attention paid to universal design for learning, which we know is a framework for smarter balanced assessment. We know the special education community has been talking about universal design for learning to provide access and has been hoping that the general ed population picks that up. But it's been in the shadows, quite frankly. Now here in the framework, it's front and center, so teachers will learn how to use the Universal Design for Learning framework, as well as multi-tiered systems of support, MTSS, which is really California's RTI squared expanded. Chapter 10 is Partnership for the 21st Century and preparing students for 21st century skills. You'll see the 4 C's embedded here. You'll see issues of equity and access and professional learning and support for teachers to achieve these goals. And again, there are examples of practice here that are excellent, classroom practice. And finally, Chapter 11, we're very proud of. Chapter 11 is a chapter that was written for leaders. Because after you read this 1,200-page document, you ask yourself, what will it take in a district and a school to make this happen? Chapter 11 is written specifically to address that question, and we direct leaders to Chapter 11. And by leaders, I mean district leaders, school leaders, teacher leaders, but also parents, library media specialists, instructional specialists, how people can come together in a school leadership team to build the infrastructure to support the implementation of the framework. There's an extensive conversation here about professional learning systems with some great references and, again, a vignette of practice on a school district building a multi-year plan. So any questions on that? It was very quick, chapters 2 through 11.
So what a team. And before we ask the questions, I noticed our writers are here, and we would like you to stand up. What an amazing process you've been through. We just want to thank you. What a commitment. So we know they're not done, and we know we have another public comment period, and you're continuing to, but just to observe and to watch the process of listening to all the input and trying to make this work. What a process. So Mr. Adams, you want to make some comments, and then we'll go to board comments first and then public comments?
Just one more important chapter in the framework that's really important that I need to talk about here. And this is the chapter on criteria for evaluating instructional materials. This is where we take the, with in mind the content of the framework, we have to create an evaluation instrument and guidelines for the development of K-8 instructional materials. We also do have a section on 912. But just real briefly, the type of programs that we are proposing to be submitted would be Program 1, an English Language Arts program. This would be aligned to the Common Core itself. This would be our way of tapping into the national market and sharing and reviewing all those programs that are available to other states to make sure that they're really in alignment with California's framework and criteria. There's Program 2. This is English Language Arts, English Language Development Program, and here a program would have to be aligned to the Common Core ELA as well as the California ELD standards. Is that me breathing heavily? I'm usually not that nervous. As well as the be in alignment with the framework's overall coherence in terms of tying those two programs together. Program 3 is the biliteracy program. This is English. This would require alignment to Common Core ELA, California ELD, as well as Common Core ELA in another language. One of the examples out there is Common Core in Espanol. This is a program similar to what we had in 2002 and 2008, and so we're continuing that type of program. Program 4, though, is a different change. We've had intensive intervention programs before, but here we broadened it out a bit. And the other thing, we made explicit the purposes of it, that this is intended not only for those students who are struggling 2 or more grade levels below, in their academic performance 2 or more years below, but we also made it more than just a reading foundations program. But we also made sure that People did not think of it as a substitute for English language development. And then Program 5 is also a new design in our instructional materials. This is a specialized program that is intended for long-term English learners. We felt that Program 2 had extensive help on English language development, but one of the areas that we persistently have in need of assisting school districts is the area of long-term English learners, or students at risk of that. So we worked with scholars on this, as well as the field, coming up with a subset of standards that would make sure that those students who are kind of stuck in this low-level equilibrium, how they can break through up to the next level of bridging and then on to grade level work. And that's what we're trying to do there. One more thing about in terms of responding to the field on this. The first version of this criteria had the discussion of minutes. And minutes in terms of, from our point of view, just purely administrative point of view, it's asking how much is enough. How much language arts do you want in there? How much ELD? And the way we thought we could measure it was be in terms of how much instructional minutes it could provide. We put that out there. We let it go out for field review. But in the end, the comments that we received, not only from people in the area of language arts and language development, but also subject areas, other subject areas, they felt that tended to take away from the real discussion and focus of the education, which is the student on grade level with the standards. And so with that, we removed the discussion of requiring specific minutes in that, in response to field concerns about that. So I just wanted you to be aware of where we were on that. So what's next? We'll see you in July, and happy to bring it back and definitely get action. We also are planning rollout activities. I must say this is another area, just like mathematics, where the field is responding well. We're getting all sorts of compliments about not only the standards but also about the framework itself. And so people are quite excited about it. And there definitely, we do have kept it posted on the CDE website. But one thing I do want to point out, I want to pull back the curtain a bit. You mentioned the writers. I also just have to mention the lead consultant for the project, Cynthia Gunderson, who I think after today maybe she'll get a full night's rest. Kristen Cruz-Allen, the manager of the Curriculum Frameworks Unit, it's incredible. She's done 2 of these frameworks, and for her to actually still say hello to me now and even smile when I come into the office is incredible. But also just showing a tremendous amount of grace in this high-pressure situation, and definitely exceptional leadership on her part. And lastly, I just have to say to you, Board, thank you for appointing a wonderful set of commissioners. I've been in this job a long time, and to have this many people this talented has been, and be able to do 2 subject areas of such high quality is, I think, a testament to your ability to judge talent and provide leadership. So thank you.
Our backup people, we do definitely have, those of us who have worked with you have followed your work, but not just the writers, but the CDE team. Would you guys stand up? Because we really want to, we don't thank you enough for all the work you do. I know just all those comments that you grouped together on that spreadsheet alone was a monumental process, let alone tracking it all and responding to all of our emails. So I think what we're going to do first is we're going to ask for some board discussion or board comments, particularly from the liaisons, Member Rucker, Member Molina, and myself. And then we'll ask the rest of the board to, and then we'll get some public comments. So does anyone want to start? Member Rucker?
Well, first of all, I'm always fascinated looking at this process from the beginning until it's actually created a publication that people can begin looking at. I'm always fascinated with the fact that it actually was completed, because there were moments when I had my doubts that it was going to happen on time. But with this framework, I also want to compliment the staff and the work that was done by the people who participated in crafting the framework, because this is something that is very unique as a document. And as a person really and truly from the outside looking in, because I, being a native of Mississippi, English really is my second language. So I appreciate the work that was done to help teachers understand English language development and the instructional considerations that go into planning lessons and activities for students. But I do have a question concerning, on balance, how the framework addresses the issue of literacy for all students. In the grade level chapters 3 through 7, and either Commissioner Ishkin or Dr. Honig, you can answer this question for me. My two literacy questions are, because the full name for the Common Core Standards says the Common Core State Standards in English Language Arts and Literacy in Science, History, Social Science, and Career Technical Education, I want to understand how well instruction that focuses on literacy in those areas is also called out in the grade level chapters for teachers.
We can take you both.
Well, when you get a chance to look at the document itself, I think you'll find throughout these grade spans just innumerable examples of this broader perspective. As I mentioned earlier, there are science exemplars, there are civics exemplars, there's from history they've done it, from arts, and it's not just ELA, ELD integration, but they've tried to take these broader literacy that you're talking about and incorporate them as exemplars of the kind of instruction that we're talking about. I don't know if you want to add.
Yeah,
Mine if you want.
I wish I could. I think, again, that theme of shared responsibility, which really comes out in the 6 through 12, in those two chapters, I think is really, again, an innovative model for looking at secondary education, because it really discusses the relationship between the language arts teacher and the content teachers and the need for collaboration. I think the writers also, in answer to your question, have done an outstanding job of including a discussion of disciplinary literacy, which we know is where the research is in the field on content-based literacy, and that is in the framework.
And that's the reason why I asked that question, because in doing your very comprehensive presentation, that was something I was looking forward to hearing about, but it actually wasn't really well vetted and explained to us in part of your conversation. That leads me to the second question, and you began answering a part of this. For other content teachers, other than English language arts teachers, in what way could this framework be useful in? I want to make sure that it's not so much merchandising the framework for that point, but to make it clear that there is an intentionality in how the attention to literacy standards was developed for other content teachers. Could you talk a little bit more about that?
Very much so, and I appreciate your saying and acknowledging that, and I think we've also begun to have those conversations as we're moving into the writing of the science framework on the role that literacy will play in the science framework. But I know I was able to be a participant in the Los Angeles County office, a small conversation, and the talk was in the rollout of possibly asking districts to send not their language arts teachers necessarily alone in secondary, but to send interdisciplinary teams of content teachers and English teachers so that we really begin from step one, that idea of collaboration and literacy woven through the content areas. So I think that's something that we could consider in the rollout.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'd only add that the framework is specific about text structure issues and collaboration issues, and does talk quite a bit about how you have to work together to do this. The materials are aimed at the literature and English language arts, chapter 12, because you have the history framework and all these other history, social science framework. But the framework itself speaks to both groups.
Only that we have the science framework, which will deal with literacy as well, and then the history social science framework. So it's one of those shared areas, and it will be in the frameworks as well.
Okay. Member Rucker, complete? Okay. Member Molina.
Thank you. Once again, I just want to compliment the team and the amazing work. And as you can see by the information provided, we definitely had an A-plus team doing this work. So our kudos to them. I would like to have Joanne and perhaps Tom Adams and Bill come forward. I have a couple questions that I need some more clarification. I'd like to address 3 areas, and that is the discussion on the foundational skills, the minutes and time element, and then I'd like to talk a little bit about language misconceptions. So, Tom, you want to come up and kind of address my questions on that?
We'll take the team.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
That'd be great.
So we need 3 for this one.
Yes, we do. 3 questions. Again, this is when I attended the meetings. I said to the framework committee was that we were actually birthing a child, it seemed like to me, and that it was going to take the 9 months, and certainly it took that plus, but truly some amazing work. So clarification on the foundational skills. Can you help me understand, we early on spoke about the importance about not throwing the baby out with the bathwater, meaning that we had a strong component in the initial framework of the foundational skills. Can you share a little bit about how that transitioned and how close we are to what we had and to where it is currently?
You want to get Hallie up here for that?
Yeah.
Hallie.
And that's a big one.
The brief statement is it was strong at the start, and it's been made much stronger, and with the explicit statement that you have to pay attention to this in an organized fashion. And Hallie is actually doing a 5-page to 10-page white paper that will go along when we roll this out on the foundation skills, taking language from the framework to show how this all fits together, because it could get lost in translation if you look at the whole document. So, Hallie.
And Holly, if you could really speak to particularly at the K-3 level.
Certainly, I will say that Bill is absolutely right, is that there is a very clear message.
Hallie, you want to give your formal introduction,
Yes,
since
sir.
everyone might not know you if they haven't worked directly with you.
Hallie Yop-Slowick, and I am one of the primary authors of the framework.
Professor, am I right?
Professor in the Cal State University system. Done a lot of research in foundational skills and a lot of writing in that as well. This is absolutely correct. There is a tremendous emphasis, a clear message, a message that was enhanced significantly between Draft 1 and Draft 2, but the message didn't change, right? The message has always been, like the prior framework, that the foundational skills are crucial. Students must be given explicit, systematic instruction that is differentiated based on their needs, right? That enables them to deal with the alphabetic system. That is absolutely fundamental. You will not be engaging in meaning making. You will not be able to engage in effective expression, further language development, or the acquisition of content knowledge to the extent that you can if you also are able to deal with the code. So that message was certainly in the prior framework, although it's thematically based now in terms of these other larger visions. It was in the first draft of this framework. It has been significantly enhanced in this framework based on the comments we got. One of the things we said is, okay, we need to really enhance that message to make sure it comes across. You will see new sections in Chapter 2 that make that clear, that what are the key considerations that comment on the crucial role that the foundational skills play. You will see in the TK through first grade chapter additional discussions that have been included in the grades 2 and 3 chapters, since you've asked up to that point. Additional discussions in all of the grade level chapters. There has been a new subsection titled Supporting Students Strategically, which focuses hugely on those students who are having difficulty with the foundational skills. What is the research saying that we should be doing with those students? So you'll see a really enhanced discussions of the research in multiple places throughout the framework. New figures have been thrown in. We put one in on blending because someone said, talk more about that. So I think if you look, you will see it and you will be very pleased with what is there. The message is undoubtedly clear that students need support. They need teachers who are knowledgeable, and they need the instruction and the curriculum that gives them access to the code. Without that, we are misserving our students.
Good, thank you. I'm glad to hear that we did throw out the baby out with the bathwater, and that we really truly hung on to that very, very strong part of our framework. Let's talk a little bit, since we talked about the actual foundational skills, let's talk a little bit about time and minutes. And Tom, you mentioned about the importance of the integration, which we totally agree. How are we going to ensure that, particularly those foundational skills that are so critical at the primary levels, that we ensure that we have enough time to facilitate that to occur at the primary grade levels? Particularly, how are we going to support the publishers so that they'll know specifically that it takes, for example, 21 days to create phonemic awareness? I mean, how do we make sure that we ensure that the minutes, at least a span, because we did not give specifics, which I'm okay with, I'm not so sure that I'm comfortable with not giving time spans in terms of how much time we should be dedicating to a subject matter.
Well, that's a good question, because ensuring, one of the things we don't want to do is wait and come next spring, spring of 2015, when materials are submitted, that all these materials are not in alignment with our standards and our frameworks. So, yes, we're taking away the easy metric of time. But what that means is we really are going to have everybody, not just those of us here at the podium and in this room, well-versed in the standards and the framework, but also the publishers themselves and our reviewers. So what we're going to do is this. We're going to set up a couple of publisher briefings on the frameworks themselves and on what the criteria is calling for. And because in the end, what's going to be really crucial is that not only that they're on topic in terms of the standard, but they're actually supporting the discussion that is there in the framework. So just as Hallie eloquently talked about what was there, we're going to lead them back into that, and they being not only the publishers but our reviewers, so that everyone is in agreement as to what is actually being required here. Not that they simply be on the right topic, but that there's enough instructional support for mastery to that standard. So and we know it's not going to be something we can just put out there and just say, hey, go ahead and do so. We plan on us and the commissioners having some publisher briefings open to the public, and then usually what comes out of those are a series of frequently asked questions that everyone agrees on to what is the right response. But it shouldn't be a mystery as to what we're requiring here. And in fact, from our point of view, we want everyone to succeed.
I'd like to suggest that I know that the commission the Framework Commission was really adamant about that. I'd like us to go back and kind of come to a consensus that the importance that we really do need to be clear. And again, I am not asking specific minutes. What I am asking is grade span of time dedicated specifically to do the work that's needed to be done.
Yeah, just for clarification, this came up in the discussion of Chapter 12, which was the criteria for publishers. Mm-hmm. And the time issue came up in what do you demand publishers present in their materials? Do they have enough time for 60 minutes or 120 minutes? So we took out the problem that people thought they had two problems. One was that putting it on English language would somehow narrow the curriculum, and would take away minutes from history and social science, these other areas that we thought were important and that the standards talked were important. And secondly, it was the complexity of what do you count? Yes, right. You say 120 minutes. Does that? Well, I'm in elementary school. Can I count my history instruction in that or not? Right. So it was very confusing. So the compromise was which Joanne could talk about because she negotiated it, and it was unanimous with the IQC, was that we put in a standard that the publisher has to have sufficient amount of material to do the job. So basically, that's what Tom was talking about. In the communication to the publishers, if a teacher wants to do 120 minutes for these that you should have enough material to do that. So I think that was the way we came out, and you might want to.
Well, I think that's what I'm saying. If you provide that span, you're absolutely right. You can't say it's going to take 30 minutes or 60 minutes or 90 or 120 minutes, and it's going to look different at the primary grade levels, and it's going to look at the middle and high school level. I do want to have a little bit more specificity in order to create a guide that allows us to do what you just said. So,
I mean, there is language that was drafted for that standard. You might want to take a look at it and see if it's strong enough, and you might want to beef it up in this period of time before the next meeting. But we did put in a standard that says they have to have sufficient amount of material to cover whatever needs to be done, and in this differentiated way you're talking about.
Appreciate that. And then my last piece, I want to talk a little bit about perhaps some misconceptions in languages. Joanne did a phenomenal job of explaining the purpose of ELD and the purpose of English language arts and the integration, and that was really tough work to do. As I was reading the framework, specifically in some areas, I'm going to take us back directly to, see, I actually read the book. If we go back to page 19, 109, line item, let me be clear that I have the right one. Well, I'm not sure that I have the line item, but let me go back. There's a area where it gives ideas for teachers in terms of how to, oh, I found it. Line item 463. It talks about...
Can you say which chapter?
Yes, chapter 2. And it's under the section of motivating and engaging learners. And then it gives on page 18, I think it is, it talks about line 433, factors shared by the recommendations noted above identified many studies of motivation and engaging, and gives ideas of what to do. I'm sorry, wrong page. 463 on page 19. It gives ideas of how to support the classroom. And it says a comment that I think we need to extend a little bit and kind of look at the language throughout this chapter. It says include the primary or home language in instruction, either in a bilingual way to the extent possible. I think that could be a little bit misleading. I know exactly what you're saying as a teacher, and I'm not so sure the public understands it to the degree that we understand it. So I'd like you to consider going back and reviewing that language and say, perhaps adding to either assist English learners to become English proficient or to give them access to the core curriculum, because that is actually the intent.
Makes sense.
Right? That is actually the intent. And so as you review the document, will you pick up those notions in that it's throughout the document? I'm not going to give you every example. I'd also like you to work closely with State Board folks that will help you. I've asked them to go through and look for those areas, and they can better tell you where those sections are. And I think that will help diminish any misconceptions that might be out in the field.
Okay.
So that's it for me.
Yeah.
Okay, other board member comments before we go to public comments? President Kirst?
Well, I'd just like to say that this is outstanding work, and I'm hoping in July that we can have a plan on how to disseminate the different parts of this framework to different audiences. It's 1,200 pages long. As we heard, it has different foci and different audiences in mind. I don't know whether we have any budget for that, but nobody's going to read all 1,200 pages, I think, in one sitting or even over a period of time, perhaps. So how to break it apart and disseminate it is what I'd like to hear some more about in July.
Okay, duly noted, and a lot of heads are shaking on the team that presented that they understand that's important. So let's go to...
Member Strauss.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to weigh in on behalf of the superintendent. First of all, thank everybody on, it's really an amazing number of people that have brought together an amazing amount of work. But I also particularly want to thank Tom and my CDE colleagues who have once again managed to pull off this trick. This is, I don't know how many times you've done this, Tom, but it seems to get better every time. Anyway, thank you.
Member Holliday?
A follow-up on President Kirst's comment. It was mentioned that if the board adopts this framework in July, that it would be live on the web almost instantly, but that it would be printed a year later?
Yeah. So One of the things we're working on is, first of all our documents are available on the web during the review process, the CDE website. So, but getting it to look something beyond a document done in Microsoft Word and with nice graphics and good organization, easy to follow. It just takes some time in terms of editing. But the document itself, the content won't change. It's just getting it into a manner that looks really good. And the other thing we're exploring is doing it in an app form, because most people go around with it, on their tablet or their laptop, or sometimes in their phone. So that's the other thing we're exploring.
I do agree that the dissemination of this is going to be key also, and remembering charter schools in the process, of course, as well.
Actually, funny you should mention that. I was just talking to a colleague of mine in this charter school division and said, so what are the major conferences coming up? Because we really want to get it out there and do so in a collaborative manner in a discussion format, because I think what you saw here today was a good overview, but people are going to have to start diving into it and having conversations around it. I mean, I can tell a few jokes and keep people interested for a few moments, but really the real interest is going to be when they get into the document.
Well, and I think the executive summary is going to be a really important tool to try to navigate this huge document. But let's go to public comments, and then we'll come back for final board comments. Rice?
We have two speakers, Doug McRae and Marta Diaz. Please line up. 1 minute.
Will you start the light?
Good morning. I'm Doug McRae, a testing guy from Monterey. Not mentioned in the presentation was, or in the materials, was the instructional materials are due for adoption on November 2015. It typically takes 8 to 24 months for districts to do local adoptions and professional development. Means the first year of implementation will be 2016-17, first year available for valid testing 2017. For math, first year for valid testing will be 2016. Long Beach is doing their own thing as usual, not waiting for the state, but they are also doing math in 2016, implementing, and English language arts in 2017. Unfortunately, of course, these tests are scheduled for 2015. One of the fundamentals for large-scale state assessments is instruction must precede assessments to get valid, reliable, comparable, fair scores. This won't be the case. 2015 assessment data will mislead students and districts. Dave Gordon, Sacramento County Superintendent, perhaps said it best in mid-February when he said, until we have instruction in place for all kids, quote, it would not be fair to test students on skills they haven't been taught.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
1 minute was pretty unfair.
I know. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the State Board of Education. Martha Zaragoza Diaz, representing Californians Together and the California Association for Bilingual Education. It has been a long journey. This is the first step in that long journey, because after the approval of the framework, then we have the task of approving instructional materials, curriculum, and assessments. But this is a very important step along that journey. It has been a monumental task, but it has been made easier by the transparency that was evident throughout the development of this framework. Public input was encouraged, and all comments were thoroughly discussed. And when needed, experts were brought in to assist and support the work that was done by the department, staff, and our expert consultants. We believe you have a strong, practical, and useful tool for teachers and policymakers. Hopefully, we can see that in July. The framework is designed around key themes of English language arts, literacy, and ELD instruction. It is clear and, is that it? Oh, I'm so sorry. Anyway, okay. Okay. We believe that this is a great document and a historic one and a good example for the rest of the nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Kimberly Rodriguez.
Good morning again, members. Kimberly Rodriguez with Association of California School Administrators. We just want to thank the department staff, state board staff, and all who were involved in this process. As Martha alluded to, it was transparent and rigorous. And for AXA, this is a happy day because the inclusion of ELD is something that our organization has championed for a long time, and we're excited to have it occur today. We want to just emphasize that the inclusion of ELD and the integration is a key piece of this entire framework. And we believe, our educators believe, that ELD instruction is going to benefit the entire, all the student population, regardless if they're English learner or not, because it's foundational for learning content and learning how to read. So we thank you today. Thanks.
Does that conclude the comments? Board members, any other comments from members of the board? No? So this is an information item. We're not going to take action. I just want to, on behalf of the state board, thank the entire team for what was a smooth presentation, was full of so much information. Thank the writers and for all the continued work. We know you're not done yet. We know you're in another public comment period. So for all of you who were part of today and helped inform us and the public on this item, and sincerely, what a professional accomplishment. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. So we'll reconvene at 10:33. Thank you. 34. Okay, the board is back in session. We're going to do an update now on the California assessment of students' performance and progress activities. So on the this is an information item. We don't have any action at this time. It's on.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll do it again. The board is back in session. This is an information item. There's no specific action recommended at this time. And so we're taking up item 3, an update on California's assessment of student performance and progress activities, and including but not limited to the spring 2014 Smarter Balance field test.
Great. Good morning, everybody. Chief Deputy Zeiger, Ms. Strauss, board members, I'm Diane Hernandez, the Director of the Assessment Development and Administration Division. I have 2 items for you today, beginning with item 3, which is an information item that provides an update on CASP, including the Smarter Balance field test activities, and an update on the National Center and State Collaborative, or NCSC pilot. I'm going to begin with the program updates. That'll include a demonstration of the Smarter Balance training field test. Then I'll pass off to Cindy Kazanis, Director of the Educational Data Management Division, to report on the technical aspect of the field test. And lastly, Kathy Carrick, Assessment Fellow, will provide a brief update on the activities that the fellows have been engaged in relationship to the support of Smarter Balance. So to start, I can report out that over 3 million students across California have or will soon participate in the Smarter Balance field test. As Chief Deputy Zeiger mentioned earlier, the overall response from local education agencies, LEAs, has been generally positive. There have been some glitches, as you would expect, but students are engaged, and the test delivery system is operating as expected. As you may recall, the field test administration was originally set to begin on March 18th and end on June 6, 2014. But in order for Smarter Balance to ensure that all the necessary steps that would lead to a productive experience were taken, the start of the field test window was adjusted by 1 week to begin March 25th, and window 1 ran through April 4th. I should point out that the adjustment to the window 1 did not affect the remaining windows 2, 3, and 4. So to summarize, in window 1, approximately 2,600 schools in 300 LEAs completed or participated in the field test. Approximately 624,500 tests were started, and 561,300 were completed. Over 228,500 students started, and 149,900 completed testing. It's important to remember that there's a bit of a discrepancy in the numbers there. It's important to remember that the LEAs are assigned 2 windows, so a student may have started in window 1 testing but finished in window 2. As indicated in the addendum, window 2 opened on April 7th and ran through April 25th. Approximately 4,300 schools in 500 LEAs participated in window 2. Between day 1, March 25th, and the close of the window 2 on April 25th, over 1.8 million students started and 1.7 million students have completed testing. Approximately 4.3 million tests were started and 4 million have completed by the close of window 2. Cindy's going to talk a little bit more about this later, but the average number of concurrent users in window 1 was roughly 22,230, which increased to an average of 63,425 in window 2. At the peak of testing, which is typically late April for our testing purposes, and that was in window 2, 184,480 students tested concurrently. We anticipated roughly 250,000, and then we doubled that, so we could accept up to 500,000 concurrent users. Lastly, window 3 started on April 28th and will end on May 16th, and window 4 is scheduled to run from May 19th through June 6th. We'll certainly come back in July and provide statistics from how the entire field test process went, including windows 3 and 4. And I want to point out a couple other things. In your addendum, you'll see information about a survey that was conducted by Educational Testing Service. One of the things that we've been doing along this entire process is to collect information from LEAs in terms of how things are going. You've seen a number of the resources we presented to you in the past about in terms of outreach activities, but one of the more important components of the work that we're doing is collecting information from LEAs in terms of their process. So we have in place with our contractors some procedures in place where we're going to be conducting or are conducting surveys, and we'll be doing focus groups and so forth. Up to this point, Educational Testing Service has conducted one survey, and I'm going to ask Cindy to talk about that a little bit and also talk about some of the concurrent use. Okay, Cindy?
Thanks, Diane. So Cindy Kazan is Director for Educational Data Management, and as Diane said, we've had really great success on the technology side for the Smarter Balanced Field tests. The peak was April 29th with 184,000 concurrent users, and we are through this process conducting an analysis of latency, so how quickly the delay in the test is, and it's been pretty minimal. The other piece that we're starting to collect and ask our contractors for is utilization. So how much are we utilizing the network, the K-12 high-speed network, which sits on the backbone of Scenic and Calren. And actually, as an aside, I just wanted to introduce one of the lead folks for K-12 HSN who happened to be in Sacramento today, and that's Luis Wong. He's from Imperial County Office of Education. So he gets to Sacramento more often now with this test on board, but just wanted to shout out to Luis. He is sort of the brains behind this. He's a chief technology officer in Imperial and has been a great partner with the department in making sure this test is successful. Diane mentioned that I would discuss the addendum a bit, and I think what you see overall is some real strong satisfaction with the test. There's going to be some hiccups. There's a lot of discovery at the local level on what technology capacity there is, not only just network and device, but also professional development and where there are gaps. We are seeing an increase. I talked to somebody down in Elk Grove, and she's a technology specialist. She says she's never been so busy. She didn't really anticipate how embracing of this it would be, not only just for the actual tests, but just ongoing for education technology. So what we saw, and what I think we'll continue to see, is just, some spillover in the area of education technology as we move forward with this test, and our educators and our administrators really supporting this long term. Diane mentioned that the survey was, we've done a pre-survey before the test. We're doing one now during the test. The first set of responses you received in your addendum, there's a correction. There was only sent to about 237, and we had about 102 LEAs respond, and again, mostly very favorable. The other thing I wanted to mention is we're seeing real high success rates of is in-person visits by our testing contractor and by our fellows. So whenever there's a request by a district, or if we hear of some concerns from a district or a charter, we do send out staff to visit, and upwards of a dozen site visits a week. Those are ongoing throughout this testing window, and there's really, I think, a lot of great feedback on the technical visits. So there's been technical support given by ETS, and those have been very supportive, and especially for those charters out there that may have a challenging relationship with their authorizer or may not have the full support. We are, filling some of those gaps, and so it's been a very positive rollout in that regard. The other thing I wanted to mention is some of the suggestions we made early on with the test registration system was that it would be linked to our longitudinal data system, CalPads, and so any changes that need to be made for a student, so maybe in the test registration system it said that they're a third grader and they're really a fourth grader, that has to go back. They have to go back to CalPads and make those changes, and we're seeing just a really renewed interest in making sure that the CalPads data is up to date. So that's been a great success in our minds, and I think as we'll continue to see with other computer-based tests that go online, if we're able to do that same partnership as far as the test registration information coming from CalPads, it becomes just the data quality of that system is that much greater. And finally, we continue to do, outreach and webinars as issues come up. So between the last meeting and this meeting, we did several webinars in relationship to the CalPADS functionality, not only for our CalPADS administrators, but for the testing coordinators, because there was some concerns about what fields were being populated and what the data may be. So we have been, had some good responses on people attending the webinars, literally virtually. We do track that information. We continue to track our web page hits. I think last meeting we gave you a by the numbers. It was a one-pager that really told you a lot of things. And just as an aside, the web page hits for our Smarter Bounce practice test alone in March was 163,000 hits. So it just tells you there's a thirst for knowledge, and the website for CDE and as well as Caltech are definitely getting used, a lot of use. So it's been quite exciting. So I'm just going to stop there, and I don't know if there's any questions on technology or if you want to wait until the end.
So we're going to go for board member questions, and then we'll go for public comment, and then.
Well, actually, there's more.
Oh, there's more.
Presentation.
Okay.
There's quite a bit more. You might want to hold.
All right. So Member Burr had a question before you move on.
I just had a question, and we talked a little bit about this the other day, Diane. But when you look at this survey, it looks like it's on the first window, which had a relatively small number of LEAs, 300. The response rate is relatively low. I don't know for survey purposes. But the question is, if you look at the next window, there's like twice as many LEAs that are in it, and I don't know the subsequent windows. But are there plans to conduct similar surveys for each group of LEAs as they pass through those testing windows?
So one of the things that we've asked the contractor to do is, because they're interested in finding information out within their LEA, and so we've asked them to develop a set of templates that could be by user or by role. So you would have a survey for site folks, for CASP coordinators, for the test administrator, and so forth. So they'll be able to use those to collect information, then we can take that information back. So that would be one example of what we can do. We also plan on doing post-surveying at the end of that for the entire process. And then we're also looking at doing focus groups. We'd like to be able to get input from parents, for example.
But in response to your question, Sue, that survey that I mentioned is ongoing. So it'll be throughout the 11-week window. And actually, there was a lot of open-ended questions in the first set of survey. And based on the responses that ETS or the testing contractor received, they've actually narrowed the questions to be more check boxes, so that the survey is a little quicker, because we do know there's a bit of survey burnout on this issue out there. So yes, we will continue to receive responses, and I'm assuming that we'll be able to present those at the July meeting.
Member Holliday has a question before you go on.
Thanks. I may not have heard you correctly, but I thought I heard that there were 500,000 concurrent users at one point, but then I thought you said that it was 184,000.
So concurrent means they're all testing at exactly the same time. And I think what Diane's mentioned for concurrent was actually we had test starts in a day of upwards of 500,000. So they weren't testing all at the same time.
We had the capacity for 500.
And we do have the capacity for 500.
What I was referring to is we had 184,900 concurrent users in window 2, but we had the capacity to go up to 500,000.
So we're testing now about half of the 6 million students.
We're actually up to 75% as of yesterday.
Oh, excellent. So next year, is that capacity of 500,000 concurrent users going to go up, or is that a static number?
I think we're pretty confident that number will stay the same.
To be determined.
And it's to be determined.
Yeah.
And we definitely have not hit, we're well below those numbers.
You noted that some of the students started in window 1 and then came back in window 2 to finish, correct? Mm-hmm. Do you feel that is going to become a greater pattern as school leaders and teachers and students start to figure out their strategy, if you will, for taking this test, that there'll be, even though windows are starting fairly early, that some kids may start, but then toward the end of the testing cycle that we'll have more concurrent users than we do this year, because
Well, first of all, I'll point out that the windows that we're using, or that we've talked about, the windows 1, 2, 3, and 4, are just for the field tests.
Okay.
These will not be in place next year.
Okay.
Next year, the windows will be, for grades 3 through 8, they will test at the point in which they've received 66% of their instruction. Grade 11 students will test at the point in which they've received 80% of their instruction. So,
what's the time span for each of the windows next year?
I would have to go back. I can't. Oh, I'm sorry, 12 weeks for each of the windows.
And I think it's also important to note that the concurrent user is still based on the amount of devices. So there's only a certain amount of devices out there at each school site, and even if you had everybody using a device, it's only going to max out as many devices are available.
In these in the surveys, do you have a feel for how the students are responding to the more open question type questions on the Smart Balance test? Do you have a sense of their comfort level with that piece of the test?
I don't know that we have that detailed of a response yet from that. That's some of the information that we can certainly find out a little more about. Yeah, we do have anecdotal information that we receive through our surveys. One of the things that our contractor does is they provide us with updates on how things are going on a regular basis. So they gain information from the LEAs, and they will often share with us anecdotally the kinds of things that LEAs are experiencing.
I just think that's going to be an interesting bit of information when this is all pulled together.
Certainly.
Yeah. And finally, I just wanted to also say that I lived through the first year that Florida went to an all computer-based assessment system, and that was not an interactive test at all. It was just an electronic version of the paper and pencil test, and it was a nightmare, and it was a nightmare statewide. And so I'm really impressed that this has gone as well as it has so far, and kudos to all involved. It's easy to throw stones at this little glitch or that little glitch, but in the large scheme of things, this was pretty impressive.
So my understanding is there's still more to come in the presentation, and then we'll probably have a few more questions and comments.
Yeah, so I wanted to take a few minutes to talk about some very important resources that we have available. They're designed to familiarize teachers, students, and parents and the public with the interface of the field test. And so we have two different things that we're going to talk about, the practice test and the training test. First, the practice test, which provides students with a grade level specific experience, which is similar in structure and format to the field test. The practice test includes 30 ELA items, 30 math items, and a performance task, ELA or mathematics, and they're provided for students in grades 3 through 8 and 11. Practice items are not scored. However, we do provide scoring rubrics. They're available on the California Smarter Balance field test page, where you can find that documentation on what the scores are or what the rubrics are for the practice test. And so I said the purpose of the practice test is to provide a grade-level content-based experience. The training test, on the other hand, is designed to provide students with an opportunity to become familiar with the software and the interface features of the Smarter Balance test. And so the training tests are available by grade span, not by grade content, and they're available in grade spans 3 through 5, 6 through 8, and high school. They also include different types of items, such as matching tables, evidence-based selected responses, and so forth. The training test offers approximately 15 items in ELA and mathematics per grade band. There are no performance tasks provided with the training test, and nor are there any rubrics for scoring, knowing what the keys are and so forth for that, because the purpose, again, is to familiarize students with the software, the interface of the features. So to give you an idea of the kinds of item types and the features that are provided, I'm going to walk you briefly through the training test. This is going to be a high-level walkthrough, give you some idea of what students sit down to. And, of course, in your free time, and certainly encourage you to go on and try the practice test and the training test. So what I'm going to do is start out here on our CDE webpage. Hopefully you'll see that. Are you seeing that? Okay, great. So I want to point out a couple of things, first of all. You'll notice a new structure here on the home page that includes specific tabs for students, parents, teachers, and administrators. I'm going to go down here to the Spring 2014 Smarter Balance Field Test. And I'll point out a couple of things here. This is our Smarter Balance field test page. A couple of things we've done, I've talked briefly about before, is that we've redesigned this to provide links to folks in the field in terms of providing specific resources. There's a number of things in terms of the updates that we provide and so forth. What I'm going to do is go up here to the California Smarter Balance portal, and that takes us to the access point, and you'll see on the left-hand side are the location for the field test. This is where the test administrator goes in to access the test. We have where you would download the secure browsers, and we're going to go into the practice and training test. So what you'll see here is information about some of the resources that are available, and if I go all the way down, I'll click on the interface for the practice and training test. So when a student sits down to test, this is something what they'll be seeing, and we're the guest, of course, but they're going to put in their confirmation code, which is their first name that's in CalPads, their state ID with the preface CA and then their ID. The test administrator would assign their test session for them, and then they would go sign in. Ask if this is them. Of course, they're going to check their information in terms of their name and their SSID and so forth. And the grade level would be assigned for students, but for our purposes, we're going to go in and select the middle band here. We'll select grade 8 and click in. So you'll see here, these are the different tests that are available. We have the training test for ELA and mathematics. We have the practice test for ELA and mathematics and the performance task. We're going to take a look first at grade 8 mathematics. And so these are the kinds of settings that you will see available for this process. When a student with accommodations or designated support sits down, these will already be made available for that individual student. Universal tools, of course, will be provided for any students at testing. So we're going to take a look at some of the tools that are available. First, we have language. I'm going to select English, but of course I could select Spanish or Braille. Highlighting. I'm going to choose black on white text. Masking, I won't do that one for now. Strike through, mark for review would be if I want to mark an item because I'm not sure I was happy with that answer. I could go on and then come back to that. Speech to text, word list. Let's see, we'll click on Spanish, for example. Calculator, this is a math item. Many of the math items have access to a calculator, so we'll use that. And I think we'll go down and we'll go with that. So then this is going to ask me if this is me, if these are the things that I had selected or were selected for me. Go ahead and start my test. And on this page, you'll find information about the instructions and provide access to it. It explains the student testing site. So if you scroll down here, it shows what each of the icons are for. And then there's specific information down below that gives descriptions of the buttons and so forth. And so these can be printed out so a student can have access to them if they need to, or use beforehand. And then that takes us to our first test. So what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to have Dr. Linda Hooper, who is our new CASP office administrator. And she's going to I'm going to walk you through it, and she's going to do the clicking for me, so I don't really have to worry about that too much. So across the top, first of all, I want to point out the toolbar. So there are a couple of things you can do. First of all, you can zoom in. You can zoom out, of course. Then there's a feature of a calculator. A student could use this embedded calculator to do math problems, or what they could do is do a non-embedded approach would be scratch paper, which is something that they're familiar with. There are a number of icons here that I want to touch on. The first one is just the tutorial on how to do this kind of an item type. So a student is a little confused about this, they can go in and get a tutorial on how to do that particular item. Next is the notepad. If a student wants to take notes during the process, they can go in and click on Make Notes and do that. And then here's the flag. So if I decide that I'm not happy with my answer, I want to come back later and redo my answer, I can do that. So at the top there, it shows where the items would be marked and saved. So then I have the problem on the left-hand side there, and this is simply asking Micah to construct a rectangular prism and what the base of that would be. And so that student would be able to go in. There are a couple things here, too. So if Linda clicks on the word use, you can see that. Did that come up? Okay.
Oh, there.
Left hook. You'll see that the glossary pops up in Spanish, and you'll see the correct term for that in Spanish. So that's one of the other things. So if a student is going in and doing the graphing on this, they would simply click on the buttons, add that. They can click on connect the lines, and simply this question is asking the student to develop a base of a rectangular prism. So they go in and make the connections that way. One of the other features that's in here that I thought's kind of interesting too is if there's a mistake, they can go up and click delete and remove that and continue on. So there we go. There's our base. So then we're going to go to the next problem, and it's saved for us automatically. Okay? So that's an example of a math item. So I'm going to have Linda back out, and we're going to take a look at English language arts really quickly. Which I should remind you that...
So Member Rucker has a question.
Sure. Okay, so I have, my question is, I noticed that the students would actually have to flag an item if they wanted to come back to it. Suppose they didn't have the presence of mind to think about, they wanted a chance to go back. Is there a way for students to go back through an item if they forgot to flag it?
Well, they have to submit an answer. They could just go and hit the back button, and it will take them back.
So there is a way for them to go back even if they didn't flag an item?
Yes, the button at the top that said back and forth, they could do that.
And during the work that students are doing on the test, what is the mechanism that would keep students from simply clicking through to go from item to item?
Okay, so we'll do that. We'll walk through that. Okay. So we're going to take a look now at English language arts, and we'll go in the same grade span, 6 through 8. There we go. The features that we're going to set up in this one are the language. We'll do the same language, strike through, masking. We're going to add masking this time. English, let's do American Sign Language. Expandable text, maybe. Yeah, we have that one on already. Yeah. We can only do that for English. And there. Click on that. And again, we check to see that we have the resources that we had preferred. Always going to do a sound check. And then we would go through again, and we have the examples in our test. And now we have an English language arts item. So a couple of things I want to point out here. Of course, at the top again, you have the zoom in, zoom out process. And then we have this feature called masking. So let's say the students read the introduction to this, but you want them just to focus on the credible sources at the bottom. You can mask out the top section of that. And then that's masked. Oops.
Does the teacher do it, or does the student do the masking?
Either. And so then that section's masked out, and then they could just focus on the piece below. So that's one of the things that they can do as well. Again, if we go to the icons there, you have a tutorial. Same kind of opportunity there. And it gives students an example of the kind of item that they're going to do. So we'll click out of that, Linda. And let's go down and take a look at some of the things where we could click on Pioneer, I think it is. So you'll see the glossary there. Okay. And down below, if you could just click on, let's go down and do ASL. Did we not make that available?
I don't think it's available for English language.
Okay. We could do that in math. So we do have the ability to do ASL as well. For this one we didn't do. We should have done it on the math item. We could go take a look at that. But your question earlier was, so if a student types in their response, so this is a story about Johnny Appleseed and the kinds of things that he achieved in his lifetime and what are the values that he prescribed to. So you can type in your answer, and then that's fine. Just put Johnny, and then we'll go ahead and click. So we have to answer before you can move to the next item. If you don't answer, then it will stop you, and you have to go back and finish that. So you can't proceed without putting something in. So you can't just move through and answer number 22. And one of the other features here, too, so you can see where we've gone back and marked the items that we want to go back and review. And that's simply a reminder for students if they like, oh, yeah, I did see that. I marked that. I want to go back and check. One of the other features here is the extended passage. So if a student doesn't want to read the 2 column and the problem next to it, they can go in and click on the extended passage. So in a nutshell, that's the training test. I wanted you to kind of have a sense with that. Thank you, Linda, and encourage you to work through that yourself. Okay, so I'm going to move on unless you want to talk about the training test, practice test at all.
Any questions from board members? Member President Kirst? Oh, sorry, Member Cohn.
Are you going to at some point talk about the NCSC activities?
I am.
Great.
I am, yes.
Okay, President Kirst?
No comments.
Diane, would you rather do the whole item before we do public comment, or?
Yes.
Okay,
I do.
so, okay,
There's a
move on.
lot, and I'm sure there'll be comments.
Okay, great.
So in your board item, there are some other things, of course, that are provided information on. One of the other important resources that we have in item 3 is the digital library. Its purpose, of course, is to provide teachers with access to classroom-based formative assessment strategies and practices that would enhance their day-to-day instruction. And the California State Network of Educators, which is over 100 educators strong, has been actively in the process of developing this resource. And as of May 2nd, the digital library has 315 posted resources, and we anticipate having another 600 available soon. The preview rollout for the digital library is slated to begin June 3rd and run through September 30th. And with the final rollout following that. So simply something that we want to be folks aware of and encourage folks to participate in. During the preview period, educators will also have the ability to view some of the resources, understand their functionality. They'll also be able to try out the user rating and review system and comment on some of the features that are provided there and give input to the process. So kind of excited about that. And then lastly, if I may, I'm going to switch gears and provide an update on the National Center of State Collaborative, or NCSC, pilot test, which began on April 14th and will continue through May 23rd. As a reminder, the NCSC pilot is an alternate assessment based on alternate achievement standards aligned to the Common Core state standards for English, language arts, and mathematics. This assessment is designed for students who have significant cognitive disabilities in grades 3 through 8 and 11. These are the same students who would currently take the CAPA. It is a computer-based test in that some students will interact directly with the computer and the test platform, while other students may use the materials that are printed out from the computer, and the test administrator would enter the responses on the computer on that student's behalf. Just a brief update. I just got some information this morning. Currently, as of this morning, California has 239 tests completed in the pilot. There were 73 that were closed. And what closed generally means is the student didn't continue participating or some other glitch happened and they weren't able to finish that. And 68 tests are done. So we're starting on the front end of this process. We've been in it for a couple of weeks. I wanted to remind you, too, that initially I had told you that 7,200 students in California would participate in the pilot, coming from 428 schools and about 199 LEAs. Those numbers have decreased somewhat. The numbers of participating LEAs is now 161. This is due to a number of things, duplicates of LEAs being reported by the contractor, and a decrease of approximately 600 students. We have had 21 LEAs drop out of the pilot. And so you wonder, well, why did they drop out? So we followed up with the LEAs and learned what were their reasons. Why did you not continue in participating in the pilot? And this is what we were told. First of all, that NCSC worked directly with the sites in administering the setup of the pilot, and that caused some communication issues within the LEA because the LEA CASP coordinator was not involved in the process. They went directly to the site. So there was conversations around that, and now they're more involved in that process. Because of the shift in the project timeline, remember we were initially going to start the field test and do the pilot test between February and March, and that was shifted back to March through April, March to April and May. That may have impacted some of the LEAs and the test administrators who also must administer the CAPA. The required administration takes a considerably long time in that it takes roughly 3 to 4 hours to complete the training, and the test administrator must complete the training before they can enter the test administration portal. Some of the LAs commented that they need to focus their resources and their staff on the implementation of the Smarter Balance field test. However, probably the most significant issue that arose last week was a system-wide slowdown in performance of the online testing system, which required the contractor to do periodic shutdowns in order to reboot the system. This disruption led LEAs some of them to backing out of the process, reconsidering their participation, or not testing students that they had intended to test. We did hear of an instance where a student was sitting down, a student with autism was taking the test, and because of the slowdown and things that he couldn't handle, that was difficult, so his test was stopped. So that's an example of the kinds of things that we've heard. From what I understand, though, the server could not handle the amount of traffic that was coming in at the time, but I have told that there have been a number of things put in place so that the contractor has indeed fixed the problem by adding service to their set. I should point out that the contractor reports response times have returned to normal as of May 1st. Additional service and system checks were implemented over the last weekend, so it affected probably about 3 days of testing time. So in response to all of this that we're learning in a very timely fashion, the ADAD immediately notified LEAs of the system problems, responded to a lot of calls and questions. We sent out 2 flashes. We have the Smarter Balance field test flash. Well, we have the NCSC field test or pilot flash. So we sent out flashes explaining what to do, contacted the contractor to find out what do they want us to recommend sites to do, which they gave us information on in that. To do what we could in terms of testing, or the LEA should do what they could in terms of testing. If you can get through the test, fine. If you can't, then don't cause that student to struggle through the process. So it's kind of some of the issues that we've been dealing with in terms of the implementation of the pilot. So I want to talk a little bit about what next steps are. So what do we do moving forward is dependent on a few things. We're currently working with our legal department here on a letter of intent and cooperative agreement to establish the post-grant costs and a governance structure for administering NCSC, or the alternate assessment, after the OSEP grant ends. We're also considering our assessment options. What are the things that we want to do moving forward? There are 3 things that come to mind. We could independently design an alternate assessment building on the work that's already been done by the consortium. We could participate in a multi-state consortium based on the work of this particular consortium and go forward with that and do the work in the development to build an alternate assessment. Or we could consider the work products that have been developed by the other consortia and develop an alternate assessment through that. So a number of things are under consideration. A lot of moving parts right now in assessment, not just Smarter Balance, but also NCSC as well. So what I wanted to do is kind of continue this process just a bit. I wanted to, you hear me? I wanted to take just a moment and ask one of our senior fellows, our assessment fellows, Kathy Carrick, to come up and give you kind of an overview on the work that the fellows have been doing and just help respond to questions. Kathy?
Before that.
Okay, Member Kerr, go ahead.
Do you want to?
So one of the major concerns of the ACSE is that we not revert back to the CAPA. Is it safe to say the options on the table are some sort of alternative assessment and not reverting back to the CAPA?
That's our intent. We certainly support the alternate assessment. I have staff that have worked on that assessment and reviewed items. We're all very supportive of the actual items that are being developed. It's some of the other things that we need to work through. I don't know where we're headed with this. It's going to be dependent on the process that we're going through. It's going to be dependent on the MOU that we can put in place. I would anticipate we'll have CAPA until we get to the point where we are able to move to a different alternate assessment. When that will be, I really couldn't tell you at this point.
Member Rucker?
Well, let me just begin by saying the technical glitches in the hardware and system delivery issues were the nightmare scenario that I actually thought were going to happen with the larger, smarter, balanced field test. So I have a couple of questions I want to ask about this, because for me, the glitches that occurred with doing just this pilot assessment are material to a decision I would make concerning going forward with adopting or implementing this assessment if we have to rely on this consortium or the people who are involved in this assessment. So here are the questions I want to ask you. I noticed in the data that was reported concerning the Smarter Balanced field test that California as a state tested considerably more students than other states that participated in this assessment. Comparing the participation of California students in the NICSE assessment with the participation of students in other states, were there significant differences like that as well?
Yes, the number of, the total, from what I recall, the total number anticipated across the NCSC consortium was around 17,000 students they were looking for. California was going to contribute 7,200 of that.
And so with the drop-off in the number of students from California that participated, I'm assuming they didn't meet that magic number. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. So then one of the data points that you reported on the Smarter Balanced assessment was the capacity to allow 500,000 concurrent users. What is the capacity? What was the capacity for the alternative assessment as it was currently delivered?
And to be honest, I don't know off the top of my head. I'd have to go back and check. I'm looking.
The reason I'm asking is because I'm wondering for the
you.
alternative assessment, is that going to change decisions that are made about the test window and about how the operation of the assessment is actually done?
So a couple of things. Remember, this is a pilot, just like we had a Smarter Balance pilot last year, which the state of California was not in control of the server capacity or any of those kinds of things. And just as is the case with the NCSC pilot, all of that is being taken care of by the contractor, which has been hired by the grant. And so I think part of what, just as it was in the Smarter pilot, part of what NCSC is trying to do right now is establish kind of what would be an appropriate concurrent use to talk about server capacity when we go, when the expectation is to go operational in 2015. So right now, I don't even, I mean, we can certainly call the contractor and see if they have that capacity issue, but it wasn't a concurrent use issue that caused the slowdown.
Okay.
There were other things. And I do want to note, this is a pilot. We would expect this kind of issue to occur. And again, it's about how do we make it better for phase 2 pilot and then the operational field test, which is to occur in 2015.
Okay, so this will be the last question that I ask, mainly because I'm still confused about the work that's being done to develop the assessment for this consortium. So with regard to the work that California has done as a participant with Smarter Balance, I got the impression that the state had either a great deal more autonomy or a great deal more weight in some of the decisions that were made by the Smarter Balance Consortium, but also there were some considerations given to this state because of the size of the student population that these tests would be provided for. Can you give me an idea if California is having the same experience in their participation with this consortium?
Sure. I think it's safe to say and fair to say that the experience with the Alternate Assessment Consortium is a little bit different than Smarter Balance. Initially, when we joined NCSC, we were called a Tier 2 state, which had a different level of kind of participation in governance. And while some of that has continued, to be fair, NCSC has opened up much of their activities to those Tier 2 states So, for example, participation in item development. But there's a lot. I mean, our folks are doing quite a bit of work. And remember, while we're focusing on the assessment piece of this, the upfront piece of the grant was all about the curriculum and professional learning modules that were being developed. And so our special ed division played a very prominent part, and certainly our teachers around the state played a very prominent part in development of those materials. So I think that I think just by sheer numbers, probably we don't have kind of that, we're not sitting at the table as much as we were at Smarter Balance. That's not to say that we're not involved, because we certainly are. And I think just in the last few weeks, I would say that NCSIC and the rest of the states are looking to California for help, I might say, in terms of trying to manage this grant as we move forward. There is not near the level of thought being taken to sustain the work of the consortium that had been considered for the general ed consortium assessment work. And so that's a concern to us, and a fair concern, an appropriate concern. And so to Diane's point, we're having our attorneys work with Diane and the special ed division and the other states to try to figure out what can we do moving forward. So there are concerns. I want to be very transparent here, and I mentioned that to the Special Ed Advisory Commission last week as well. I think to your point, Member Cohn, while we hopefully will go forward in 2015, we are trying to be good stewards of money and good stewards in terms of how we prepare an assessment. And so we want to make sure that this assessment is appropriate. We don't have data yet, so we're waiting for data, obviously. So we're moving forward, but we're being appropriately cautious.
Okay, so thank you very much for your candor, but I have to say, if these things remain unresolved and we're asked to make a decision about this assessment in a year, I'm not impressed and I'm not satisfied with how this has unfolded up to this point. I wouldn't be able to support a recommendation to go forward with this unless this is resolved in a very clear and concrete way.
Understand, yes.
Okay, Member Holliday?
As our president said recently about the rollout of Obamacare, that could have gone a little bit better. And I think that's exactly my feeling about this alternative test. The idea that there were these slowdowns, the idea that it had to be rebooted, we're not talking significant capacity issues here at all. We're talking hundreds of kids, not thousands and hundreds of thousands of kids. It really does raise red flags. And potentially, with the anecdotal information about frustrations of students involved in this process, I agree with Member Rucker. I would have a difficult time at this point feeling as though we could bless this consortium and how it's going.
Well, there's certainly some things that we'll need to work out. Starting with the work of the MOU, as Deb had mentioned, we're working with our attorney, and Arizona State is the fiscal agent for this process, and so we've been working with their state attorney and working through this process. It's a work in process right now.
Member Zhang?
I have a question regarding the scoring of the test. With short answer questions, how will they be scored? Will there be human graders? Will technology be sufficient enough to find some way to grade based on text association? I'm kind of confused.
So I'm assuming that we're talking about Smarter Balance testing now. Okay, so we'll have a combination of testing. There will be artificial intelligence or machine scored. For example, the constructive response are often scored through that approach. There will be an opportunity for some hand scoring as well. For example, Assembly Bill 44 requires that LEAs have the opportunity to score performance tasks in the interim process. So there will be a combination of machine scored as well as the manual scoring.
Okay, Member Williams?
Okay, I'm shifting back to the alternative test. I'm not an expert in this area, and I'm not a liaison to this area, but I do know that the ACSE has done quite a bit of work on this, and I'm under the impression that they're pretty committed to the need for an improved test and an alternative. And so I would like to say that I hear what everyone is saying about this hasn't been, it's feeling a little shaky, but I'm hoping that the intent, if the ACSE and Member Cohen is shaking his head, feels strongly that it's time for a new and improved, better test, that you look for ways to make it work and make it a good test, or another alternative that would substitute and do it sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I think the position is that the ACSE is committed to an alternative assessment that's aligned to the Common Core. That's the bottom line. And they do not want to continue with the CAPA. So if there are things we need to fix or design something better as an alternative for California that's aligned to the Common Core, so be it.
So at this point, would you like me to call up Kathy Carrick, the fellow that's going to talk about smarter balance, or? Okay.
Say that again? We're going to keep moving. Okay.
Public comment?
Public comment?
Okay, we're going to go for public comments now, and then we'll.
We have one speaker signed up. Doug McRae, 1 minute, please.
Before I start, you have a green handout in your buckets that has also been distributed, and I've got a limited number of copies for the public behind me here when I finish. So we can start now. My name is Doug McRae, a testing specialist from Monterey. There are lots of issues I could talk about, but I want to talk briefly about the handout. I did a set of school visits last week on the Smarter Balance pilot, and my results conclusions are in this handout. Page 1 does my protocol for doing the visits. Pages 2 through 6 provide school test coordinator and teacher feedback on a set of 7 questions that I asked everybody. I'll just read you the conclusions on the last page, 2 takeaways. I was encouraged that both the technology and human ability to use technology, mostly involving kids, frankly, was further advanced than I anticipated. I remain concerned that the technology confounded the ability to show true achievement, especially among challenge schools, low SES schools. Ultimately, this will be an empirical question for which we don't have any data right now. Second, I was discouraged with the prospects for full implementation of Common Core, particularly middle of the road and challenge schools. I had 3 types of schools. Lack of implementation of Common Core will lead to invalid, unreliable, non-comparable, last sentence, unfair scores for the statewide assessment system for the next 2 years, which would be contrary to statute, as well as lead to widespread misuse of state assessment data.
Thank you, Mr. McRae.
Look at the handout. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again, Kimberly Rodriguez with AXA. I just want to echo Member Williams and Member Cohen's comments on the alternative assessment for the CAPA. Our members are looking for some direction and a decision sooner rather than later. We appreciate the issues that the department's trying to work out with the consortium, but bottom line, I think Member Cohen articulated it well, is that they don't want to see the CAPA continue with Common Core standards, and they'd like a new assessment. So whether it's the consortium or we move down a road of developing one, then that decision needs to be made. We would request sooner rather than later. The other issue I wanted to discuss is that AXA has put on its website a comment form for SBAC feedback. So we have solicited our members to make comments, good or bad, regarding the administration of the field test. We've had it up since the window began, and we will have it available until June 16th, the week after the window closes. We've summarized the first months of comments. I've made those available to your staff and department staff, and we will be doing that on a monthly basis.
Time.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I didn't sign up. My name is Barbara Schulman, and I'm representing the Advisory Commission on Special Education. It is important for our students with significant cognitive disabilities to be tested on Common Core standards like those of other students. And I understand that there are a lot of glitches with the new test, but it's also important to note that there were a lot of glitches with SBAC when we started the year before also. So I'd like to put that into context here, that I'm not saying it's perfect, and I'm not saying that maybe there won't be another alternative, but we cannot do CAPA. CAPA is not aligned. It is not aligned to Common Core. Thank you.
Thank you. I have another question, Diane. We know that there's a phase 2 pilot that's going to be scheduled for the fall of 2014 for NCSC. So what's the timeline for districts and schools to register for that pilot?
I believe the deadline for that is late May, Lily?
Right, it's not confirmed yet.
They're anticipating late May but I haven't confirmed that.
And then for the 2015 administration, when does California have to commit to participate in that?
So they haven't even started registration.
No, they haven't even started, so we have time. Okay. More questions from board members? Any clarification? Member Burr?
Not a question, but I don't want to be get lost in sort of the kinks of NCSC, which again, just to underscore, is on a different time frame than Smarter Balanced. We have a whole nother fall term to go through field testing, which hopefully will get much better, because I share the concerns about what we've heard about some of the glitches so far. But it's behind. It's basically a year behind Smarter Balanced, a full year behind. So before we get too exercised, I think we have to give it a little bit of time. But I'm also worried that this pilot that affects a relatively small number of students in California is kind of overshadowing the amazing performance of the Smarter Balanced field test. And Bruce touched on this earlier, and I know there was a very high level of anxiety before we started the testing windows, that it was a huge push on behalf of the LEAs, on behalf of the department, on everybody's behalf to make sure that it was successful. And so far, it has been remarkably successful. And I think nationwide, it's been successful. Diane was sharing with us in our earlier meeting about how other states are astounded by how well we're doing. So I just wanted to close with the upbeat news here about how well people are doing. To thank certainly all of the staff in the department, our contractors, our consultants who are out in the field who are really helping our fellows that are doing this. And also all of the LEAs, the school districts, the charter schools, the county offices that have stepped up and said, yeah, we're going to embrace this. This is the best thing we've got going. Karen mentioned to me, I hope everybody is using those training tests. If you're a teacher and you're not using it, you're crazy. It's the best thing you can do to help your teachers become familiar. So I just wanted to make sure we didn't lose the success of Smarter Balanced in the broader conversation. So thank you all.
So Dan, we just had a question. We have another clarification. Have we completed your presentation before we, because we've stopped a few times.
Yes.
So, okay. Member Williams has a question.
Mike Kirst asked me to President Kirst asked me to ask this question, and we share it, which has to do with the Algebra 1 test. And we've talked about that with some of the CDE staff. I think he may have talked about it with Deb. We are very eager to have one that could be available for 8th grade students that are taking Common Core Algebra 1, and know that it's not a part of Smarter Balanced, but know that other states, I think Washington is developing one, and we're wondering how we could get from not having one to having one in the next year or two, what our options are, what your thinking is on that.
Well, as you'll recall, AB 484 requires that we expand the CAS system, and the superintendent would make recommendations to the board by March of 2016. So any additional assessments, science, history, social science, additional to English language arts and mathematics would be a part of that recommendation, I would suspect.
So if I understand that language, it's by 2016? It's not in 2016? So you could make those recommendations earlier than waiting 2 years from now? And I guess we'd like to encourage you to consider that.
I think just to support what Member Williams is saying is particularly because in the math progressions, there's an accelerated pathway, which we support as part of the adoption of the Common Core standards. And because we're testing through 8th grade, we wanted some option if students were beyond Common Core 8 and were taking algebra and accelerated pathway, we wanted to be able to measure that, particularly as you inform high school placement and high school work going forward.
And could you check in with President Kirsch to see if he wants to add anything here?
President Kirsch?
Yeah, I do want to add that I do appreciate the questioning. In the immediate short term, another idea I wanted to float was whether we could evaluate, not that we would adopt a statewide test in an immediate future, but that we could evaluate what's out there on the market and give advice to school districts about what the properties and strengths and weaknesses of these assessments are. The alternative testing system, PARC, will have an Algebra 1 assessment, I believe, very soon, and it's available to all their members. They're part of, and so I think that would be worth looking at. I know Smarter Balanced is developing an assessment for Washington State. I don't know what that'll look like. There are many commercial products out there. I'm just, not satisfied that we can just sit and do nothing till 216. Then's a recommendation. Then there's a adoption by the state board, and later, and then to even 216, and let the school districts. We have no leadership role, and let the school districts figure this out on their own, because they seem to be really floundering around in some cases and asking for advice. So, I think probably under the department's plan, 217 or maybe 216 late in the year would be the answer to this, and that just seems an awful long time to me to let an issue by this go away. We were a leader in grade 8 algebra, and there's still school districts that want to do this. And the ones that seem most enthusiastic about it are some of the high-income districts, so I'm worried about a divide here where high-income areas get into Algebra 1 in 8th grade more quickly than disadvantaged areas. So I think it's a multiple and complex problem that we need to work on.
And if I can just make sure I'm understanding what you're saying, President Kirst, is that you would like to see California adopt a statewide test sooner rather than later for Common Core Algebra 1. But in addition, until that happens, you're suggesting that it would be valuable to the field and to those LEAs that are already having students in 8th grade Algebra 1 if they had a list of possible end-of-course tests that they could consider giving, perhaps purchasing those on their own with their LCFF funding.
Yeah, that's right. That's a good statement.
So, this is Deb for Mike. Just a couple of things. To your point, Member Williams, it is by 2016. We have heard very clearly that the board is likely interested in a sooner timeline for probably science and algebra. Those have been two things that you've talked about. We're starting the science work right now. I would like to remind people that we haven't even delivered our first operational Smarter Balance test yet, so I'm a little bit cautious as we move forward. I think that, we continue to have conversations with our partner states in Smarter Balanced about the ability to have a, for lack of a better term, kind of an add-on set of items that students could participate in if they happen to be sitting in an algebra course in the 8th grade or an integrated one course in the 8th grade, so that they could, once they are administered the 8th grade test, they could actually move beyond and take some additional items that would then give some indication of an algebra performance. So we think that that has some merit, and we think that that's probably, in terms of using the system that we have, makes a lot of sense. In using items that we know have been developed in a way that meets standards, in a way that meets our bias review and all of that. I think in terms of the department providing a list, I just have to say there are always issues with that in terms of if we'd ever miss a test that happened to be out there that someone wanted to purchase. And so when we talk about a test, the amount of work that goes on to make sure that those items are appropriate and that they have been tested and tried and really will meet the needs of our diverse learners, that's an important aspect of any kind of test that we would want to put our stamp of approval on, which is why we think the smarter balance, having this selection of items that could have a student move forward if they're engaged in other coursework seems promising. So we absolutely will be looking at this, and so I think you can expect some conversation to occur before the 2016 date in terms of these two areas in particular.
Member Molina, and then following that, Member Holliday.
So not to belabor this, but I hear what you're saying, Deb Zigman. I do agree that this is a concern, and I also hear what President Kirst is identifying. There are districts that are going to continue with algebra. That's in 8th grade. That's not, that's happening.
Right.
And there are textbook companies who have created an integrated model for teaching the course. What I think is lacking is for LEAs to really understand and determine the gaps between the K-8 Common Core standards and the algebra course. That I don't think that's clear. And so the fact that that's, for example, there's geometry that's not in the Common Core but is in the algebra, pieces like that, that perhaps maybe a middle ground would be creating a clear map of what is actually required between how you're going to integrate the courses and then how are we going to assess it. In particular, what came to mind is you're going to be providing some formative assessments for teachers to be working on and using. Maybe at that place or at that point, we could add that piece there so the teachers are continuously determining whether children are actually proficient in the courses that they're taking. Am I making sense? I'm trying to say that.
Yes, I think you're referring to the interim assessments.
Right.
That
Well,
would be,
the interim, and then you said the piece
there's
that you're-
formative tools, which
Right.
aren't student-facing. The formative tools are teacher-facing.
Right.
So I think, but one of the formative tools actually could be something like that.
And that's what I'm suggesting.
Yeah.
That I
Okay.
think that would be a place until, it's not so much the materials or the I shouldn't say the materials. It's not so much the assessment, but schools are going to have to determine or have a way of knowing whether they're on track, of whether the children are being successful. And districts are going to develop their own piece, but how are we going to know as a statewide,
Right.
in fact?
But the other thing, this is another tool that would be available. When the interims will be available, and of course the interims will have high school items included. And so our 8th grade teachers will have access to the full suite of interims. It just won't be available at 8th grade. So in other words, they won't be able to just have access to the 8th grade interim. They'll have access to other grade levels. So there would actually be algebra-specific items that are of a high school level. So that's another tool that they could use to gauge student progress in terms of algebra and integrated one kinds of courses. So between that and the potential development of a formative tool, I think those are all possibilities that we can look into.
Member Holliday?
You just make it look so easy. We want more and more.
That's what we do.
You're so successful, and so we just simply say, well, now we got that one solved, let's go on.
Sure.
Now, congratulations on great success. But I agree with Member Williams and others who have said that I don't know that the decision about what other tests should be in the works should wait until 2016. I think that really needs to come a bit earlier. And now that we've adopted the NGSS, I do think that we ought to have science sort of at top of the list.
So just so you know, we're starting our work at 484 called for us to convene a number of subject matter experts. And so that work will start at summer. We are convening many panels to talk about the what and the how, because obviously in the decision making is what content in terms of grade levels should be assessed, and the how, what modalities, what kinds of items, all those, and a variety of other things. So that work starts this summer for the convening of the subject matter experts.
Member Williams.
So about NGSS, there will probably be things going on nationally, groups nationally, not just in Washington, but groups that are putting together performance items or prototypes and talking about, who's going to come together in a consortia to put, not which vendors, but even which states. Is that all going to be part of the planning that you'll do with NGSS planning?
It will. Currently there is no consortium, and so we will obviously make recommendations. If and when a consortium begins, we'll make recommendations about.
Of course, California could initiate that.
We could. Consortiums are wonderful. However, there is a certain amount of bandwidth, quite frankly, Member Williams, in terms of kind of the amount of work that we can actually accomplish, and we want to make sure that we're successful in the work that we do. We, as part of our work this summer with our panels, we will have Mark Wilson. Mark Wilson and Jim Pellegrino were very instrumental in talking about science assessments and NGSS, and has been, Dr. Wilson has been part of our technical advisory committee for years. And so he will be a part of our work. And so we want to talk with our stakeholders and see where they'd like to go and what their thinking is on this, and then we'll bring that forward to you.
Okay. Any more comments from board members? Member Rucker?
Well, first of all, I also want to add my congratulations to the department. I know that you have spent the last several weeks filled with a great deal of anxiety, and the work that you've done, not only in making sure that the department provided great access to the field to make the field test a success, but also the personal commitment that you've made to LEAs and the outreach that you've done individually to LEAs probably helped to alleviate a lot of anxiety in the field. Moving on to the conversations about the work that your expert panels are doing, probably one of the advantages that we have as a state, not just because of our size, but because of the notoriety this state has with the way it goes about doing their work and doing the research and development, so that we don't make precipitous and unfounded decisions about next steps for implementation. I think that's the reason why we're able to attract very strong and notable experts like Mark Wilson to participate in the work we're doing. So I was really happy to know, and this is the first time I became aware that Mark Wilson's going to be working with California again. So I'm really glad to know that that is going to happen and that we have a very strong expert panel being convened. One of the things I would ask is if you could provide us, and I know you will post the dates, but if you could make sure that we're aware of those, I would like the opportunity to make sure I can attend some of those meetings. Just to sit in the back of the room, I just would love to hear Mark talk. I think everything he says has something wonderful that I learned from, so I'm very glad to know he'll be involved with us again.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. Any more board member comments on this item? Okay, so now we're going to move on to the next item. Thank you.
Okay. Item 4 is the CAST approval of the commencement of the 15-day public comment period for amendments to the California Code of Regulations. If I may, I'd like to begin by just orienting you to your regulations packet. It's quite a lot of information. So beginning, of course, there is the board item, followed by the 15-day notice of modifications or changes to the proposed regulations that was the subject of the March 17th public hearing. the actual proposed regulations with additions and deletions, the final statement of reasons, which includes individuals' comments and the department's responses to those comments, the addendum, which requests the approval of the 15-day comment period for review of the proposed changes to the regulations, and lastly, the economic and fiscal impact statement. So I should point out this is an action item, and the board is asked to do a number of things. 1, approve the proposed changes to the proposed regulations. 2, direct that the proposed changes be circulated for a 15-day comment period, public comment period. If no relevant comments to the proposed changes are received during that comment period, the proposed changes would be deemed adopted, and the department would complete the rulemaking package and resubmit it to the Office of Administrative Law for approval. Or if relevant comments to the proposed changes are received during this 15-day comment period, the department would place the proposed regulations on the board's July agenda. Also, authorize the department to take any necessary action to respond to direction or concerns expressed by the OAL during the rulemaking process. So just to recap, as you will recall, Assembly Bill 484 required by July 2014 that the revisions be made to Title V regulations, which in this instance necessitated both emergency and permanent regulations. As you know, the rulemaking process requires that the agency meet certain public hearing and notice requirements, and this includes adhering to specific timelines. In January 2014, you approved the adoption of the proposed emergency regulations and the commencement of the regular rulemaking process. The original proposed text that was provided was made available for public comment from January 31st to March 17th, 2014. Any comments that were received outside of that window could not be considered. 5 individuals submitted comments during the 45-day comment period. A public hearing was held on March 17th, where 4 individuals attended and provided input. 5 individuals also submitted written comments. I should point out that the public comments or suggestions resulted in the department making numerous changes, which I think you'll see are reflected in both the proposed regulations and in Attachment 3, the final statement of reasons, which addresses the individual's comments and the department's responses. And with that, I don't know if you want to do public comment or...
I think we're going to do board member clarification first. Member Cohn?
So again, the ACSE is concerned about the extent to which the regs lock us into CAPA and would like to see an amendment on page 7 under G, California alternate performance assessment CAPA, or an alternative assessment aligned to the Common Core.
Okay, you noted that?
Oh.
Which?
It's
18.
Is it 18?
I'm asking.
I don't know.
Hi, Elizabeth Stein with the Legal Division. Just for your information, that is just the definition and nothing more in that section of what CAPA stands for, because later on in the regulations we use CAPA, but we talk about an alternative assessment as well.
Fine. Okay.
Okay, and I had a question. You know, we had talked previously about quick turnaround with ETS for testing, and this says to make the report available to parents or guardians no later than the first 20 working days of the next year. And so I just wonder, since we had talked about a quicker turnaround in assessment feedback, how would that be addressed?
The 20 days is for the district will receive the results sooner, but they have 20 days in which to get the information to their
even
folks.
if we do faster turnaround, because I thought we were even talking about getting spring turnaround at one point.
I don't know. I have to.
Not for this test?
Oh, not for the hand scorable.
Oh, okay.
For the smarter.
Okay. Any other board member questions on this? Okay, we're going to go to public comment, and then we'll come back.
We have 5 speakers: Doug McRae, Barbara Schulman, Kimberly Rodriguez, Martha Diaz, and Eric Premack. Please line up, and you have 1 minute.
Good morning. I'm Doug McRae, a retired testing specialist from Monterey. I submitted 3 formal substantive comments, and I was very disappointed that the CDE responses were not remotely on point for my comments, so I will be submitting them again. However, I'd like to briefly point out a single sentence in this test security affidavit that's in regulation. It says, I understand that only pupils who are testing and local education agency staff participating may be in the room when the test is administered. That's an unambiguous statement. It prevents even CDE assessment staff, and it prevents state board members from observing testing sessions, which I think both did considerably a year ago. It's an overcooked regulatory statement. I'm all for strong test security and not disrupting testing sessions, but overcooked language affects the transparency of statewide assessment system, thickens the walls around the black box called assessment. Lack of transparency leads to confusion, suspicion on the ultimate consumers of the information, the students, parents, and the public, in addition to school folk. I'd urge the state board to look for that sentence to be modified.
Thank you, Mr. McRae. Thank you.
Hi, Barbara Schulman again, representing ACSE. And the lady who came up and said that Section 7 was, definition was great. We also had found it on page 8 in Section L2 and page 25 that is not using the term CAPA or its successor alternative assessment. And we would really like to make sure that CAPA is not used throughout the whole thing and that we aren't aligned to that. So if it just says CAPA or successor alternative assessment, we would appreciate it because of it being aligned with the Common Core. And if we're all doing Common Core and if we're trying to make all students have information, then we have to make sure that CAPA is not the only thing in there. And we thank you for having Dr. Cohn as our liaison. We appreciate it very much. And we just wanted you to understand our deep concern for being fair for all students in the state of California. So thank you very much.
Kimberly Rodriguez with AXA. Our members have concerns about the window, and I've expressed them in our letter that we sent to the board. Specifically, we're hearing from our high school administrators and school leaders regarding the 11th grade SBAC testing window and pushing up against the end of the year when they're giving AP and too much testing, and and whether that would hinder the relevance of the SBAC, that students might not consider it as relevant. So we've been in communication with department staff about our concerns, and we're looking forward to sitting down with them, and we'll make more further comments during that period. Thank you.
Thank you.
Martha Zaragoza-Diaz, representing Californians Together. And we do appreciate the inclusion of a separate section delineating the supports specific to English learners, but we feel that there's still clarity is still required regarding the process, the determinations, and data. So we'll be submitting further comments during the appropriate period that's been identified. Thank you.
Eric Pramack with the Charter Schools Development Center. We wanted to reiterate a concern we raised when you last met on this issue, and that is the regulations limit the definition of an LEA to a direct funded charter school. The historical practice for the past many years has been to allow either a direct or locally funded charter school to administer its own testing depending on local circumstances. We would like for that flexibility to continue. Apparently the department believes that the revised law limits direct funded charter schools to an LEA status. We don't read the law that way. The law is ambiguous and doesn't mention what happens to a locally funded school. Their regulation would toggle it in the direction of having to administer the test with the district. We think that's impractical and would urge it continued with the historical practice of allowing the option. Thank you.
Good morning, Sarah Lillis with EdVoice, and we share the concerns that Mr. Premack raised as we did in our formal comments that you've seen, and we appreciate the staff trying to address them, but the concerns really do remain about locally funded charters. We understand that the staff felt that the board has responsibility to clarify because it's not, their locally funded charters aren't included in the statute. We fear, though, that the clarification has a mandate, a requirement of new oversight that is not helpful and that raises some serious, troubling technical concerns about the technological capacity and the timing between the districts and the charters. And we would support Mr. Premack's stance, but if the board does determine that it needs further clarification, we would suggest that Section 851B be amended to require coordination rather than requiring that they test with the authorizing district. So thank you.
Board Member Holliday.
So as I understand, if we vote today, as CDE recommends, that there's another window of time when more public comment can be made, but the judgment of whether or not any of that public comment is material enough, important enough, significant enough of a change is left up entirely to the CDE to make that determination whether or not it comes back to us for final approval. It sounds to me as though there is still quite a bit of thought going on about these regs and that there are some parts that might be a bit controversial. Do you understand my concern?
I totally understand. So the question is, will this come back to the board? Amy?
I just want to address the concern, or I think the foundation that the department gets to make the determination about whether it's substantive or relevant. That's really kind of a question of law, and we have to satisfy OAL's concern. So we don't make just a discretionary call that we don't think it's substantive enough to come back. If it's substantive, it needs to come back to the board. If it's relevant to the changes that were made during the 15-day period, they must come back to the board because the board is the decision-making body on the regs.
And what I'm understanding with Member Holliday is you want it to come back to the board.
Yeah, I think so. I just think there are some issues that have been raised here that I would feel more comfortable seeing them one more time before a final vote.
And we can do that.
I think that has been the practice. What you see in the motion is kind of our standard boilerplate. But in the regulatory process, which is what Council Holloway was addressing, there's a requirement that it come back to the decision-making body if there are relevant public comments made or substantive ones. The only thing I want to clarify with the process is that some of our commenters today did not provide comment during the public hearing process or written comments to the regulatory process. So I want to encourage everybody either who did not or who has new things to contribute that they make them through the regular process, because then that requires our council to go and look at it and say, no, here's the rationale for having it the way we had it, or no, you make sense and yes, we should change it. Then we have the full information. And so again, I just want to make sure we are clear about what the process is. I agree with you that it should come back. I think that the motion as written allows for that. And so that would be, I think, the way to go if people are ready for a motion.
Member Rucker, didn't you want to comment? Okay.
I had a question for Martha Diaz, and it's relevant to what Member Byrd just spoke to. Martha, you talked about a detailed comment that you're going to prepare concerning the issues that were raised on some of the terms of art about determination. So knowing that this is going to end up coming back to us, could you just give me an example of one of the determination points that you believe needs to be addressed in the regs that are not clear right now?
Well, with an example, well, two examples. One is with regards to seeking input from students and parent or guardian with regards to a determination. We had
for reclassification?
For
the
use,
assessment? For use of the assessment?
Right, for use of the designated support.
Okay, all right.
That should be done, and the language in the proposed section makes it permissive. That's one example. The other example is with regards to the data. We had requested that there should be information reported back to the state with regards to the number of designated supports requested by the students, and then the number of actual designated supports that were provided. And so the education code that was referenced, the response was that wasn't necessary because it was already taken care of in the education code section. And when I looked back and read that education code section, that wasn't entirely true, that yes, there is some requirement around data, but not necessarily specific to designated supports, the number requested and the number used.
Okay.
So those are two examples.
Thank you very much. Okay. The second point or question I wanted to raise concerned the issue about the kappa. And I think we're conflating a couple of terms of art, or at least a couple of ideas. In the definition that was specifically called out in the regulations on page 7, it was defining the state's use of an alternative assessment as provided for in existing statute in the Ed Code. And so the test that we are using has now earned the brand name of the kappa. So what I want to ask you, just for a point of clarification, when we set aside the content that is in the current alternative assessment and replace it with new content that will be aligned to the Common Core, what is that assessment going to be called?
It may just be referenced as the alternate assessment for the purposes of assessing students with significant cognitive disabilities. There are other ways of getting around that.
Okay, so what we currently have is called the kappa, but if we replace it with a new alternative assessment content, it's still, according to the Ed Code, the kappa, right? It's still the alternative assessment for students with severe cognitive disabilities, right? With significant cognitive disabilities. Is that correct as it relates to Ed Code section 60640?
And I'm going to have to speak to Liz on
so that's what I'm trying to make sure we're clear on. Are we talking about a brand name called a kappa, or are we actually talking about the alternative assessment mandated that we provide under Ed Code section 60640?
Assessment.
Okay, that's what I just wanted to make sure of.
Okay, President Kirst, did you have any comments before we go for a motion? Okay, hearing none, do we have a motion?
Yeah, I would move the department's recommendation.
Moved by Member Burr and seconded by Member Rucker. Okay, which was the motion to move the department's recommendation. Do we have public comments on the motion? No public comments. Okay, we're going to do a roll call vote.
Okay. Holliday? Yes. Holliday, yes. Sandoval? Sandoval, yes. Zhang? Yes. Zhang, yes. Williams? Yes. Williams, yes. Molina? Yes. Molina, yes. Kirst?
Yes.
Kirst, yes. Strauss?
Yes.
Strauss, yes. Burr? Yes. Burr, yes. Cohn? Yes. Cohn, yes. Rucker?
Yes.
Rucker, yes. Unanimous.
Motion carries unanimous. To our next item. Miss Patricia, are we going to do our next item?
Thank you.
Okay, well, we're going to break for lunch and we're going to take a 45-minute break. So we will reconvene at 12:55. Okay.
Member Strauss, someone might let the others out in the lobby who think they're coming right after lunch know that there'll be a couple more items before.
One more item. Okay, one more item. Okay, thank you. Meeting adjourned for lunch.
leave your worries, leave them on the doorstep. Life's sweet. Just direct your feet to the sunny, sunny side of the street. Hop, a balloon, that pitter-pat. You know that happy tune is my step. Life's all right if you dig that beat on the sunny, sunny side of the street. Used to walk in the shade with my blues on parade. What a track, old man, getting stuck in the shade. Get hip, don't be afraid. Move it on over, keep yourself in the clover. Only hip for a cent, who cares? Rich as Rockefeller can't be beat. Gold dust round my feet on the sunny, sunny side of the street.
Okay, the board is now back in session. Keeping us awake. Okay, President Kirst, are you on the line? All right, we'll check in a minute, I think. Okay, so we are, the board is back in session. Thank you, everybody. And we are now on item 5. Item 5 is the first draft reading of the state implementation plan for the California Next Generation Science Standards for public schools K through 12. And this is a review with no action. Okay?
I'm active? Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Karen Shores. I am the administrator of the STEM office in the Professional Learning Support Division. And I'm here this afternoon to provide a status report on the state implementation plan for the Next Generation Science Standards. I did have a PowerPoint.
So we get some technical support. This is such a comprehensive process that I think the PowerPoint will be very helpful. President Kirst, are you on now?
Yes, I'm on.
Great, thank you. So we're asking for technical support so we can see the PowerPoint.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing I have
I come prepared. Yes.
Okay, we now have that. Okay, Karen?
Ready? Okay, our goal is to develop an implementation plan that addresses each primary stakeholder system that would be affected by the Next Generation Science Standards. We determined that those systems would be the California Department of Education, or the state of California, local education agencies, and support providers. The Next Generation Science Standards Implementation Plan is based on the strategies utilized in the implementation plans for the Common Core State Standards in English Language Arts and English Language Development. We created a strategic leadership team, and we invited representatives from those organizations that are primarily involved in the implementation of or would be affected by Next Generation Science Standards. So as you can see, it's the regular suspects, AXA, CTA, CSTA, County Offices of Education, the UC System, the Parent Teachers Association, the Subject Matter Project, informal science education providers, representatives from various areas of expanded learning. There were representatives from all levels of education, pre-K through university, support organizations, there were business representatives, and we had 2 state board members in attendance for all of the meetings. This process is facilitated by the West Ed K-12 Alliance in collaboration with the Department of Education. Our timeline. We have had 2 meetings so far of the strategic leadership team. In March, we met, and subsequent to that meeting, each member went and interviewed their constituents with the results of the level that we had accomplished at that point. In our first meeting, we addressed the state level of the implementation plan. They brought back their feedback. Then in April, we met again, incorporated what was gleaned from those interviews with constituents, and then went on to complete the levels for local education agencies and for support providers. They are now out. The membership of the strategic leadership team are interviewing 8 additional constituents with a survey, and they will bring back that information for the May 20th and 21st meeting, which will be here at the Department of Education. In July, we hope to bring before you a preliminary draft of this document, and then you will give us feedback. We'll take the feedback, revise our document, bring it back in September, hopefully for approval. The strategies that we are using, as we said, are based on the implementation plans for ELA and ELD. And those strategies, number 1, facilitate high-quality professional learning opportunities for educators to ensure that every student has access to teachers who are prepared to teach to the levels of rigor and depth required by the next generation science standards. Number 2, provide next-generation science standards-aligned instructional resources designed to meet the diverse needs of all students. Number 3, develop and transition to next-generation science standards-aligned assessment systems to inform instruction, establish priorities for professional learning, and provide tools for accountability. Number 4, collaborate with parents, guardians, and the early childhood and extended learning communities to integrate the next generation science standards into programs and activities beyond the K-12 school setting. Number 5, collaborate with the post-secondary and business communities and additional stakeholders to ensure that all students are prepared for success in career and college. Number 6, seek, create, and disseminate resources to support stakeholders as next generation science systems implementation moves forward. Number 7, design and establish systems of effective communication among stakeholders to continuously identify areas of need and disseminate information. And number 8, build coalitions to ensure common messaging and to build momentum throughout the implementation. Number 8 was added. That is not present in the previous implementation plans, but it was felt this is important due to the fact that science has not been as prevalent in grades K through 8 as the other disciplines are. And coalitions would provide the support and advocacy that would help to ensure that science would proceed to be implemented more often in a rigorous way in those grades. The process we used is called a Program Elements Matrix. Affectionately, we call it PEM. The process requires that we identify the strategies, which we did. Then we looked at the levels that we would be addressing, which would be the state level, the local education agency level, and the support provider level. And we identified elements. We brainstormed elements, put them in clumps, and determined which elements were appropriate for each of the strategies. And then we addressed each element across the 3 phases of implementation, which are awareness, transition, and implementation. In order for a program element to be used, it had to meet some pretty rigorous criteria. The element need to increase in depth and complexity over time. The descriptions in the columns need to clearly state actions, not philosophical underpinnings. And the actions were appropriate for the phase, the awareness phase, the transition phase, and the implementation phase. All elements need to be related to each other, and they needed to work together to create a systemic approach to the implementation of the next generation science standards. Here's an example of what one element would look like. This one is strategy number 4, which talks about collaborating with parents and guardians and early childhood and extended learning communities to integrate the science standards beyond the K-12 school setting. The level is for support providers, and this particular element is products and tools. So as you can see, under the awareness phase, we develop a timeline in collaboration with the support providers for a multimedia set of advocacy tools. In the transition phase, we actually create those tools, and then in the implementation phase, we adjust, improve, and continuously work on those strategies. This slide gives you the list of elements for each of the strategies from 1 through 4. They're all different and represent the wisdom of the strategic leadership team. This took a long time to put together to choose which strategies would be addressed. And here's 5 through 8. Next steps, as I mentioned, in May we have our meeting here at the Department of Education. We'll gather the information from the surveys, and we will revise the plan that we have at this point to include that information. We will then work on creating the draft that we will present to you in July, and then we will come back in September, hopefully for approval. Any questions?
So let me just make a comment as one of the two liaisons, is that this is such a short presentation of such a complicated process. And so it's a credit to West Ed and the leadership that you did with them and that you continue to provide, because it's so, people have worked for 4 solid days on this now very intensely. And then I really compliment them going out in between and interviewing different stakeholders and then feeding back. It's a very strong, diverse team that's putting this action plan together. So really just a compliment, and just to let the public know it's far more comprehensive. This is a short summary of it, but it's very thoughtfully constructed to deal with several phases of implementation of next generation science. So just a comment, and I remember Williams will add to that. Thank you.
Yes, Eileen and I attended the first 2 meetings, and which are 2 days each, just as we did the science expert panel. And it's really helpful to us to see the caliber of the people that are on the strategic leadership team, and to see their engagement, total engagement. There is so much excitement among the science education people in California over getting new standards and all of the energy that is around it, that it's really exciting to see them being excited. And I have a lot of confidence in how they're putting together this plan, and look forward to seeing it in July. I know that will be for review and discussion and comment and public comment, and hopefully it'll be near final enough that September will be an easy adoption. But I'm very excited about it, and thank you for the work, and thank Phil, and thank Lupita, and thank Kathy Durana, and the whole K-12 Alliance team, and everybody that's on that leadership team.
Other board comments? President Kirst?
Yes, I'll discuss this tomorrow under item 14 of board projects, but can anyone there explain to me why computer science was not included in the next generation science standards? I'll be talking tomorrow about some issues around computer science, but I had hoped some years ago that would be part of NGSS.
Do you have a response?
No.
Member Williams?
Yes. President Kirst and I have been talking a lot about computer science recently, and in a way it is part of NGSS under practices and applications. It can be. It's not as, when on the engineering practices, it's not as specifically in-depth or spelled out, but there's absolutely no reason why it can't be built into that. And I have heard from Achieve that they are working nationally with some people to develop some modules around bringing it into it. It still is a focus on science, not on computer science. But it fits very nicely into NGSS practices in the same way that it fits very nicely with math and math classes. So I think that will come, but I look forward to hearing you tomorrow talk about that on priorities, President Kirst.
Mr.
Well, in anticipation of that, tomorrow I would request that the letter sent to the governor today by a number of leading industrialists and university presidents and other eminent figures across the state be sent to the board members asking for a big step up in computer science courses in K-12.
Okay, I have that letter, as you know, and we'll send it to Karen and ask her to send it out to the board.
And the departmental staff and, whoever else.
Everybody.
It's a public document, so, but it does raise a different kind of question.
Yeah, Tom Adams here. Just to let you know, there is a strong computer science component in our career and technical education standards. So I think Russ Weichel would be up here if I wasn't reminding you of that. And I'm happy to send you a document where we gathered those standards together and share them with you.
Okay, that'd be great. Please send it.
Mr. Holliday?
This is probably too early to be talking about this. I like the implementation plan, but in particular, the way we might be able to engage the business community, the professionals in the science field, I think there's just tremendous potential and energy out there to help us really push NGSS into the schools more successfully.
More board comments? Maybe we'll go to public Member Rucker.
Well, I want to thank you for condensing what seems to be a very comprehensive process into the slideshow that you shared. But there was an observation I made in looking at the program elements matrix that you showed, and it talked about the critical question under implementation was how well. For me, that's an evaluation question. That's an outcome question, not necessarily an implementation question. So what I did not hear you speak to was how we were going to look at the outcome of the work from this plan to move from doing the planning, from moving from awareness to implementation. What was the actual evaluation of this process and eventually of the implementation going to look like?
That is something we will be addressing at our next meeting in May, but I will make sure we do address it and come back to you with an answer.
We'll go to public comments now. 1 minute for each public comment. Be sure when you address the board, if you're new to today's session, that you introduce yourself and tell us who you represent.
We have 3 speakers signed up, and I think one other that wishes to speak. The ones who have signed up are Doug McRae, Kimberly Rodriguez, and Jessica Salcall.
Good afternoon. I'm Doug McRae, retired test specialist from Monterey. I've got one that timed out at 43 seconds last night. I'd note that attachment 2 of that the adoption of instructional materials for NGSS is planned for the 17-18 school year. Per my comments earlier today, the first year for valid, reliable, comparable, fair statewide assessments for NGSS will be at a minimum 1919 and more likely 2020, given the time needed to adopt things locally. I don't think this is compatible with plans over in the assessment division, nor is it compatible with your discussion this morning. If not, we may be facing the same lack of strategic planning that led us to the current circumstance that statewide assessments for English language arts and math are scheduled before Common Core instruction is implemented in the trenches. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Leanne Reed on behalf of Kimberly Rodriguez, who had to step away and asked me to pass on her comments for AXA. AXA supports the first draft, but they do ask that we make sure that the information relative to the middle school learning progressions, both options, be provided in any future guidance. But they're very appreciative of the first draft. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jessica Sacco, representing California Science Teachers Association. I'm pleased to have been a player in this and participating on the strategic leadership team. We're happy to continue participating at the state level as well as what we can do locally. Just a couple of areas I wanted to point out that obviously we're supportive of all 8 guidelines included in the plan, but the 3 that really struck me as I was reviewing this were the one, it wasn't in the guideline, but it was in the plan mention about providing direction to LEAs about including NGSS in their LCAPs. I haven't seen the EdSource report today, but I have peeked at a few LCAPs and peeked at a few of the surveys from districts, completely unscientific. But a lot of them aren't even asking the question about NGSS in their public surveys. They're only asking about Common Core. A lot of, you can do a Control F, and there's no science in any LCAP on a lot of districts. So pleased to see that direction in there. Also pleased to see the support for K-8 science as well as support for PD for teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more public comments? Any more comments from the board? So thank you for this progress report. We'll look forward to the Member Rucker.
Well, I do, and I'm grateful for the science teachers' representation about the issue of including the NGSS in the LCAPs. I think it's important for districts to be mindful of the fact that we are moving forward with this implementation, but similar to the work that the state had to do to provide some guidance and leadership on implementing the Common Core, it will be very difficult for districts to figure out all of the implementation considerations for the NGSS and write it in a comprehensive way into an LCAP that's due in July, when we haven't actually approved our own implementation plan. So I think remembering that the intent of these plans is for them to be a 3-year plan and that they get revised, I think that rather than adding some last-minute ideas about what nice if you can get around to it and create confusion in the field, to make it clear that we are hopeful that the guidance we provide and the leadership we offer in doing this work will help them going forward. But I don't think we should give them the idea that they'll be penalized in some way if they fail to consider that. So I think the recommendation is a great recommendation, but I think going forward without having given them our own implementation plan as guidance, it's kind of tough to ask the field to do the same things that we haven't finished doing ourselves.
Member Williams?
Yes. I don't think anybody's intending to penalize any of the districts for anything related to what's in their LCAP, given that this is the brand new first time ever that they're doing it. But it is a fact that the template says under state priority number 2 that you shall address all of the adopted state standards, and NGSS is one of them. One of the things that has concerned me is that a lot of the communication to the field hasn't been as clear around this as it could. It frequently mentions Common Core state standards, but which leaves districts to either think that NGSS is one of the Common Core state standards or not, or think it's not that important yet. And even if what districts did or LEAs did was realize that we've adopted the NGSS and that there is going to be a plan for implementation over the next 2 to 3 years, and even if what they said in their LCAP was, we'll start in 14-15 to talk about it and find out what our resources are and get the timeline and that kind of thing. That would be addressing it in their LCAP instead of ignoring it in their LCAP. And so I would hope to see at least that level of attention.
Member Molina?
I'm going to take a little different approach to this. As we move forward in developing the LCAP plan and the priorities, it is critical to be reminded that you're not writing to every single part of those priorities, but what of the significant pieces are going to make a difference for your students at this moment in time. I really would caution us to be careful about too much in a plan and not getting it done, and more about how you create a systematic approach to the adoptions of all the pieces that we're doing. So we are in the baby stages of adopting and implementing the Common Core, moving specifically with math, then language arts, then science. And if we are not systematic about this approach, we are going to overwhelm teachers and folks. We have to be very cautious about what we're asking LEAs to do and how we approach the work.
Okay, President Kirst, do you have any further comments on science? Okay, so any more board comments? So we'll look forward to an update and the continued work at the next meeting in a couple weeks of the science leadership team. So at this time, we're going to hold item 6 because we had posted the public hearings for 7, 8, and 9 to start at 1 o'clock. So we're going to hold it and do 7, 8, and 9, the public hearings, and then we're going to go back and pick up 6. Are we okay with that? Okay, so we're going to go to, so on these items, they are public hearings, so board members, for each item, we'll ask the staff to present first and then ask for questions, okay? So this is item 7. This is a renewal petition for the establishment of a charter school under the oversight of the State Board of Education. It's a consideration of International University Preparatory High School. Was denied by Los Angeles Unified and Los Angeles County Office, and this will be a public hearing with a decision. So we're going to let a bunch of audience come in.
Do you want to wait till they come in? Or?
Yes, do you all want to come in and take your seats? We'll let you come in before we start our item. There's some empty seats on both sides, so please take, and thank you, staff and audience that's moving over to make sure our audience gets the seats in the room. Okay, I think we have seats for everybody who's come. So there are seats on both sides of the room. Okay, we'll start with Julie Russell presenting on behalf of the Department of Education.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board President Kirst, Chair Strauss, Chief Deputy Superintendent Zeiger, members of the board. I'm Julie Russell, Director of the Charter School Division at the California Department of Education. Item 7 is the appeal for renewal of Anahuac International University Preparatory High School, a charter school that serves students in grades 9 through 12 and are located in El Sereno neighborhood in Los Angeles area. The charter school was authorized by Los Angeles Unified School District in 2008. Then on June 18, 2013, the Los Angeles Unified School District, LAUSD, denied the renewal of the charter school. The Los Angeles County Office of Education, LACO, heard the appeal on September 10, 2013 to deny the charter petition appeal. However, there was a split vote and it resulted in no action being taken. The charter school closed at the end of the 2012-13 school year, at which time the petitioner transferred the students to a separate charter school operated by the same petitioner, which is also authorized by LAUSD. Those students were intending to serve 2013-14 school year there. That school, Shinnecock, serves students grades K through 12, and for your information, CDE has provided the accountability progress report for that school as attachment 7 of your item, or the link to the, gets confusing with the ACCS. The charter school submitted its appeal to the State Board January 31st, 2014. The renewal petition also proposes to expand the grades served. The school served 77 students in grades 9 through 12 up until the 2012-13 school year. The renewal proposes to increase the enrollment to 1,000 students serving kindergarten through grade 12. The CDE submitted a proposed recommendation to the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools, the ACCS, at its April 9th meeting to deny the petition. In support of this recommendation, CDE provided the analysis and the findings provided by both LAUSD and LACO, as well as CDE's independent review and analysis of the appeal. The analysis are also provided for you today for your consideration. However, the ACCS recommended that the State Board allow a conditional approval contingent upon submittal of additional information being provided to the state board. The ACCS recommendation is provided on page 2 of your item, so you can see exactly what that action was. Therefore, while CDE is unable to make a recommendation in regards to the renewal of the petition today, the CDE does recommend that the State Board review any additional information and determine if that documentation supports the renewal of the charter. CDE has reviewed the charter, all the documents that were submitted for the appeal, which include the petition, appendices, budget information, educational and demographic information, board agendas, minutes, findings from LAUSD and LACO regarding the denial of the petition, along with the petitioner's responses to those findings. When CDE reviews a petition on appeal, whether it's a new charter or denial of a renewal by the local authorizer, CDE staff independently reviews the petition and all documents that were submitted by the local district and the county office. CDE's staff review report is provided as a link to attachment 1 of your item, which provides the full analysis by the CDE staff. For a charter school renewal, Ed Code Section 47607 states that renewals are governed by standards and criteria in Section 47605, which is the section that establishes what is required in a charter petition, including the 16 elements. Effective January 1st, 2013, Ed Code 47607A also states that a charter authorizer shall consider increases in pupil academic performance for all subgroups as the most important factor in renewal. And also, Ed Code 47607B states that if a charter school has been in operation for at least 4 years, the school shall meet at least one of 4 criteria related to academic performance. Those 4 criteria are outlined in your item on page 4. While the charter school has met 2 of the 4 criteria, the school did not meet API for all significant subgroups and did not make AYP. The school 2013 API growth is 689, which is higher than one of the schools in the surrounding area and lower than 3 other schools in that area. The school had a 2012-13 growth. The data tables are provided as attachment 2, which has all of the data for the school and surrounding schools. CDE review of an appeal also takes additional factors into consideration. As a public agency, CDE and the State Board has a responsibility to review the charter school's fiscal solvency. The charter schools submitted a 3-year projection for budget and cash flow. CDE staff has determined that the budget is not fiscally balanced and unsustainable with projected negative balances, including a negative balance of $582,779 in 2013-14 and a negative balance of $346,988 in 2014-15. During the ACCS meeting, there was discussion regarding a grant received by the petitioner in the amount of $650,000. In the June audit report for the school, it shows local support in the amount of $666,729. CDE staff contacted the petitioner to inquire if the grant was part of that local assistance line or local support line. In an email dated February 14, 2014, the petitioner confirmed that the grant funds were included in that local support line. And even with that $650,000 grant, the fiscal year 2012-13 ended with only a $16,000 balance, which isn't even covering the required reserve amount. In the budget projection submitted as part of the petition, there is no local support identified. Therefore, these funds appear to be one-time only and have already been expended and would not impact then the 2013-14 and other forward years with the negative balances that are shown. CDE reviewed both the last 5 years of enrollment for the school, which was provided on page 5 and 6 of your item, and the 5-year projected enrollment increases, which is provided in attachment 1 on page 1. CDE finds that the projected enrollment appears to be unrealistic. They've averaged between 77, 114. There was a couple lower years as well. When the school closed, there was only 77 students. The petitioner is now proposing to serve 1,000 students. The petition does not describe how the charter plans to recruit and attain that significant increase of enrollment. The charter petition does not provide a clear and comprehensive description of an English learner program in terms of identification, program placement, appropriate EL program services, reclassification and monitoring, or the EL program evaluation. The petition states that EL students will receive support in the core subject classes through the use of specially designed academic instruction in English, SEDAI. However, SEDAI is not an EL program. Lastly, the petitioner failed to sign their certification of assurances attesting that they will comply with applicable laws which govern the operation of their school. These legal assurances are required to be signed under California law. CD staff did contact the petitioner asking them to submit that, and we had not received it. Therefore, based on the staff review of all the documents submitted with this appeal, CD staff concurs with the findings of Los Angeles Unified School District and Los Angeles County Office of Education. So staff are available if you have any questions, and the petitioner is here as well to present.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. So at this point now, I will open the public hearing. We have 10 minutes for the proponents. So members of who are supporting the renewal of this petition have 10 minutes. Do we need some support technically to get, we won't start your hearing until we hook that up. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think it's on.
We can see it. Okay, we ready to start? Okay, so start the clock at 10 minutes. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mis hermanos, autoridades de la educación del Estado. Voy a decir rápido las palabras por el tiempo. Una oración para las energías que nos dan vida en estas tierras sagradas donde estamos viviendo.
I'll be speaking quickly due to the short time period. Thanksgiving for the ancestors on these lands.
Huicampa, Tlaltecpacampa, Tlacpacuapa, Cihuatlampa, Huizlampa, Mictlampa, Tonacatecochintle, Tonacasihuatzintle, Ometecochintle, Ipaintonale, Paimestle, Painxistle, Tomahuistazzi, Stechita, Stechpalewe, Tlinonon Panotica, Ipantochan, Tliamantleonca, Ipantochan, Campanomastia, Coconetzi Chintin, Uncase Tlamachilistle, Tlinto Huehuetqueme, Cuacuia, Totahuan, Cuacuia, Ipain Tlalticpactle, Campo Titesca, Titlapias, que Alejesque Tonale Tame, Tlazocamate Nognima, Ometeos.
Thanksgiving to all the ancestors in all the 4 directions of all the elements of life. My name is Marcos Aguilar. That was Tatacuaxle Felix Evodio. He is originally from Copalillo, Guerrero, a native Aztec elder that has traveled both northern and southern California, and connecting indigenous peoples in places that sometimes don't even have schools, and bringing about education in our own maternal languages as well as in Spanish and in English. Tlapoyo Altitzinon, a traditional Thanksgiving and good afternoon address to all of you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to address this esteemed body on the matter of the appeal of the petition to renew the charter of Anahuacalmecac International University Preparatory, the first Indigenous Peoples International Baccalaureate World School in the city of Los Angeles, California. It's an honor to address you today. I also thank the students, teachers, parents, and statewide community members present here today whose sacrifices allow us to ensure that our discussions here do remain in the public sphere. May they carry forth in the 4 directions in a good way. Our school is located in Nican Chanejque Gabrielino Tongva territory, now known as Los Angeles. We maintain the support and recognition of various indigenous nations of California, Canada, and Mexico, as well as El Salvador, as well as the Los Angeles Native American Indian City County Commission. We are also proud to have the support of our local elected officials, City Councilman Jose Huizar and the LAUSD Board of Education member Monica Garcia in our district, as well as elected officials from the 18 legislative districts around our school that our students reside in, including Senator Kevin De Leon, Senator Holly Mitchell, and Senator Bob Huff. As you must know, on April 9th, 2014, the State of California's Advisory Commission on Charter Schools recommended approval of the renewal of our charter. Since opening in 2008, our response to parent demand for a high school continuum to our original charter, Anahuac advanced a radically innovative mission to graduate all of our students and to ensure that all of our students have access to a college preparatory curriculum striving to achieve the highest UC-CSU eligibility rates of students in our communities. After 5 years, we're pleased to report to you that we have achieved our goals. The current charter petition proposes to expand upon our success in student achievement as measured most impactfully by the graduation of UC-CSU eligible, well-rounded community scholars. Our continuum begins with the IB, the International Baccalaureate's Primary Years Program, from kinder to 5th grade, then continues through the International Baccalaureate Middle Years Program, and concludes with an integral approach to early college course access for our students in coordination with local community colleges and California State University campuses, including Dominguez Hills and Cal State LA, ELAC, among others. Thus, at Anahuac, before the Common Core, there was the IB, and before Smarter Balanced, there was inquiry by design and assessment of that inquiry by design. Various indicators of student achievement at our school have already been acknowledged by both the LAUSD and by LACO, especially by board members Tom Syons and board member Dr. Jose Calderon, Professor Emeritus of Claremont Colleges. What is not understood, perhaps, is our innovative design inclusive of our indigenous culture and language in an intercultural and transcultural pedagogical design which includes the learning of indigenous maternal language, Nahuatl, and internationally recognized languages of business and diplomacy, English, Spanish, and Mandarin, creating a model which is truly inclusive of students historically disadvantaged and excluded from an enriching education. Importantly, our indigenous language is rooted in California, as evidenced by both historical and modern relations among indigenous peoples in Southern California. The yellow there indicates the continuity of the languages related to Nahuatl, our maternal language, throughout the Southwest and Mexico and California. Responsive to the community's resolution, we have submitted revised plans which account for our school's successful emergence of the Great Recession and the historic changes to public education in California, including the local control funding formula and the Common Core. This includes a conservative growth plan, which allows our high school to reopen and reestablish our school closed now for an entire academic year. We've also created a conservative FICMAT compliant and designed, I would say, LCFF inclusive financial plans which project sustainability regardless of growth, and a facility development plan which accounts for our currently available facilities as we develop access to a growing number of commercial and undeveloped project sites around our community. As Anahuac grows into our current facilities, our first charter school will work to secure independent facilities elsewhere. We currently have a Proposition 1D application in the pipeline and are gaining access to ever-growing facility financing only recently available to nonprofit organizations such as ours. Today, we reaffirm the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which provide minimum standards for the realization of Indigenous peoples' rights to culturally relevant learning and pedagogical systems that are designed, implemented, and led by Indigenous peoples ourselves. In this regard, we urge the State Board of Education to reaffirm the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools resolution to recommend the renewal of the Charter of Anahuac by voting in favor of the renewal of our school community's petition to exist. In closing, I remind you that the LACO staff made no findings against our petition, nor did the Board of Education of LACO accept the superintendent's recommendation for denial. Similarly, the CDE Charter Division staff has now found itself unable to make a recommendation, while the Commission voted nearly unanimously in favor of renewal, absent only the one vote of the staff person. Lastly, I remind you that Anahuacalmecac closed the 2013 fiscal year with a positive fund balance, even without LCFF. Unlike LAUSD, which continues to project massive deficits even with LCFF. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the State Board of Education, for your kind consideration of our petition. May a hawk circle above us, blessing your day today. We have one more presentation from the teacher. I think we're still within our time period. Perfect.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Griselda Herrera, and I am a world language teacher at Anahuacalmecac IB World School. It is an honor to stand here and represent the voice of my community. My story isn't different from other indigenous immigrants who are looking to escape the violence plaguing third world countries like Mexico. If you listen to our students' stories, you'll realize that our school provides a safe environment to our children where they can learn their native language, culture, and history. Our students deserve a just and equitable education. As a daughter of migrant indigenous workers, I understand this firsthand, as I was systematically categorized as an English learner because Spanish was my native language. My ability to learn new languages was utterly undermined. It was very difficult to get the support from teachers who deeply understood the academic, social, and personal struggles of students like myself. I am a teacher because I understand how important it is for students to have someone they can relate to and someone that values the knowledge they bring into the classroom. I only wish today that someone had told me that it was important to embrace my grandparents' maternal language, Nahuatl, and to understand the history and significance of my father's artwork, which was passed down to him many generations ago in Xalitla, Guerrero. It was not until I discovered Anahuacalmecac that I found a school where teachers, administrators, and staff truly care and support our indigenous students and their families. It is a school that inspires students to grow stronger, more knowledgeable, and culturally wiser, not just as individuals, but as a community. To quote my former professor of education and mentor, the vice chair of the Department of Education of the University of California, Santa Barbara, Dr. Dorothy Chun, who today sent you an explicit letter of support, stated, quote, "There is an ever-expanding research evidence of the cognitive, social, and academic benefits of bilingual education, and we view the mission of curriculum of the Anahuacalmecac International University Preparatory as an outstanding example of how bilingual education can be successfully implemented. I urge you to find it in your minds and hearts to renew the charter of Anahuacalmecac. Thank you for your time. Tlaxtlahui, Tequihuasque."
Thank you very much.
Okay, that ends the 10 minutes. Now we have 10 minutes for the opponents who would like to talk against the renewal.
Oh, may I say one more thing is that if you would like to address one of the questions resulting from the commission, they had asked to see sign-up sheets of the 1,000 parents we have signed up. If we can go into closed session, I'd be glad to share the sign-ups with you, but I have distributed numbers per grade level that have been broken up by grade level. So they're here for your review.
Okay, thank you. So are there any opponents? Hearing none? Okay. Now, no, I have to close the hearing, right? Okay. The hearing is now closed. Now we're going to go into public comment. And so I believe we have about a dozen already signed up. Let me, for those of you who are new to addressing the board, you each have a minute, and we'd like you to introduce yourself and tell us who you represent, and we will now open for public comments. And if we need translation, we have translators here. We have 2 Spanish translators if you would like us to do that for you.
And if they are using a translator, they may have 2 minutes in order to allow for the translation.
That's right. 1 minute for the comment and 1 for the translation.
I'll call the first 6 speakers: Eric Premack, Sandra Thornton, Salma Perez, Natalie Carrillo, Madison Garcia, and Bernardo Calderon.
Eric Premack, Charter Schools Development Center. I asked the petitioners to submit to me an updated budget, including LCFS funding estimates using the FICMAC calculator. I reran those through our own calculator. I've gone through the budget. I think the program is quite sustainable. We've been familiar with this group for over a decade, been very impressed with their work and the uniqueness and intense mission focus of their program, and would urge support. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Sandra Thornton, representing the California Teachers Association. CTA supports and recommends a denial of the appeal. The CDC agrees with the local district and the County Office of Education that the petitioner describes an educational program that is not likely to be an educational benefit to the pupils who attend, specifically the EL students. In addition, the CDE finds the financial plan not sustainable with projected negative balances. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Alma Perez, and I am here to speak on behalf of my school, Anahuac International Preparatory. And I urge you to vote in favor of our charter renewal. I am an indigenous Zapoteca Chicana, and I have attended Anahuac since the 9th grade. I am currently in the 11th grade. And I have attended our other charter school before this since kinder. In spring 2012, I, along with 3 of my peers, represented the Los Angeles community in the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues as part of our school's delegation. Our delegation's goal was to bring attention to the highest level of authority on our school's standing as a charter school. Our delegation submitted two resolutions, one on culture and one on education. Participating in an international experience such as the United Nations was a remarkable experience. Not only was I able to voice issues presented in my community, but I also implement my knowledge and skills in real-life experience, making me a well-rounded student. I would like for my siblings and fellow peers to participate in an international-minded experience like I did, because as an individual, our values and applies knowledge acquired in school to real life. Therefore, by supporting Anahuac charter renewal, students will continue to have access to higher education and remarkable international experiences. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Natalie Sosolon-Tepetsi Carrillo. I'm here to speak on behalf of my school, Anahuac International University Preparatory, and urge you to renew our school's charter. It is also an honor to represent my 12th grade class before you. I have attended Semillas Community School since 1st grade and enrolled in Anahuac in 2010. I come from a community where Indigenous Mexican American youth like me are far more likely to drop out of high school, and those that don't are far less likely to graduate college ready. However, I plan to be the first to go to college in my family. Attending my school has provided me and my peers with the skills and tools necessary to become well-rounded student leaders. We have surpassed the expectations for students in our communities because all of our students graduate college ready, and none of our students contribute to the 75 students who drop out daily out of LAUSD. We have become students who do not only have excellent academics, but who participate in their communities and extracurricular activities. Those are the type of students we have at Anahuac. I feel confident knowing that Anahuac has prepared us for our transition into university by providing rigorous classes that are only offered to a selected few other public schools. The renewal of this charter will assure Anahuac can continue to provide a high-quality education for our school community. Once again, I urge you to vote in favor of Anahuac's charter renewal. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, board members of education. My name is Madison Garcia, and I'm here to speak on behalf of my school, Anahuac. I have attended Semillas for 10 years. I look forward to attending Anahuac until it was closed. I'm currently in the 9th grade. Anahuac, through Semillas, has allowed me to focus on Indigenous studies without being bullied. I entered Semillas only knowing English. I started learning Spanish in kinder. Learning Spanish was easy due to all the supportive teachers I have. Ahora sé muy bien en español. One important feature about my school is providing access to all UC A through G approved courses. In fact, we have our own and only Nahuatl language class in the nation, which is also UC A through G approved. I am proud to go to a school that has 100% graduation rates. A goal I have set for myself is to go to a 4-year university and study psychology. I know that with the help of Anahuac's supportive staff, I will be better prepared attending a 4-year university. Once again, I please urge you to vote in favor of our charter renewal. Thank you.
Hello, on board. I'm here on behalf of Anahuac. I'm Bernardo Calderon, and I'm in the 11th grade. I began Semillas Community School only knowing Spanish. And now in 2011, I enrolled into Anahuac. I quickly adapted and excelled in my academics. 12 years later, I stand before you, confident in support of my school. Being pushed to excel, not to be content with average grades, to get out of my comfort zone and grow, that is what Anahuac represents to me. Most of all, my school lives and breathes perseverance. We go to great lengths for our school, as the school goes for us, the students. All that can't be said in a matter of minutes. We came all the way to Sacramento to stand up for our school. Should schools like Anahuac be closed, I would have to be forced to go to Wilson High School, a school that with an unacceptable dropout rate, and only 2 out of the 10 students that manage to graduate are UC/CSU eligible. I want to go to college. I want to give back to my community and my family. I urge you to renew the Charter of Anahuac. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Lauren Negrete. I attended Anahuac for 2 years, after 5 in our other charter school, and I am currently in the 11th grade. At the beginning of my 10th grade year, I decided to transfer out of Anahuac to attend a local public school. That is 1 month of my life I wish to take back. Not only was it not an IB World School, the educational program they offered was not at all rigorous, and teachers didn't stay beyond their mandatory work hours to help students. I then decided to transfer back to Anahuac, where after-school tutoring was a part of our everyday routine. My attendance at Anahuac has allowed me to grow. I actively participate in Aztec dancing, student council, and Wudang martial arts. I have become more aware of my indigenous heritage by constantly volunteering my service to my school. As a result, I am motivated and encouraged to become a more open-minded student. Due to the rigorous education I have received from Anahuac, I look forward to a leadership internship in Washington, D.C. this summer. I urge you to renew the Anahuac Charter so future generations can also become the conscious leaders our society needs. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon,
Please start
board
the time.
members. I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
Oh, good afternoon, board members. My name is Tekwa Kwaltzin. I am a student of Anahuac and Xinaxcalmecac Semillas Community Schools, an IB World School located in El Sereno. Our school is not only a multilingual international baccalaureate world school, we are also the only school in all of LAUSD where an indigenous student can learn any indigenous language. As a result, our school has among the highest college eligibility rates for Mexican-American Indians and other Latinos in East Los Angeles and in the state. I urge you to support schools like mine who have overcome official and illegal acts from all directions of our community's rights to maternal language, cultural curriculum, and locally controlled educational autonomy. To us, language is life, culture, and love intertwined. I am before you today to urge you to approve the renewal of the Charter of Anahuac so I can proudly graduate despite the fact that my education was interrupted by the denial of our charter almost 1 year ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me speak. My name is Mangas Coloradas. I am a native Apache American, and at 4-year-old in LAUSD, they didn't let me go into school because I never talk. At Wacameca, they let me in their school, no question asked. They give me speech therapy and now I know how to speak that language, English. Now I'm a 10th grader now. All my friend, teacher, family support me and do good in school and graduate and go to college. I never experienced gang violence, drugs, or bullying. I have a right to be a Native American. I have a right to learn my addition. I have a right to learn my own culture. I have a right to learn my dignity. I have a right to learn I have a right to go graduate. I have a right to go to college, and I have a right to pick my own school. My own school I want to pick is Wacameca. That's where I want you guys a new charter. Thank you for your time.
Buenas tardes. Soy Marta Calderón.
Good afternoon. I am Marta Calderón.
Estoy representando a muchos padres deseosos de estar aquí, pero que por muchas razones
I'm representing many parents who would have much desired to be here, but for several reasons.
Soy miembro de la Junta Escolar de Anahuacalmeca.
They couldn't be here. I'm a member of the school board for Anahuacameca.
Pedimos nuestra renovación de Anahuacalmeca.
We're asking for the renewal of Anahuacameca.
Soy una madre comprometida
I'm a committed parent,
por la educación de mis hijos.
and I'm committed to the education of my children.
Soy sobreviviente de una guerra civil en El Salvador que duró por 12 años.
I'm a survivor of a civil war in El Salvador that went on for 12 years.
Ahora soy líder de Anahuacalmeca.
And now I'm a leader in Anahuacameca
Por 12 años.
for 12 years.
Cuando se me presentó el currículum de la escuela, me pareció excelente.
When I was shown the curriculum of the school, I thought it was excellent.
Y hasta el día de ahora sigue siéndolo.
And it still is to date.
Por excelencia.
It is excellent.
Voten a favor de la renovación de charter de Anahuacalmeca.
And therefore you should vote to approve the charter of Anahuacameca.
Porque espero yo que mis hijos se gradúen
Because I expect my children to graduate
preparados para el colegio.
and prepared for college.
Thank you.
Thank
Gracias.
you.
My name is Jasmine Zamora, and I am representing future parents for the school Anahuacalmeca. I was born and raised in East Los Angeles. I am a UCI alumni. My husband is a captain with the Public Health Service and a flight surgeon with Coast Guard stationed in San Pedro. He's also alumni for Boston University Medical School. We are a military family with 5 children, serving our country for 13 years, responding to natural and epidemic disasters nationally and internationally in Africa, China, Indonesia, and many more places in the Pacific Rim. And he has also conducted research at the CDC. We know disaster, we know survival, and we know education. I can pick my neighborhood and send my children to any public, private school of my choice. I am blessed to do so in Los Angeles, which is why I have chosen and I choose Anahuacalmeca. Discrimination has infested our neighborhood with alcohol, drugs, gang violence, and poverty that me and my children have been a part of. But I choose not to run away. I choose to keep them here so they can recognize the changes that need to be done. Excuse me. Anahuacalmeca is a refuge for many children for a better future, a ray of light for change, and an open door for hope. Discrimination by LAUSD and Waco have brought us here today.
Time.
Thank you. Please help us.
Are there any more public comments? Anybody else? Please come forward.
My name is Mike Williams, representing the Brown Berets of Sacramento chapter. I'd just like to quickly remind the board, if they forgot, that every act passed by Congress towards education, even through the state of California, has been a genocide towards Native peoples, through the boarding schools to the termination of many tribes in this state. What I'd like to say is that we need to stop the genocide and remind the board that, the United Nations has made a declaration that we have the right to, indigenous people have the right to teach our own children. We also have the right to not to be assimilated. Sometimes we forget that. So what I'm asking for, what this school does is bring back the culture and identity and pride to our community. So very simply put, stop the genocide and please support this school. The school's successful and it brings back a lot of what we need in our community.
Time.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, sisters and brothers of the board. My name is Stephen Payan of the Sacramento Brown Berets and also the chair of Yolo County Peace and Freedom. We're out here today to encourage a yes vote and support of this charter school. As many of you know, there's a lack of education for access for education of indigenous peoples and indigenous ran schools. And in Northern California, how many of y'all know of any schools that are in this area? As somebody from the area, I'm calling upon y'all to vote yes on this because it's something that we should be focusing on expanding. Is any support that you all could do on to go above and beyond to help this school grow with finding funders or any type of access for resources so this school can grow into that 1,000 and possibly expand to another school up here in Northern California and beyond it. This is a shining example of what community can look like when it's supported and when this community supports itself for self-determination and self-education. So I ask for you all find it in your hearts and not only just vote yes, but see how you can go above and beyond, make sure that the school continues to progress and thrive. Thank you for your time. Peace.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Lupita Torres, and I am a student at UC Davis studying plant biology. And I first heard about this school at a conference, a national conference for the Society of Chicanos and Native Americans in Science. And it really inspired me and motivated me to continue my education. And the reason why I picked plant biology is for botany and the way our ancestors used plant medicines. And oftentimes, a lot of Chicanos, Latinos, and other underrepresented and minority groups need to have culturally relevant education in order to feel motivated to continue on. So I encourage you guys to find it in your hearts, deep within yourselves, to go beyond a lot of maybe the pretenses you may have or any sort of I don't want to say prejudices, but oftentimes they are because we're unaware of what's really going on. But just really look into what the facts and what the students are saying and the people, they've traveled so far to come here. It really means a lot to them.
Time.
And you can just make the right decision. Thank you.
Good afternoon, good board members. My name is Terry Dre, a parent at the school. I'd just like to remind everybody that Kevin De Leon, Senator Kevin De Leon, signed a letter of support, and the points I want to bring out that in 2012, 2013, the school graduated 100% of all the seniors. 88% were accepted by four-year universities. 74% graduated with the UC CSU required courses. Now, it's been a rough 5 years, and yes, finances have been troubling for the state, and they've been troubling for every school, but we worked hard to get a grant to restore our fund, to restore our deficit. And the part that I don't understand is where with LAUSD, they haven't, in the same situation, still had a deficit with LCF funding. And my son would be there if they could graduate 100% of their students. Now, if there's something that needs to be signed, assurances, I heard something about assurances, I can assure you we want to sign that if we understand it and know what it is. Thank you for your time.
Hello, board members. My name is Wehenapia Greg Iron. I'm a Lakota, Paiute, Maya. I spent a lot of years in different education. I do graphic design and fine art, but I'm coming here as a Native person to help speak on behalf of the school. I guess the main question would be is why is it important to have an indigenous school like this? Well, a good part of it is so that we can remember who we are and so we can provide positive role models in our community outside of what's traditionally seen inside of communities like East LA. Once we're able to provide these positive role models, we're able to better create a better society within those communities, which is most important when we look at our overall communities. What would we like to see in our own neighborhoods and what we would like to see as our own neighbors? We'd like to see positive role models and good neighbors and people who could help promote a good society. And that's what this school provides, as well as providing a good place for that cultural balance that we all need. So as a Brown Beret and as a Lakota, Paiute, and as a human being, I'd encourage you guys to look favorable upon the school because there are many positive things that can come from this that will benefit all of our communities, not just ours, and also providing positive human beings for our overall human community. Thank you.
Are there any more public comments? Okay, we'll close this session. I'm going to turn to our board liaisons, Member Williams and Member Holliday, who've worked with the Advisory Commission and bring us up to date.
Member Holliday and I attended the ACCS meeting where they heard, as you know, that's a quasi-judicial kind of hearing where they make presentations, the petitioner makes presentations, and then the commissioners ask them questions, they ask the CDE questions, they probe behind the details, under the details, around the details, trying to get at a full picture. One of the ways it differs with the ACCS, which is the advisory body on charter appeals to the state board, one of the ways that process differs is that, at every level, the appeals process, there's some discretion, there's not much discretion by staffs in terms of how they review the paperwork and the petition. There are areas that are gray in the required elements, and it's a judgment call, depends on which side you're going to fall on that. But when it comes to the board or it comes to the ACCS, there's a great deal of discretion to look at the whole picture and to consider the whole picture in terms of making a recommendation in the case of the ACCS or a decision in the case of the board about whether the school is worthy of authorization and has met enough of the criteria to be worthy of it. So it lasted almost 3 hours with the ACCS. It was very intensive and a very similar presentation there as you heard here. There were some new people that presented here that didn't present that day, new students mostly. They only had females at the ACCS, and I asked whether they didn't have any boys in the program that wanted to speak. So I was happy to see them. But we looked at this very thoroughly, and then in particular, I did some extra homework on my own looking in because I wanted personally to more fully understand what was meant by the indigenous culture, which culture they were talking about, what the value of the language learning was in that, what the value was, how it was perceived in terms of the connection between the elders, the remaining elders who don't speak anything but the native language, the indigenous language, and the second and third generation students who are learning that language so that they can stay connected to the elders, but are also either learning Spanish or English. And so I feel like I've taken a really, really solid look at this, and Member Holliday and I have talked about it multiple times. I am prepared to make a motion at some point, but I don't want to cut off board comments and questions and conversations now.
So we'll go for continued board comments, and then we'll see. So, Member Holliday, did you want to add anything to Member Williams' comments? No? Okay. Anybody else want to make a comment from the board? Member Cohn?
So I heard from Professor April Mays of the Draper Center for Community Partnerships at Pomona College, and she brought with her some of the project-based learning activities and a number of things that I came away very impressed with after spending an hour with her. This looks like a school that is making a difference in a very diverse state, and I'm always focused on the fact that we are a big state and we ought to be able to handle some schools that are out of the box.
Member President Kurst, did you want to comment?
No, I want to hear more discussion of the conditions. I think they are appropriate and well-designed, and we haven't talked about those, so I'll wait for that.
Okay. Member Rucker?
You know, normally I'm persuaded by the decision that was made by the local school board and the reasons behind their rationale for their decision. But I also want to talk, I agree with President Kurz that we need to talk some about the conditions that were recommended by the ACCS, because it's a departure from what seemed to have been the conversation that percolated up from the local level. So I want to understand the reasons for the recommendation that they made and the conditions that they have placed there, because it's very different from what it seems the local school board in the county took a look at in making their recommendations for denial. So I want to understand why this departure and why the difference in these particular conditions. I want to make sure I'm clear on that.
Member Cohen?
Well, let's just be clear that the county didn't recommend denial.
The county had a split, they had no vote.
Yeah.
They had a split vote on the recommendation for denial.
In fact, according to Carolyn Feister, the county findings said that they met the criteria for renewal and that they had a sound educational program. Their concerns were their ability to successfully implement the expansion, and that their required elements weren't all reasonably comprehensive.
Okay, I understand all of that. I said what I wanted to understand was what, for the change in the recommendation that the ACCS is suggesting, they're recommending some conditions that are a little different, and I want to understand the basis for the development of those recommended conditions.
So I'm wondering if the right next step then is to have Member Williams make the motion with the conditions, and then we'll clarify that. Would that work?
Well,
or do you want the conditions from the department? The conditions from ACCS. Okay, so Member Williams, do you want to? Oh, Member Holliday. Okay.
Well, no, just in general, Member Rucker, I think what the ACCS felt is that a lot of time has elapsed, and one of the critical changes has been the LCFF implementation, and as a result, the financial calculations needed to be revised in order for the ACCS or us to understand more clearly how this school intends to stay in the black as they move forward. So that's just one example. But in general, it was a long time has gone by, and we need to have sort of an update on a number of these enrollment and budgetary projections. Does that? Okay.
So did you want any more clarification from ACCS on the conditions? Member Rucker?
I'm not, well, I'll ask some additional, I sense that there's a desire to make the motion, and for me personally, making the motion cuts off my desire for conversation. So I'll just go with however the body wants to go, because I do sense that there's more of a desire to make the motion, get to the motion, rather than continue this discussion. So
I think part of this, if you don't mind, Member Rucker, is that this was fairly complex. There were lots and lots of moving parts, and there were lots of kind of back and forth with LA Unified, then LACO, and making sure we were especially since it's over a year, making sure we were understanding what all the issues were. And I'm going to tell you, frankly, if you ask me right now to give you a verbatim on what it was ACC, how their deliberation went that led them to that decision, I couldn't do it. I had suggested maybe having Chairman Bauer come and be prepared to do that, and we felt like that was not necessary for us to do that. So we reached a conclusion, having kind of in a gestalt kind of way, having listened to all of the testimony and all of the data, and reached a conclusion that way.
Let's not make a motion. Why don't you go through the conditions, and let's hear what ACCS came up with. Would that work? And then, no?
May I? So there have been lots of conversations about this school, and lots of conversations about the importance of their mission, and both from a cultural perspective and as well as from an academic perspective. And over the period of time that the ACCS had these conversations, and the CDE staff and liaisons had these conversations, what came out of that was perhaps a route toward common ground, a route that would provide an opportunity for this school not only to continue to educate children in this interesting and profound way, but also for the CDE and us to feel comfortable about the technical bits and pieces of running a charter school successfully in this day and age, financial, enrollment, facility requirements, all sorts of details. And as Member Williams and I spoke with the CDE and with staff, we started to put together a motion that we feel finds a balance between our comfort level and our great hope that this school and its mission will continue to serve children. Does that set up what we've been talking about?
Yes, that's actually more helpful than any other comment I've heard from the dais, I have to tell you. One of the reasons I was asking is, in looking at the recommendations from the ACCS, it seems some of the technical conversation revolved around, because it's been over a year since the school closed, and in order for them to make a valid or fair presentation, they need to make some changes in the content of their proposal. And it seems like some of the conversation was about what they could or could not change that would or would not be considered material. So this is the reason why I was glad that you did not make the motion. I want to be clear that one of the revisions that the ACCS is recommending is, in the petition they originally submitted, they were projecting an enrollment of 1,000 students, and that was part of the basis why the local school district said that the plan was unsustainable. The ACCS is suggesting that revising the enrollment numbers should be allowed in the petition, and should not be considered a material revision, because the revised enrollment numbers would actually make sense with the projected revenue that they would have under this new funding formula. Is that the correct? So that's my surmise from what the basis of the conversation was. Is that correct?
Well, we certainly did have this whole conversation about what is material revision and what isn't. And in that conversation, when it came down to the fact that so much time had gone past in terms of LCFF being adopted, and how are you really going to address your financial situation, the two are intertwined. The budgetary realities as well as the financial realities. But also, I think there was a facility reality blended into this at the same time. And what, as I said before, what Member Williams and I have come up with the help of staff and CDE, is, I think, assurances that will clarify your issue.
Okay, you didn't answer my question.
I know I didn't. Okay. But what I think may answer your question is, if you would allow us to, if all of you would allow us to share with you our motion in written form, including all of the conditions that we've placed into this motion, and at that time, potentially, I think your question will be answered when you see this. If not, maybe Member Williams can answer you better at this time.
Follow up on that just a little bit. The ACCS was looking for a way to get to yes on this school. And they said so much time has passed. While CDE may be limited to a paper review, we are not. And we think that if we could see a revised, if they were allowed to provide a revised budget, revised enrollment projections, and those kinds of things, and they were satisfactory, then they should be allowed to do that. The reality is that there wasn't enough time for them to provide that in time for a CDE review and analysis, or even a board review and analysis. So what we did, Member Holliday and I, is under the assumption that we too wanted to get to a yes, on this school because it's very special mission and the fact that it's unique and there aren't others like it, and it's meeting a need in the community, and its academic performance is adequate to qualify it for renewal, then our feeling is that it made more sense, rather than tying ourselves up in another 2.5 hours of conversation on details, it makes more sense to write up the kinds of conditions and limitations that we would feel comfortable going with a motion for approval. So, and those come out of what ACCS said, but they are not limited to what ACCS said.
Well, this is the reason why I am reticent to have you present the motion, because I'm very clear you do not want to get into a conversation about whether or not your decision to change the enrollment and the budget and the facilities proposed language that was written into the plan is a material revision or not. So I agree, because the school has closed, and I agree that since the school's closure and the opportunity to have this appeal heard in front of us today, that there are some very substantial changes that have been made in statewide policy that if they had been in place at the time when the original decision would have been made, they probably would have been able to make a very different proposal. So my concern, because I'm reading what is in the record here from the ACCS recommendation, there are some specific definitions about what is material and what is not that I have a concern about, that if that's what's in your written proposal or in your written recommendation, I have a concern. So I'm going to reiterate again, if your goal to rush to presenting your proposal that we would vote on is so that you don't have to deal with my questions about what is or is not a legal definition of material, I have a problem. But if there's something different that I should not have to worry about, then we can go ahead and move to the motion to vote on.
I guess I would say to that while CDE may be limited to technical versus material revision issues as they review, the State Board is not. The State Board is not limited by that. And so,
but you're still not answering my question.
I may not be able to adequately answer your question, but I don't want to limit it. So feel free to ask as many questions as you want, and then we'll make the motion when you have done that.
So, but we don't know what all the conditions are yet. Is that correct?
Conditions, according to what's written in the write-up, the ACCS has made some very specific recommendations with conditions that define what is material and what is not material. And so I just want to understand, are they making a legal determination based on what their recommendations are in the conversations they've had about whether these revisions were material or non-material? That is my question, and nobody seems to be able to answer that. So let me just be real clear. I agree they should have been allowed to make the changes, but I'm not comfortable with a motion that makes a legal determination about what is or is not material, because I haven't heard the rationale for that, and apparently the person who could give that explanation is not here. So that's the only issue I have with whatever may be your motion, and so I would just urge some caution about making a legal determination and a motion for the board that may not wrap squarely with the facts of what your conversation actually was.
And again, the board does not have to consider material versus technical, and the motion was written with the staff support of our general counsel.
Okay, so I'm going to refer to counsel, Judy and Amy.
I think we haven't made a legal determination of what is material versus technical, and I think what Trish is talking about sort of takes into consideration what the ACCS asked for, but we haven't seen it, we haven't analyzed it. So one of the things No, we did. We analyzed her motion. We didn't analyze the additional documentation that was requested by ACCS. That's all I say. I'm sorry if I misspoke. But we have looked at the motion, and I don't think it gets into the material versus technical, and it doesn't make any sort of legal determination as to what is material versus technical.
Yeah, and I really, I don't think that we're making this motion based upon last-minute information. That's not what this motion is about. This motion is about trying, as I said, trying to find that sweet spot between what will make this board and the CDE feel good about the compliance of this school with all the realities, financial, facility-wise, and all the rest, and at the same time give them a chance to move forward. So it's not the case that we really spent a great deal of time looking at this last-minute information that was provided.
Member Molina wanted to comment.
Does that help a little?
That's very helpful. I mean, this board has voted to approve charter schools that were clearly failing. This charter petition for an appeal had me, when I read the stats, that said they had a 100% graduation rate and the certification for their IB. That was more important to me than the issues about what has substantially changed in their ability to meet their budgetary requirements. For the reasons that I previously stated, we've renewed charters that were clearly failing, and we're never going to improve on that particular aspect. And this school is meeting that. So they had me there.
And they have successfully implemented the IB World Program. They are their courses are A through G compliant or approved. They found themselves in financial straits, but they got themselves out of that financial strait successfully. I think there are a number of challenges the school faces moving forward, and all we want to do in approving them, if the board agrees to approve, is to make sure that we're careful, and they're careful about the specifics of moving forward that we can feel comfortable with. We are not basing our motion on decisions about material or technical from. Excellent, thanks.
Okay,
I finally got there. It took me. I have a cold. It takes me a while.
We're appreciative, Member Holliday, that you're with us in spite of not feeling at your best. Member Molina would like to ask and clarify.
I think I'm ready to listen to the motion. I think I got the clarity that I was looking for, so would like to hear the motion, please.
Okay, I'm going to have Carolyn hand it out in writing, and could you please hand it out, one of the staff people hand it out to Mr. Aguilar? Okay. You need to get it. So just to recap, this was one of the more complex charter renewal petitions that we've had. All of the positive things that have been said, the approval of the IB program, the approval of A through G, the student testimony, so articulate, so compelling, the fact that it's the only program that addresses the indigenous culture in Southern California and maybe in all of California. All of those things were very compelling to us, that this school deserved a second chance. Yes, they had some gaps in their petition. Many of them could be easily filled in. Some of them were a result of being 12 months past when they closed, more than, I guess, 12 months. And so we wanted to give them a second chance, but we didn't want, we wanted some limitations and conditions on it to make sure, because one of our interests is not just that they have a second chance, but that they strengthen their entire operations going forward and pay attention to that so that they can eventually expand. So I want to read the motion now.
Before you read the motion, one thing that everyone needs to clearly understand is that this motion is to reinstate, if you will, the 9 through 12 school, but is not a motion that is supporting an immediate expansion from K through 12, and that expansion can be brought as a material revision to the petition down the road. But the ACCS members and staff, and in our conversations, we felt that this motion to reestablish the 9 through 12 school was more appropriate.
Member Rucker.
And relative to one phrase that is added in the third point, does the board's motion to recommend reinstatement?
Well, we haven't heard it yet. The public hasn't heard it. Okay. She hasn't read it yet. Okay. President Kirst, did you want to make a comment before Member Williams makes the motion?
No, I don't. I think I'll make a comment after we hear the conditions.
Okay, Member Williams, would you go ahead and make the motion?
Okay, I would move to conditionally approve a renewal of Yes, I had it a few minutes ago, but lost it just now. Under the State Board of Education to serve grades 9 through 12. The conditions would be the following. 1, the school would provide signed assurance that they will comply with all provisions in the standard conditions on opening and operation and the Memorandum of Understanding with the State Board of Education, including providing budgets, audits, local control and accountability plans, and other documents to CDE upon request. Second, the school must comply with and provide assurances regarding all technical amendments and deficiencies that have been identified in the CDE staff report. Third, as is the case with all State Board authorized schools, they will agree that the site is subject to pre-opening inspection and ongoing visitation, and agree to all conditions to furnish the certificate of e-occupancy required by the State Board of Education, and that the school may not open until it has received clearance from CDE. 4, provide proof of membership in a special education local plan area. Provide a first year 2014-15 operational budget based upon a revised actual projected enrollment for that year. That's assuming that's what still now when they intend to reopen it. Provide 6, provide written assurance that children of parents and guardians not willing to commit to 5 to 7 years of attendance will not be denied enrollment, and that no student will be denied admission or continued enrollment if their parent or guardian does not fulfill the required 80 hours of engagement per year. That was somewhere in their paperwork, and it's illegal. So it is for the 9-12, not for the request they had, which was to expand it to 1,000 students, adding the K-8 to the 9-12. But if these conditions can be met, and the school is functional and operational, and all the paperwork is turned in, and the site visits are made, the school can come back with a material amendment request, especially if you have demand and can show demand, a request to open up the K-8 part of that school. Okay. So right now it'd just be an approval for the 9-12.
So there were 3 edits to the printed. I just wanted to comment on that before. On the first line, it says will provide signed assurance, so that was added just for people following in the written record and for the school.
And by that I meant the signed assurances that are required.
Right, that's right. And then on number 3, it's e-occupancy. And then on number 5, before the word actual, you have revised actual. So I just wanted to clarify that. Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, second.
Member Holliday, seconded. So moved by Member Williams and seconded by Member Holliday. And now we'll have board.
I do think that this is a different sort of motion, and I do think that comment on the motion is no doubt important, and I think we have somebody here ready.
Well, this is the first time I've seen the motion, so I'm trying to quickly read through it and kind of wrap my head around this. So the first thing that I see, that there doesn't seem to be any timelines or deadlines for when any of these things are going to be submitted. I don't see that it actually addresses the current budget that's a negative, shows almost $1 million deficit over the next couple of years. It's just asking for a new operational budget based on actuals. I would have to go back and look at item 6. I'm not sure, that wasn't something we brought up, so I'm not sure where that came from. Okay. Okay. So I guess the big thing is, I mean, this seems like a pretty big change of scope for me from the petition, you know, changing the enrollment, changing the grade spans, asking for a new budget. So I guess the big thing for me would be timelines or deadlines for when this would get submitted.
So do you want to add?
And addressing the negative budget.
Chief Deputy wanted to comment?
This is, I mean, we haven't had at the beginning of the chance to look at this. There's a lot of work that's being assigned to us that it's not yet clear that it's clear what that is. And I'm a little concerned that we're being placed in a position that's going to be very difficult for us to do the work you want us to do. So could you at least give us a few minutes to have a chance to see if we can figure out what the appropriate questions are around this, make sure we understand what's happening. Because from what I could see of it, I can't quite tell. I mean, there's a lot of things that are coming in. Are they, without it being clear how we're supposed to evaluate those? So I don't want any of us to be back in a position where there's some sort of dispute over what's happening going forward.
All right, so I have Member Holliday and Member Rucker. So
I think that's a reasonable request to take a few minutes. At the same time, I think most of these items are things that we would do when a school opens up, and that when we approve a school, and in essence, it's opening up again, right, after being closed, checking on the facilities, these other things. So, yes, but certainly giving you some time to discuss.
So let's finish board comments, and there's a couple more now, and then maybe we have to take a break while staff comes together. So Member Rucker and then Member Cohn.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understand this. I read the original proposal and I read what they had submitted for consideration so that the school could open. Is it fair to say that this motion changes what the school originally submitted for reconsideration for them to open? Is it fair to say that this motion changes what the school submitted for reconsideration on their appeal for them to reopen?
I may be wrong about this. Please, Member Williams, help me with this. In essence, the challenge here, I think in the thinking, is that in the process of renewing the charter, they were also wanting an expansion.
Right.
And so it is different in the sense that we've eliminated that we also want the expansion.
So that's the only part of their actual petition that's actually eliminated right now?
Correct.
Okay.
As far, yes, to the
and
best
this
of my
would be
knowledge.
so that the school could open this fall?
Correct.
Reopen the same, just to clarify, not expand, but reopen the way it was before it closed. The 9-12 part.
And so all of the other adjustments that were made were based on that the school would reopen in the fall as a 9 through 12 school. So the changes in the budget and the changes in some of the other conditions that are listed here are directly related so that the school can reopen as a 9 to 12 school.
That and the fact that so much time has passed since they submitted their initial petition.
And then the third question I had, and you did answer, Member Williams, one of the questions about the e-occupancy I had before we heard the motion, but the other question I had, so with the school being reopened, it will be reopened not as a locally authorized school, it will be reopened as a state board authorized school?
And that's why, technical amendments to the petition have to be made once they are authorized by us. I mean, changes in wording and that sort of thing.
Okay, and so this is a question for the department staff, and I'm not sure if you can answer this question now. What exactly is it that would have to be considered in giving advice to the board about this motion? I know you named a lot of things that it's new to you because you haven't seen the motion before.
Can we let them, we're going to ask the questions and let her take a break and come back and answer that? I mean, to be fair.
So that's just the question I want to put in front of you. What exactly has to be considered in giving advice to the board about this motion? That would be one of the things I'd ask you to come back with and talk to us.
Member Cohn?
Well, this is the first week in May. We're talking about opening in the fall. I mean, let's not make this more difficult than it needs to be. I mean, bureaucrats can always come up with excuses about why things can't be done. We're trying to get to yes, and we have plenty of time to get all of these things dealt with for the school to open in the fall, in my judgment.
A 5-minute break. All right. Chief Deputy is asking that he look at it because he hasn't seen it yet. So, all right.
Some of us know what it takes to open a school each fall. That's all I'm saying. It's not that difficult.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break and let the Department of Ed take a look. Okay, the meeting is back in session. Where do we add the deadline? So I want to, I'm going to, okay. So can we add that? You have to, no. We need to modify the motion we need to put a deadline in the motion. So there was a request about timelines and deadlines from the Department of Ed. So, okay, maybe we'll go to Julie first.
It's not on? There you go. Hello? Okay. In looking at it, there's a couple of questions that I would ask. At the ACCS, just to get clarification, the petitioner, Marcos Aguilar, had stated that because the school had closed and they had moved the students, and now through the appeal process and all of the timeline delays, that there was no way that they would be able to open in the 2014 school year, that they were actually going to delay it to the 2015 school year. So I would like clarification around that from the petitioner, because I think that makes a difference in some of the conditions here and the timelines.
Mr. Aguilar, do you want to come forward? You clarify plans for opening.
Thank you very much. When I made that comment, I also made the comment that I had received no communication from the Department of Education in regards to the timeline of our appeal, that we had no idea whether it would take an additional 6 months or not. We had no idea what at all the timeline was.
What's your intent now?
So our intent is to open in 14-15.
And so
Yes.
in the fall. So in trying to set a reasonable deadline, I mean, some school years are going to be starting in August. I'm not sure what your plan would be, whether it's after Labor Day or before, but you're going to have to meet some of these deadlines in order to open.
That's true.
So we need to, it's reasonable to meet these requirements. So how do we want to, Julie? Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that then clarified. The other thing I think needs to be clarified, because you're changing the grade span again or limiting it to the 9-12, what is the cap on the enrollment? So that, in the agreement with State Board and the charter schools, we set a cap on the enrollment, the proposed enrollment, and if you go above or beyond that, then, or above or below, then it's material change. Well, they had 77 students attending.
But that's not a cap.
I don't know what their cap was.
Mr. Aguilar, do you know what your cap was before you closed?
No, the cap on their last.
The cap, before you closed and you had 77 students, what was your cap on enrollment in that
600.
school? Say again?
600.
600 in that school that closed.
In the 9-12?
Yes.
And the facility holds that amount?
No.
They don't have the facility.
No, our current facilities, what our projected growth plan, I'm not sure if this slide is still up here, but if it could be put up, I could demonstrate.
Just tell us what your...
Our current facilities would be able to house the 480 students that we're projecting in our current growth plan.
Can I just clarify? I think the question is, in your current petition with LAUSD that was denied, what was your enrollment cap?
But it was K-12.
For the 9-12.
Yeah, the previous petition, correct? 600. Sure.
Melina?
Is the 600 K-12 students or is the 600 9-12 students?
9-12.
Member Holliday?
Should I address a comment on the sidebar or not?
Just 1 second. Member Holliday?
All right. In the petition, the cap was 1,080, I believe, total. That included K through 12. Is that correct?
Your question is on this new petition?
No, the petition that you submitted, or that was reviewed by the district and local office of education. That was
the renewal was 1,000.
1,000.
1,000.
Right, and if you take K-8 out of that, then the remaining is what?
I'll have to look at the numbers again, but if we take K-8 out of that well, first of all, are these slides up?
Yes.
If I
Yes,
may.
they are.
So first of all, in the configuration that we're projecting here for 142 students for this fall are 142 9th through 12th graders. The second year we'd be adding the middle school to complete that.
But we're not approving that.
I understand that. I understand that. So then the number would be the 142 high school students. Those are the number of high school students, 9th through 12th grade, that we're considering opening with.
All right, so
I think the CDE's question, Julie's question, is appropriate, that we have a reasonable cap on this 9 through 12, and then, once again, as you seek approval down the road for expansion into K-8, that cap would be altered. So based upon your vision for the facility, based upon your new 9 through 12 enrollment projections, a reasonable cap would be?
240 students. Because with a reasonable cap focus on 9th through 12th grade students, we'd want to be able to actually fully serve the students. We're not projecting then at that point combining it with the middle school program.
240 students is a cap that you would...
a reasonable cap.
A reasonable cap for you to operate under from 9 through 12. Julie, does that answer your question then? As long as it's built into the motion, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify what the cap was, for
And
the
then,
accountability and all
so
that.
in other words, we would have to modify the motion to include that cap.
Right.
we're going to also need a deadline when they're going to open, and prior to the opening, they have to meet all the requirements. So we have to, in the motion, we need a deadline. And I would just say, I think we need to think about schools, and I don't know if you're going to follow a similar calendar of that area, but most schools, they're either opening traditionally after Labor Day, or they're opening about mid-August, which is what that whole area has rolled back to. So I don't know if you, again, your goal for when you hope to open, if it's August, we need to set a deadline that you meet all the requirements. So what's your hope of anticipation of opening, knowing that?
Well, I like the word hope, and our hope would be mid-August.
All right. If we have a mid-August, then I would just.
But if I may, if we're talking about deadlines, I'd prefer to be able to have as a deadline something that would allow us to open in August if we can comply with it, but allow us to open in September if we need that extra time for some reason that we don't control.
So we could probably make a goal of,
Right.
Say again? Okay, so, but also aren't some of those deadlines just prior to the opening? So you could say a certain number of weeks prior to the opening, or prior to allowing it to open, we have to meet the deadline, right? Facility
Member Strauss,
authorization.
I think the site visit has to happen 30 days before opening.
Okay.
So, and by statute or by regulation, they have to open by September 30th. That would be the last possible date.
All right, so Judy, could you share with us what the suggested language to address the deadline in order to meet the regulation? Okay, so
I'm sorry, she was talking.
okay, so knowing that you have to open by September 30th and knowing that you need a site visit 30 days prior, what's the correct language to suggest to Member Williams to put in the motion?
Well, I think the deadlines would say that he will provide, I'll look through, I think he will provide everything prior to opening, and that the site visit will be, is the word cleared, is that what you, 30 days, and allow the site visit and be cleared before students are allowed into the building. I think that's what we did for Long Valley.
Okay, well, that's sort of, let's try to be real clear about that. That they must open by September 30th by regulation, that the site visit must be completed 30 days prior, and all materials must be submitted how much before? By 30 days prior?
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, so when all materials must be submitted prior to the site visit, which must occur 30 days prior to the opening.
Well, no later.
No
Well,
later.
it has to be cleared 30 days. Is that?
All right.
It has to be cleared 30 days. So they have to be, CD has to conduct a site visit no later than 30 days, and that does not give him enough, so that he has time to clear any of the issues identified by CDE.
All right, so let's see if that you're saying that all issues must be cleared 30 days prior to.
That's in number 3.
All issues must be cleared 30 days prior to opening, and the site visit must occur.
That's on number 3.
All right, so I'm going to ask Member Williams to restate the motion, including the enrollment cap. Julie, is there any other
Yes.
areas? Okay, please.
If we can just clarify in some of the statements that they are providing, like as an example, provide proof to the State Board of Education of membership of a SELPA, provide the first year budget actual numbers to the State Board, just to clarify that the information is being submitted to the State Board. Well, it goes to the State Board because you would be the authorizer of the school, and then the oversight work then is delegated to the CDE, but it actually would go to the State Board.
Okay, so we're going to go through all the needs we need to clarify. So enrollment cap, we've got the clearances and the site visit. What other things do we have?
Julie,
material
which numbers are you talking about for the proof to the SBE?
Number 4 and 5, 6.
And I would say on that it needs to go to the SBE staff. I mean, the State Board itself has meetings in July and September, and that doesn't give any wiggle room there. It doesn't have to come before the State Board of Education. It goes to the State Board staff.
Julie, more?
And number 2, that they're providing, addressing the deficiencies that were identified in the staff report. So all of those things would get provided together, I guess, as a package to the State Board staff.
Do we have anything else?
Nope.
Okay, so Member Williams, I'm going to ask you if you. Oh.
There were 2 things that had been stated. One suggested when the pre-opening visit had to occur, and the other statement was about when all of these other things had to be taken care of. So let's be clear. When do you intend for all of these things to be taken care of? Because I heard 2 different statements. Before the pre-opening inspection or before students are allowed to come to the site. That's 2 different ideas.
So I heard.
Let me finish. So then the question I have is, when are all of these other things supposed to be taken care of? Before the pre-opening inspection or before the students come to the school? That has to be clarified.
So my understanding was it was no later than 30 days prior to the opening. It all had to be submitted and cleared. That's what I heard. Am I right, Judy? Is that right? So, and I understand that after the site visit, they may have to clear some things as well. So everything must be cleared, submitted and cleared prior to 30 days before they open. No later than, and with an opening no later than September 30th, they can't open this year. Is that correct? Okay, Member Williams, we're going to ask you to try to incorporate this in a motion. Then do you have to retract your motion in a second? Okay, let her amend it.
From what I can tell, the original motion stays, and then it's some additions. And so one addition is that an enrollment cap of 240 will be set with this authorization for the renewal of the 9 through 12. Another condition is that the school must open no later than September 30th. And the third addition is that everything on this list must be submitted and cleared, and the site visit take place at least 30 days prior to the opening date. And all of that is submitted to the State Board staff.
So, Member Holliday, do we have a second see the amendment?
Yes, ma'am. Second.
Okay. Okay.
Because this kind of went back and forth, did you already add the e-occupancy before? Okay. Okay.
Okay. Board discussion of the motion. Public comment on the motion. President Kirst?
I support the motion.
Okay, any more comment on the motion? Are we ready for a vote? Okay, this is a roll call vote.
Okay. Holliday?
Yes.
Holliday, yes. Sandoval? Sandoval, yes. Singh? Yes. Williams? Williams, yes. Molina?
Yes.
Molina, yes. Kirst?
Yes.
Kirst, yes. Strauss? Strauss, yes. Burr? Burr, yes. Cone? Cone, yes. Rucker? Rucker, yes. It's unanimous.
Congratulations. Motion carries unanimous. So that ends this hearing. We'll be anxious to follow the progress, and several of us have actually indicated a desire to come and see you in action. Thank you. Okay, we are now on item 8. This is item 8, Lifeline Education Charter School. All right, let's take a minute. We'll try to transition here. We'll just wait. We'll wait. Okay. Ms. Russell, go ahead on item 8, please.
All right. Julie Russell again. Charter School Division.
So we need the audience. We have another 2 public hearings, so we want to give them the same attention and attention to their request as well. Thank you. Julie?
Okay. Again, I'm Julie Russell, Director of Charter School Division at the California Department of Education. Item 8 is a request from Lifeline Education Charter School for a material revision of the charter school to change the grade level served by the charter school. Lifeline currently serves 340 students in grades 6 through 12 and is requesting a change to serve kindergarten through grade 12. By the 2017-18, their enrollment will increase to 554 students. The material revision includes adding a new facility to accommodate the kindergarten through grade 5. Lifeline has been a state board authorized charter school located in Compton since 2007. This material revision is consistent with the vision written in the Lifeline petition and will allow the charter school to address skill deficits in the elementary program well before matriculation of students into the secondary program. CDE is recommending that the State Board approve the request to revise the Lifeline Charter petition to change the grades from 6 through 12 to include kindergarten through 12. CDE will conduct a pre-opening site visit at least 30 days prior to the scheduled opening date of the new facility. Written authorization from CDE would be required prior to the operation of the additional facility. The ACCS considered this item at its April 9th, 2014 meeting. ACCS voted unanimously to accept CDE's recommendation that the State Board approve the material revision. As required by the Memorandum of Understanding between the State Board and Lifeline, material changes cannot be made without the State Board approval. Adding or deleting grade spans and adding students is considered a material revision in the MOU. CDE staff reviewed all documents submitted to the State Board of Education for the material revision that included the revised petition to reflect the material change, which is provided in your item as attachment 3. Also an updated school budget, which is provided as attachment 4, or the links to each of those attachments. Lifeline had a higher school-wide 2013 API than 3 of the 7 surrounding middle schools and outperformed the local district high schools. The data tables are provided as attachment 2. Lifeline did include the goals and actions to address the 8 priorities in their revised petition. CDE finds that Lifeline Charter School is implementing the program set forth in its current charter petition, is compliant with terms of the MOU, has been evaluated to be in good financial condition with projected budget that is balanced and sustainable, and has submitted all required documentation to CDE. So based on CDE's review, we recommend that the State Board approve this material revision request. Thank you.
Okay, so this is a public hearing, so I'm going to open up the public hearing. Are the petitioners here? You have 10 minutes to present.
Good afternoon, President Kirst by phone, Vice President Strauss, and all of the honorable State Board members. My name is Paula DeGroat. I'm the Director for Lifeline Education Charter School. I first would like to thank each and every last State Board member for allowing us to come today to request for additional grades with our existing charter, the transitional kindergarten through 5th grade. We promise to be very brief today, so you know I'm not going to speak. Who's going to speak is Jeanette Andrews. She is the principal for Lifeline. We also have with us today our new president of the Board of Directors. He is a banker, one of the vice presidents for Chase Bank. His name is Derek Hall. After Ms. Andrews speaks, if you have any questions for all of our team, we would be more than happy to answer any question.
Thank you, Mr. Pruitt. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing us the opportunity to be here today. We are here today to respectfully request that the State Board consider Lifeline's petition to add transitional kindergarten and elementary grades and join CDE and ACSS in approving this addition. Lifeline is currently serving students in middle and high school grades, and we have been under operation of the SBE for about 6 years. And although we have experienced a lot in this time, from changes in authorizers to the changing demographics of Compton, implementation of NCLB and Common Core, we've remained confident with our mission. Our mission has never wavered, and Lifeline is here to provide an academically challenging curriculum and create a learning community of students, parents, teachers, and staff. Gradually adding the transitional and traditional kindergarten and elementary grades will allow us to expand the Lifeline community and allow the children of Compton of all ages to experience the Lifeline way. We propose a measured gradual expansion of 2 grades per year. So the following school year, we would only be adding 4th and 5th grade. While there are many outstanding educators working tirelessly in Compton Unified Schools, as data indicates, students enrolled at Lifeline achieve better and graduate at higher rates. Lifeline achieved an API growth of 38 points during the last 2 school years, while one local elementary school just grew 26 points and the other dropped a staggering 29 points. Furthermore, Lifeline met 81% of its 2013 AYP criteria. Our local elementary schools met 59% and 47% respectively. Our schools are, consequently, the KC passing rates are 25 percentage points greater than the local schools. And so this data trends are due in no small part to the work of our educators. We have some great teachers at Lifeline. And we are implementing the Common Core and the 21st century learning skills. We are proud to announce that we did receive our WASC accreditation. They did come out and do a visit, and we have our initial 3-year WASC accreditation, and so we are we are very proud of that. You know us intimately well. We've been here several times. You know our resolve, our financial stability, and our resolve to serve the least privileged. We simply ask that you allow us to extend the Lifeline family to its logical progression. And we thank you for allowing us to be here and speak with you. And we're here to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
That ends your presentation? You still have, okay? Okay, so now, if you're done with your part now, are there any opponents to that would want to speak? Okay, if that's true, then I'm going to close the hearing, right? I close the public hearing, so it is now closed. Let me go to Member Williams and Member Holliday. Do you want to do public comments first? Member Holliday, do you want to do public comments before the board report? Okay. All right. So, Member Williams, you want to bring us up to date on any liaison information?
This one's pretty straightforward. Okay. CDE recommended approval. ACCS agreed. Member Holliday and I agree.
Do we have any public comments? Okay.
We have 2 speakers signed up, Eric Premack and Michelle Law.
Eric Premack, CSDC. We support spirit of brevity. Thanks.
Michelle Lowe with the Charter Schools Association. Even more brief. Me too.
Thank you. Are there any more public comments? Okay. Let's see. Board comments? Any questions? President Kirst?
No comment.
Okay. Member Williams?
I move the staff's recommendation.
Second.
Moved by Member Williams, seconded by Member Holliday. Any comments on the motion? Board comments? Okay, we're going to take a roll call vote.
Holliday?
Yes.
Holliday, yes. Sandoval? Yes. Sandoval, yes. Sang? Yes. Sang, yes. Williams? Yes. Williams, yes. Molina? Yes. Molina, yes. Kirst?
Yes.
Kirst, yes. Strauss? Yes. Strauss, yes. Burr? Yes. Burr, yes. Cohn? Yes. Cohn, yes. Rucker? Rucker, yes. It's unanimous.
Okay, congratulations. Thank you, Lifeline. Unanimously supported. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to item 9. This is a petition for establishment of a charter school under the oversight of the State Board of Education. It's a consideration of Magnolia Science Academy in Santa Ana, which was denied by the Santa Ana Unified School District and the Orange County Office of Education. So we'll have a Department of Ed presentation on this.
Julie Russell again, Director of Charter School Division, California Department of Education. So item 9 is the appeal for Magnolia Science Academy, MSA, to establish a new charter school in the community of Santa Ana. On October 8, 2013, Santa Ana Unified denied the MSA petition by a vote of 3-2. Then on February 12, 2014, the Orange County Office of Education took no action as a result of a split vote. State Board received the MSA petition on appeal of denial to establish the new charter school on February 25, 2014. CD has conducted a review and analysis of the petition. CD also reviewed and finds no fault with the documentation and analysis provided by Santa Ana District and Orange County. The analysis of Santa Ana and Orange County is provided in your item, as well as the independent review and analysis from CDE staff. That's attachment 1. The Advisory Commission on Charter Schools, ACCS, considered MSA petition at the April 9th meeting by a vote of 7-0 with 1 abstention. ACCS recommended the State Board approve the petition to establish MSA under the oversight of the State Board. So all the findings and documents are provided in your attachment. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, so this is a public hearing. So we're going to open up the public hearing and ask the proponents from Magnolia to come forward. So the public hearing is now open, and you have 10 minutes. To proponents, the petitioners. Public hearing is now open.
All right. Good afternoon, President Kirst, Madam Chair Strauss, and members of the board. My name is Mehmet Argan. I am the CEO of Magnolia Public Schools, which operates 11 charter schools in California. We are before you today for the approval of Magnolia Science Academy Santa Ana. Even though it is a brand new charter, it is not a brand new school with no history. It is a school with 5 years of excelling API scores, student growth, and increased community demand, along with a CMO support and experience. We are also proud to announce that our statewide benefit charter has received 2013-14 Title I Academic Achievement Award 2 days ago. Today, I stand here with the support of more than 600 parents who have attached their signatures to the petition you are considering. Magnolia has received endorsements for this petition for this charter school from the Mayor of the City of Santa Ana, LAUSD Board Member Monica Garcia, Santa Ana Business Council, and many other community members who see the value the school brings to their community. I strongly urge you to approve our petition so that Magnolia continues to provide high-quality STEM education to our existing students and Santa Ana community. I will now pass the microphone to Lisa Kaur, our legal counsel, to continue the presentation. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, members of the State Board. Thank you for your time, and thank you for the time of the staff and the CDE in reviewing and putting together this report. My name is Lisa Kaur. I'm one of the attorneys at Young, Minnie & Kaur here today representing the petitioners. As you know, the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools recommended approval of the charter petition. I want to briefly address each area of the staff report where there was listed no in the area of with regard to sufficiency. I thought that might be helpful for board members. We also did so in a letter addressed to the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools. I thought a summary would be helpful. I'll do it as quickly as I possibly can. In the first area, which was mentioned with regard to the LCFF update, the charter was submitted to the district on June 28, 2013, prior to the approval of LCFF laws on July 1, 2013. The staff report contains an error stating that the charter was submitted to the district on July 23rd after LCFF approval. We did notify the CDE of this error. We think the confusion is due to the fact that the local district actually holds charter petitions and then considers them formally submitted as of the date of the board meeting where it is received. However, even the district's resolution denying the charter indicates that the charter was in fact received and submitted to the district on June 28, 2013. It's incredibly significant of that date because at that point LCFF laws were not in place. After the fact, thus then the charter's budget would have reflected LCFF approval, and additionally the charter would have reflected the state priorities in both the educational program, the measurable pupil outcomes and methods of measurement section. You have probably noted that the ACCS received our response, which included an updated budget which reflected LCFF changes and the delay in the 1-year delay in the facility and growth of the school. And additionally, we provided them language which would update the educational program section, the methods of measurement sections as well with regard to the state priorities. The staff report also indicates that they were concerned that it was an unsound educational program due to what they deemed deficiencies with regard to the description of the EL and special education portions of the charter. Just as a refresher, unsound educational program is defined by the State Board of Education Regulations 11967.5.1b. It defines it as a program that involves activities that the State Board of Ed determines would present the likelihood of physical educational or psychological harm to affected pupils, or a program that the State Board of Ed determines not to be likely to be of educational benefit to the pupils who attend. You can see the regulations set a very high bar, and here we don't have any factual evidence of meeting the definition by the regs of an unsound educational program. Here we have a unique situation where instead of a proposed school without any history of operation, we do have the history of the statewide benefit charter. Some very key points of that academic achievement is that the PTSA is being recognized by the Department of Ed as a California Title I Academic Achievement Award School for 2013-14. That's really relevant in that only 106 schools amongst 6,000 Title I schools are recognized for this award. To receive the distinction, the school had to demonstrate that all students are making significant progress towards proficiency on California's academic content standards, and the school's socioeconomically disadvantaged students must have doubled the achievement target set for them for 2 consecutive years. Also, the last reported API growth was 850, a growth of 12 points. They exceeded their growth targets in all numerically significant subgroups. They had a 7.7 statewide and similar schools ranking. Their growth score for Hispanic and Latino students was 819, a growth of 15 points. The socioeconomically disadvantaged subgroup score was 828, which was a growth of 51 points. Their English learners' growth score was 758. They had 156-point growth in their special education population, and amongst their elementary schools, they average a 904 API score. The staff report indicated that all of the required affirmations were not included in the charter, but I reviewed and found them all on pages 6 and 7 and on page 134 of the charter. With regard to the comprehensiveness of the description of the English learner section, I found that they identified on pages 72 to 82 the identification, assessment of English learners, parent notification, placement, instructional strategies, teacher qualifications, reclassification of English learners, and the evaluation of program efficacy, all which would indicate a fully, reasonably comprehensive description of the English learner section. We do have David Yilmaz, the Chief Academic Officer, here to answer any questions you might have as to the rollout of their English learner program as far as daily scheduling for students. Additionally, that English learner program is approved each year annually by LAUSD. There's never been any questions. There also has never been any questions by the Department of Ed as to the English learner program and its oversight of the charter. With regard to the description of the special education program, the charter school will operate as an LEA and a member of the El Dorado County CHELPA. David Toston was here speaking in support of the charter, and the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools and the Department of Ed received a letter in support by the El Dorado CHELPA finding that the charter school was in good standing. The charter school has never had a state complaint, a due process complaint, or an OCR complaint. I think that speaks volumes for their ability to roll out their special education program. We do have Kelly Horrigan, the special education director, who is here to answer any questions you might have as to the special education program. With regard to the admissions preferences, there's noted a no, and that's because of an interpretation issue with regard to where the district preference fits by way of priority in exchange for the preferences for siblings or children of employees. Just a quickie review is that the law requires that if there are more students that wish to enroll than there's space, we must enroll based upon a public random drawing. The law mandates a preference for existing students and district residents. It also permits other preferences as long as they're approved by the authorizer and otherwise lawful. It doesn't set a priority as to which has a higher priority, those other preferences or the mandated preferences. Our discretionary preferences are more narrow, the siblings or children of employees, so we floated them to the top, and then district would have a preference after that. The staff report indicates that that's unlawful. To resolve that, we would suggest that within each group that we have district residents as a preference above it. So it would be siblings who are district residents, siblings who are non-district residents, so that always the district residents are given that lawful priority. Under the suspension and expulsion section, the staff report indicates that we did not provide evidence that we reviewed the violations under 48-900 when developing our list of reasons for suspension and expulsion. However, our list of reasons for suspension and expulsions are absolutely identical to 48-900 of the Education Code, and I do believe that's evidence that we did, in fact, review it. However, we suggested in our response to the Department of Ed and the ACCS that we would amend our policy to say that we would annually review 48-900 so that our policy is always maintained maintained to be in full alignment with 48,900. Also, the staff report indicates that we did not describe a manifestation determination prior to expulsion of a special education student, and yet on page 151 it's specifically addressed. With regard to the employee rights to return section, I think the confusion lies in the fact that we did not address that section in the same manner that we might typically see in sort of boilerplate language. Typically, you might see a section that says, public employees who leave a school district to go to work at our charter school, they have the rights to return that the district from whence they came gave them. It's very typical language. Ours says that they'd have any rights to return that their union agreement from their prior school district would give them. We did not mean to indicate that only union employees might come to work at the school, and I think it caused some confusion, and we'd be glad to make it clear that we're not providing any rights to return other than what their district might otherwise allow them. With regard to the delay in facilities, we did have some discussion at the ACCS meeting that our plan for grade level grow out and our move to the new facility is pushed by 1 year in 2015 to 2016, and so our grade levels would remain 6 through 12 for 14-15, and at the current enrollment rate, I believe at about 193 for 14-15. Am I at time?
Yeah.
Okay. If there are any additional questions regarding the facility and the financial plan, we do have Jim Bush, the school's facilities consultant, here with us, and we also have Makan Mohamado, who is the CFO, to answer any questions regarding school finance.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now the opponents have 10 minutes. Are there any? Okay, so I'm going to close the hearing. Hearing is now closed. We'll go to public comments.
We have 10 speakers. We have 10 speakers signed up to speak, and another 6 from the district that are from the charter school on standby to answer questions. The first 5 are Eric Premack, Michelle Lowe, Pixie Hayward-Shickley, Kim Anisco, Merid Estrada.
Because I just want to remind our speakers that please introduce yourself, tell us who you represent, and then you have 1 minute, and there'll be the lights there, so it starts in green, goes to yellow to warn you, and then red when the time is up. We'll ask you that point to close your comments. Mr. Premack.
Eric Premack, Charter Schools Development Center. I've been to 3 of this organization's schools, all of them, found them all very well run, very rigorous, solid organization. We've done a lot of work with their leadership staff and training. I think it's a very solid organization. I urge you to support it. Thank you.
Michelle Lowe on behalf of the Charter Schools Association. The standard for what you review a charter petition is whether they're demonstrably likely to succeed in their educational program. I think the track record here is clear. The organization has most APIs above 800, even some above 900. The petition right now would serve a community that they're already serving about an 850 API. So I believe they definitely meet that demonstrably likely to succeed in this program, and would ask that you support their petition. Thank you.
Pixie Hayward-Shickley for California Teachers Association. I just want to reiterate CTA's position, which is always that charter schools ought to be granted through the local and not be under the oversight of the state. The other little thing that I want to remind you about, and I haven't had to say anything about this for a while because you've done really well, is the Bagley-Keene, that apparently there was a late posting on this, and it was posted, there was changes in it posted on the 30th of April, and so would appreciate it if we didn't fall back into that problem. Thank you.
Question for CTA.
We have a question for you, and then I think to the...
Does CTA support multiple authorizers at the local level?
I can't answer that question. I don't know the answer.
Okay, thank you.
Judy?
If you had a question about the multiple posting, the whole agenda item was posted, but there was an error with the ACCS vote, and that one sentence was corrected. That was the only change.
Okay, thank you for the clarification on that. Our next speaker.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kim Onisco, and I'm a certified public accountant, and I'm here on behalf of Magnolia Schools. Our firm, Onisco & Schultz, serves nonprofits, governmental, and educational institutions throughout the state of California. We've worked with Magnolia Schools for over 18 months. We have been tasked with keeping Magnolia's financial systems in compliance with state, federal, and local regulations. Our team conducts regular training with Magnolia financial personnel, and we are involved in financial planning, budgeting, and financial statement preparation. We thank you for your time.
Thank you. Another speaker? Are you ready? Please come forward.
Our next group of speakers, Maria Estrada, Jeremy Carrera, Keith Kasputis, Cecilia, and I can't read her last name, Adrian Navarotti, and Magdalene Ramirez. Please line up 1 minute.
Please come forward. Can you come forward, please? Is it translation? Okay.
I will translate. Good afternoon, board members.
Buenas tardes, querido comité. Me dirijo con la seguridad que comprenderán que no solo les pedimos su aprobación a nuestra petición para el proyecto de Magnolia Public School en Santa Ana, sino a la misma vez les den la oportunidad a nuestros niños para que sigan siendo el futuro de este país. Me fui muy rápido.
Está bien. Good afternoon, distinguished board members. My name is Adria Yamagata. Maria, and I am here in full support of that Magnolia petition in order for you to give students the services that they've been getting. They've been doing very wonderful at the school, and we ask that you back up the petition and continue servicing the kids of Santa Ana.
Mi experiencia con Pacific Technology School
My experience with Pacific Technology School
ha hecho un gran cambio en la vida de mi hijo,
has made a big difference in my son's life,
académicamente y personal,
academically and personally.
ya que sus grados han mejorado
Now that his grades have improved
más arriba de mis expectativas,
above her expectation.
y ya que sus maestros y personal
Now that his teachers and staff
son seleccionados cuidadosamente.
are selected with rigor and careful thought.
En mi opinión, es una excelente escuela.
In my opinion, it's an excellent school.
Por favor, antes de tomar una decisión,
Please, before you take note of a vote,
les pido piensen como padres,
I ask you to think of us as parents,
ya que esta misma
now that this
hará un gran impacto en la educación de nuestros niños.
petition and this school will make a huge impact in the lives of our children.
Nosotros, los padres e hijos,
We, the parents and students,
les damos las gracias por tomar el tiempo de escuchar nuestras peticiones.
give you thanks for listening to our petition, Santa Ana. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeremy Carrera. I am a sophomore, and I have been with Magnolia Public Schools in Santa Ana for 5 years now, and these years have been the best 5 years in my life. The classes are small and the teachers are great, and that is the reason I've had a great experience in class. MPS focuses on science and math. I personally love those subjects, and I've had a great experience in class. I've been able to learn and grow from their help. Everyone is so nice and helpful. I don't know if I can be who I am without them. MPS offers many fun and educational clubs. I've went to many sport clubs, and we went to competitions and had the best times. I have been benefiting College Mentorship and Leadership Club, which helps me prepare the best colleges. I live in Garden Grove, and I drive a half hour every day to just be in the school that I love the most. MPS is better than any high school around me, and I do not want to go anywhere else. Please approve Magnolia Science Academy, Santa Ana School K-12 Charter petition. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm Keith Kasputis, and I'm the parent of a student. I am hopeful that you will approve the petition from Magnolia Science Academy, Santa Ana. My daughter has been attending the school for 3 years, and I am proud of her achievements. My daughter is taking geometry class in 8th grade, and she is also in A+ class, which hones her skills in advanced mathematics. She has competed in math competitions such as Math Counts, Gauss League, and American Mathematics Contest. The quality of Pacific Technology School core programs are excellent. I highly value the education my daughter is receiving from her teachers and staff. The teachers are both knowledgeable and nurturing to my daughter's education. I can tell you they have high expectations for my child to succeed. My daughter is constantly challenged at PTS and has progressed tremendously. Additionally, PTS has great after-school programs. My daughter is very active in the school extracurricular activities because of the after-school activities.
Time.
You can conclude your comment.
I believe the school meets my child's needs for a strong college preparatory program, a safe and secure campus, and an excellent academic program. That being said, I respectfully request a favorable vote.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Cecilia Arzaga. I'm in the 11th grade at Pacific Technology School, and I'm here because I strongly urge that my school be given the chance to stay open. Before attending Pacific Technology, I attended a larger public high school in Garden Grove, a prestigious private high school in Santa Ana, and I also tried online homeschooling. I can firmly state that none of the schools I attended before made me grow as prodigiously as I have at the school I'm at now. At Pacific Technology, they surround the students with a science and math-based curriculum. This curriculum has allowed me and my fellow students to discover our potential in the STEM field, the science, technology, engineering, and math field. They offer various extracurricular opportunities like the Infomatrix competition, VEX, Robotics Club, free SAT and Algebra 2 tutoring, and so much more. I've been exposed to computer design software, and I've increased my SAT scores. My science teachers are available to me and my classmates all 7 hours of the day, and they continue to nourish my curiosity for science. We constantly go to them for help.
Time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Adrian Navarrete. I'm a parent of my child attending Magnolia School. And I request approval of Magnolia Science Academic School petition. Magnolia Public School in Santa Ana Charter School has been an educational institute where my daughter was able to accomplish the level of education that she will not have accomplished in her other schools. This benefited my daughter and my family in many ways because positive impact on my education had in our lives. The mission of the Magnolia Pacific School provides support high school students to improve their academic performance, achieve their full scholarship, social potential, promote their admissions to and graduate for college and universities. This mission is also to impact the skills and knowledge of their students. To live successful in providing my life with my daughter is aware a school admission takes her education seriously because
Time.
they're decided. Time? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Magdalena Ramirez, and I have been a student at Magnolia Public School Santa Ana for 4 years. I am now a sophomore in high school, and overall experience has been great. MPS does its hardest to keep its students educated and on track. Ever since I started, I have saw a huge difference in the students at the school, the teachers, and the way they educated the students. It is a big difference from my home school, and I also noticed a big difference in my GPA since I joined. There are many outstanding clubs at MPS. They range from robotics, computer engineering, and even college mentorship. I am in a college mentorship program, and since I joined, it has made me grow and become more motivated and to be a leader in any obstacle that comes up. It also informs you about how to get into college, train you for such exams as the ACT and SAT, and teaches you to develop leadership skills. The school also offers free tutoring, which is a great help for other students. If you need help in class, the teachers will not hesitate to help you. The number of students in each class makes getting help from teachers a lot more effective than when the class is bigger. The teachers are more than willing to help a student in need and are always in their best attitudes. Overall, the experience has been great, and you will always get help if you need it. I think if we get moved to a new school, I know that it will make a big difference in the area and that it will make... Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more public comments? Okay, so One more. Come forward, sir.
My name is Jim Bush. I'm a facility consultant here in Sacramento. I've worked with Magnolia for 5 years. They have a Proposition 1D allocation for this project. It was approved about 4 years ago. They have a full CDE approval for the new construction project. They've received already about $4 million to do all the studies and get the plans approved. And we're waiting for construction funds at the Office of Public School Construction for the facility. Thank you.
So we're going to move to liaison reports. Member Williams and then Member Holliday is going to do this one. Okay, Member Holliday.
I'll try. I think one of the first things that we all need to remind ourselves of is the fact that this is one of the first times that we've encountered a school that had been a part of a statewide benefit charter, but no longer meets the requirements of a statewide benefit charter for a number of schools. And as a result, when they went back to the district to begin the renewal process, they had to begin by creating a new school. It's not a new school. The same students, the same teachers, the same program. The plan is the plan. The gradual expansion of the number of students based upon the new facility is only a matter of the construction delays and that sort of issue. But this is the same school. And from what we know, both at the district and at the county level, there was some confusion about that. And rightfully so. I mean, it's these things get pretty complicated pretty fast. And what is a statewide benefit school, and why aren't you asking for the same name again, and on and on and on. So I do think we need to be clear about that to begin with. We do have a track record here of a very successful school. We have not just very high academic achievement, we also have fiscal responsibility. We have a bright future laid out with quality facility that seems to be coming down the pike successfully. And I think we have seen also how responsive they are to some of the technical pieces that of their petition that might have fallen short. So either Member Williams or I, before long, will make a motion that to approve this charter. But I just wanted to clarify that to begin with. Thanks.
So any other board member comments? Member Williams?
Succinctly said about the description of them. I think I understand why there was confusion at the local level, because I understand a lot of the parents came and said, please renew our school, and Santa Ana Unified District knew they hadn't ever renewed it, and so they were confused about that. I think that just set off a kind of a series of confusion. But there should be no confusion at our level. We know this school. We had them as a statewide benefit charter. We know what their performance is. We know what their operations are. The fact that they had a planned construction and have everything in place, but it got delayed, was no fault of their own construction. Any of you that have ever done that or remodel know that that happens. There is absolutely nothing about this school that should keep it from being authorized by the state as a single school authorization instead of a statewide benefit charter operation.
Any more state board comments? Okay, so without that,
Yes.
Member Holliday.
I do think that this motion does need to address the admissions procedure, and that as either Member Williams or I make this motion, we will definitely make sure that there is a agreed upon admissions procedure with SBE, CDE staff, and the school.
So are you ready to make the motion?
Yes, I'd be happy to make the
Okay,
motion.
please. Thank you.
So I move to approve Magnolia Science Academy as a new State Board of Education authorized charter school, authorized to serve up to 200 students at its current 102 Baker Street location and eventually expand to 1,020 students upon construction and inspection of its new facility. And Magnolia will comply with the technical amendments identified by the California Department of Education and reach a mutually agreeable admissions procedure with SBE, SDE staff, and honor the commitments made by its legal counsel in the April 8th, 2014 letter and in public testimony at the April ACCS meeting.
Second the motion.
Okay. Judy?
And one other thing, the school had also submitted a renewal for their statewide benefit, and we'd like to make sure that they acknowledge that they'll withdraw that, assuming if the board approves this.
You want to comment on that?
Acknowledged, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so any public comments on the motion? Any board comments on the motion? Okay, this is a roll call vote.
Wait. I just want to make sure I'm clear.
Okay.
I want to make sure I'm clear on what the motion is. The motion is to approve this school charter petition as a state board approved charter.
That's correct.
And in approving this petition, they're withdrawing their renewal as a statewide benefit charter.
That's correct.
Okay, I didn't hear that accepted as a friendly amendment.
I'd be happy to amend it. Should I try again?
And the second, Member Williams, will you accept that?
Yes.
Okay, so we have it amended and seconded. Okay, now we're ready for President Kirst. Did you want to make a comment?
No, I followed this school as a statewide benefit school, and they're very impressed with their progress, and I'm delighted to hear they're going to be able to expand.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have a roll call vote.
Okay, Holliday?
Yes.
Holliday, yes. Sandoval? Yes. Sandoval, yes. Sang? Yes. Sang, yes. Williams?
Yes.
Williams, yes. Molina? Yes. Molina, yes. Kirst?
Yes.
Kirst, yes. Strauss? Yes. Strauss, yes. Burr?
Yes.
Burr, yes. Cohn? Yes. Cohn, yes. Rucker? Yes. Rucker, yes. It's unanimous.
Congratulations. We're going to go back now to item 6, and then board members, we're going to do item 14 for tomorrow. We're going to do at the end of today, which is the state board priorities and any liaison reports. So if you have any liaison reports, I'll have you think about that while we do item 6. So we're going to do item 14 after 6, okay? We're going to do item 6, and then we're going to go to item 14 for tomorrow to try to move it up to today. Member Holliday?
Would it be out of order for me to make a sort of general comment at this moment?
No. Well, you want to wait till the room clears so we can hear you? We're going to do this, and then we're going to do number 14, state board priorities, and do your liaison reports. So that'll shorten tomorrow a little, we hope, because we have a bunch of testimony tomorrow, too. All right? All right. Member Holliday.
Thanks. I'm sorry to take a moment here, but I did want to just indicate clearly to everyone, in particular the CDE staff, how grateful Member Williams and I are in particular for all of the due diligence that the CDE staff does, the Charter School Division and Julie and others do, to really give us as much input as they possibly can on each one of these charter appeals or renewals. Just because their recommendation or their suggestion doesn't end up being our recommendation or our suggestion doesn't mean that the work that they've done is unimportant. It is very important to us, and it helps us clarify in our minds what is necessary to be done and what is in the best interest of kids. So I, in particular, want to thank the Charter School Division and the entire CDE for their efforts, tireless efforts on behalf of the SBE for each and every one of these issues that come in front of us concerning charter schools.
Thank you, Member Holliday. So, Member Rucker?
And I'm glad that you said that, Board Member Holliday, because today, more than any other time we've had conversations and agenda items where there's been a difference between the recommendation from the board, from the CDE and from the ACCS. In the past, the conversation has been, very contentious and pointing out deficiencies in the process that was exercised by the CDE staff. What I appreciated more about what happened today was there was a clear division or a clear divergence, but in the processes that the CDE staff followed based on the requirements that they operate under, and the greater flexibility that the ACCS can exercise, not only in considering and reviewing the information that's given to them by the CDE, but also by the very assertive ways that the ACCS goes about helping the charter petitioners to make the corrections that the CDE staff cannot do the work on. And then today, for the first time, those particular activities and the work of the ACCS to make those corrections were actually accurately reflected in the motion and the recommendation rationale that the ACCS made. So I do appreciate that, because this is actually the first time since I've seen that particular divergence in recommendations that the work of the ACCS was explained and the rationale and the conditions for the recommendations that they made were based on the work they did to improve and correct the charter that's presented. The reality is we considered two very different charters, and two charters that looked different when the CDE looked at them and different when the ACCS did their work to prepare them for presentation to the CDE. I think that those two processes have never been made as clear as they were today. So it's more important to note that if it had not been for the very critical oversight and review and analysis made by the CDE staff, we still would have had a very faulty presentation for a petition for the board to consider. So based on that very clear and critical analysis made by the department, the ACCS did the work to correct the application that the board could approve with greater comfort and greater assurance that the petitions would actually work.
Okay, thank you for those comments, and we're going to move now to item 6, presentation by Julie from the Department of Ed.
Thank you. Julie Russell again, Director of Charter Schools at the California Department of Education. So this item is a little bit different than the ones we've just been discussing. So item 6 is consideration of reasonable basis, mitigating circumstances, requests for determination of funding as required for a non-classroom-based charter school pursuant to Ed Code Section 47612.5 and 47634.2. The CDE recommendation for this item is provided in Attachment 1. The Advisory Commission on Charter Schools, ACCS, met on April 9th and voted to approve CDE's recommendation for charter schools identified in Attachment 1, Tables 1 through 3. However, there were 3 schools which are listed in Tables 4 and 5 that the ACCS recommendation differs from the CDE recommendation. The CDE recommendations are provided in Table 4A and 5A, so we've split them out for you. For the 2 schools on Table 4A, Mount Lassen Charter School and Santa Rosa Academy, the CDE recommendation is not to approve mitigating circumstances and to approve a determination of funding of 85% for 4 years. For Classical Academy, which is on Table 5A, the CDE recommendation is to not approve the mitigating circumstances and to approve a determination of funding for 85% for 5 years. The ACCS recommendations for these 3 schools are provided in Tables 4B and 5B. The recommendation was to approve mitigating circumstances and a determination of funding of 100% for 3 years. So on the funding determination process, there's a single process that all non-classroom-based charter schools follow to request a determination of funding. However, the regulations include criteria that address various circumstances related to particular requests. In the regulations, a non-classroom-based charter may qualify for 70%, 85%, 100%, or the school may be denied the funding determination. And the determination of funding can be approved in increments of 2 years to a maximum of 5 years. It is the intent of the regulations that the determination of funding request is prospective. So these requests that you're looking at today are for the 2014-15 school year. To qualify for a proposed recommendation of 100% funding, a non-classroom-based charter must meet 3 criteria. 1, they must spend at least 40% of the public revenues on salaries and benefits for certificated staff. Second, at least 80% of all their revenues are to be spent on instruction or related services. And third, the pupil-teacher ratio is not to exceed 25-1. The regulation states that the ACCS may find a reasonable basis, which is also referred to as the mitigating circumstances, by which to make a recommendation other than the one that results from the criteria specified in the regulations. Therefore, in addition to the required financial and other information that the school submits to the CDE for review, if a school does not meet the criteria that I just mentioned in the qualifying year, or is requesting a higher percentage than they actually meet, the school may submit a request for consideration of mitigating circumstances. The qualifying year that I mentioned for these schools is fiscal year 2012-13. The regulations require that schools submit prior year financial data since the current year data is not yet final. Thus, the requests are submitted in the current year, the 13-14, are based on the 12-13 data. Although the funding determination is based on a prior year data, the charter school is still required to continue to spend at the threshold levels that were identified. So they still have to spend at the 40% and for staff and at the 80% for the instructional related services throughout the entire period of time, or whatever the percentage is that the board approves. The regulations provide specific examples of types of mitigating circumstances, such as one-time or unique or exceptional expenses for facilities, acquisition of school bus, purchase and installation of computer hardware not related to instructional program, special education charges levied by the LEA, restricted state, federal, or private grants that cannot be used for teacher salaries or contracted instructional services. CD staff review each of these requests on an individual basis and follow up with the schools as necessary for additional information. Based on the documentation provided, there were 3 requests that CDE did not feel supported approval of the mitigating circumstance. So I'm going to provide just a bit of information on each of these 3 schools for you where the recommendation of CDE and ACCS differed. Each of these 3 schools had previously been approved for a funding determination using mitigating circumstances. The first school, Mount Lassen Charter School, is requesting 100%. Without the mitigating circumstance, they meet the thresholds for 85%. The reasons that they state for mitigating circumstance are they want to conserve cash to repay a 2-year loan that was issued by its authorizer, which is Fort Sage Unified. The district governing board is also the charter's governing board. And they want to maintain reserves for cash flow purposes. The school's ending balance was $100,897, which is about a 14% reserve. So the school needed to spend about $15,000, $15,303, of its reserves to actually meet the threshold in the regulations to receive the 100% funding. But they have the business decision to set aside the money for the other purposes. The second school, Santa Rosa Academy, they're also requesting 100%. Without mitigating circumstances, they would be eligible for 85%. The reasons cited are to conserve cash to finance a new facility for use in the 2013-14 year. Their debt service estimate is to be $1.7 million per year beginning in 13-14, and to maintain sufficient cash to fund operations for the entire year. Their ending balance is $3.6 million, which is about a 59% reserve. The school needed to spend about $65,000 of its reserves in order to meet the threshold or the criteria identified in the regs for the 100% funding. The Classical Academy, which is the third school, is again requesting 100%. Without the mitigating circumstance, it's 85% that it actually meets. The reasons cited, they have fixed costs for the school's facility. It's remained unchanged for the past decade. Their ending balance is $2.17 million, which is about a 36% reserve. The school cites $2 million of the reserve are for a future facility acquisition. The school needed to spend $510,000 of its reserves to meet the 100% threshold criteria. So based on the facts that were presented to CDE when we did our review, although it is a business decision and we don't deny that reserves is a good thing, we thought that they had sufficient money that they could have met the criteria for the 100% if they would have used some of their reserves to fund it. And it's when you approve if you approve the mitigating circumstance, it's only for that 1 year to put them at the 100% funding, say. But in future years, like if it's for a 5-year funding determination, they don't continue to spend at the 85% level. They would still have to spend at the criteria to get them to the 100%. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay, so do we have board member questions? We want to go to public comment first. Board member questions? All right, we'll go to public comment. Any comments on this?
We have two speakers, Eric Premack and Colin Miller.
Eric Premack, Charter Schools Development Center. This is a long and complicated issue. We kind of come back here every year for a kind of painful discussion of it. I'm not going to go into any of the details other than to say that these regulations need some work, and there's, I think, a lot of recognition around the room that that needs to happen, but that there are some other priorities like LCAP regulations and other things that are ahead of us. And so we're trying to patiently wait in the charter community. In the meantime, we hope that you will support the ACCS's recommendations here. We do as well. Thank you.
Colin Miller, California Charter Schools Association. I would agree with what Eric said. Recently and in the past several years, both Governor Brown and the Legislative Analyst's Office have recommended changes to this process. It's incredibly outdated and really doesn't reflect the current fiscal situation. Schools are still facing deferrals. Over almost 25% of apportionments are being deferred into the next fiscal year. Having a reserve level of 15% is probably more closely related to being fiscally irresponsible rather than being incredibly responsible, as this might suggest. A couple of specifics on these schools I wanted to point out, particularly on Santa Rosa Academy. I actually had the pleasure of visiting Santa Rosa Academy this year and was actually shocked to see them on this list. They're a fully site-based program. They have just opened an incredibly beautiful facility in the Inland Empire. And because they operate an independent study program that serves more than 20% of their population, they actually are triggered into this process. The problem with this process is it does not recognize facility costs appropriately or accurately in this process. And so any school that has a facility cost, including Classical Academy and the others, are really being disadvantaged in this process. We want schools to be providing facility components and site-based components when they're doing these independent study programs. This process actually disadvantages those schools, and we recommend you support the ACCS recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll turn to, one more.
Thank you. Jeff Rice with the A+ Personalized Learning Network Association. I'd also like to echo my colleagues' comments about the critical need for modernizing these regulations to reflect the current climate. And as Colin Miller said, particularly around facilities, where the majority of so-called non-classroom based charters are using facilities extensively for education delivery. These facilities costs currently cannot be included in the instructional costs and puts these schools at a great disadvantage. And in addition to that, I'd just like to say that we're in support of the ACCS recommendations and ask that you do so as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll turn to our board member liaisons.
I suppose it'd be helpful to hear a little bit more about the ACCS thinking on their decision. So in terms of Mount Lassen Charter School, as Julie mentioned, they were off in terms of their spending target by $15,000. And in the wild and crazy, fast-paced school world of a charter school, you know, that kind of, you know, slight bit off seems reasonable to me, and did to the ACCS. And they certainly didn't think that that warranted a 15% total cut in their overall revenue. In terms of the Santa Rosa Academy, they exceeded the certified salary target, met 79.02% on instructional costs. All the same reasons, similar to the Mount Lassen, would apply. Less than 1% off their target for the 40%, just cannot justify a 15% funding cut. In addition to that, as Colin just mentioned, once again, it is this whole issue of facility costs, and they're not being given the credit for that. And finally, with the Classical Academy, one of the things that is interesting here is that this is a school that has been approved for some period of time now for 100% determination of funding because of that issue. And the State Board has, in the past, seen this as a reasonable mitigating circumstance. So now to change the rules on them at this moment seems quite a bit unfair. They had, of course, no warning that we might change our mind since we had approved them in the past in a similar way. So I guess that was basically the thinking of the ACCS on each of these three, and their recommendations was 100% funding for 3 years.
Member Williams?
Yes. So it's true that these regulations and laws need modernization. And someday that will happen. Probably not in 2014, but it's a high enough priority. At the time that they were put into effect, we couldn't envision the different ways that technology was going to be used, and how what used to be called non-classroom based, how many of those schools were going to become some kind of blended hybrid of classroom and non-classroom, and so many different models that the law doesn't and the regulations don't currently support that in a way that's fair and adequate. So the only deviation I have from what the ACCS recommended on this is that Classical Academy has not only been funded at 100% because they made a commitment to go more fully hybrid and blended, as many of these programs were encouraged to have more teacher involvement, have more site involvement, and they've made a commitment to do that. I've visited their schools twice and have seen their classrooms and the kids there and the teachers and how they run them. They are put at a disadvantage by the current state of the laws for making the commitment to do that and having facilities. But according to State Board staff, their API, their strong API, and their longevity would indicate that they should be approved at 100% for 5 years, not 4 years, and not 3 years. And I would change the motion. I would make a motion that included that, and I am prepared to do that whenever the board is prepared for a motion.
Okay. Any more board comment? clarification? Okay, I think we're ready for a motion.
I would just comment that the governor has a proposal for revising independent study in his budget that also affects blended learning. So there is some pending legislation which may help, but I support the ACSS, and I think it's in the direction of those proposals.
Thank you, President Kirst.
That felt so strange.
So nice that you're coming from above in our.
I know.
It's really nice that you're watching over us.
So I would move to approve the ACCS recommendation for all of the schools except for Classical Academy, which I would direct it be funded at 100% for 5 years.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Member Williams and seconded by Member Holliday. Any public comments on the motion? Any board comments? Member Rucker.
I would like to request to Member Williams that you split your motion so that we deal with the sites that there's a clear agreement between the ACCS and the CDE, and that we look at the other 3 sites that are listed in the 2 charts in a separate motion, because I can't vote yes on that motion.
Member Williams?
Since State Board staff crafted this motion for me, I would need them to recraft it.
So you could move the.
No, I don't think that's really necessary. If there's a member that can't vote for the motion as it stands, I think that's the way it is, and I think we have a motion and ready to fire it up.
Not an acceptance for an amendment. So with that, any more board comments? Any public comments on the motion? Okay, we're going to take a roll call vote.
Holliday?
Yes.
Holliday, yes. Sandoval? Yes. Sandoval, yes. Sang? Sang, yes. Williams? Yes. Williams, yes. Molina? Yes. Molina, yes. Kirst?
Yes.
Kirst, yes. Strauss? Yes. Strauss, yes. Burr? Yes. Burr, yes. Cohn? Yes. Cohn, yes. Rucker? No. Okay. So 1 abstention.
Okay, motion carries with 1 no. No abstention. Okay, so thank you for that item. We're going to move to item 14, which is on tomorrow's agenda, which is State Board priorities. So we have a long agenda tomorrow. So on that item, the first part of it is to deal with our minutes. So this item, there's a recommendation that we approve minutes. So do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second. Okay, moved by Member Conan, second by Member Burr. Then we need a roll call vote on that.
Okay. Holliday? Yes. Holliday, yes. Sandoval? Yes. Sandoval, yes. Sang? Sang, yes. Williams? Yes. Williams, yes. Molina? Yes. Molina, yes. Kirst?
Yes.
Kirst, yes. Strauss?
Yes.
Strauss, yes. Burr? Yes. Burr, yes. Cohn? Cohn, yes. Rucker? Yes. Okay, unanimous.
Okay, so we're going to move now to board member liaison reports. So I'll start over here. Member Cohn, do you want to report on the special ed commission?
Yeah, I've been living up here with, last week we had the ACSE, met for 2 days, and pleased to announce that we have a new chair and vice chair. Gina Plate of the Charter School Association and Barbara Schulman of CTA are the new chair and vice chair, and it's great fun watching that pairing. They make a great team, and they're working very hard together. So that's a significant development. We had good presentations on MTSS from the West Ed folks, good discussions in the legislative and policy committees, but the highlight of the 2-day meeting was the appearance by the CIF basketball champions from California School for the Deaf in Fremont, the young men and their coach, who's a graduate of the school, really a very moving and touching experience. So that was the ACSE. And then Monday at CTC, we had a meeting of the Special Education Task Force, and some of you may not know that the task force co-chair, Fred Weintraub, passed away last Friday morning. And he most recently has been the court monitor in LA, so we had a moment of silence and a couple tributes to Fred, but we had an interesting and action-packed agenda, beginning with a debrief. Several members of the task force took up Apple on their invitation to go there for a tour and visit, and they were all excited about the potential in terms of bells and whistles and all the things that they saw at Apple, much of which could be used to advance learning for youngsters with special needs, in addition to everyone. We had Michael Uden, who you may recall spent some time with us, the Assistant Secretary for the Office of, now he's Assistant Secretary for the Office of Special Ed and Rehabilitative Services. So we had him piped in for a half-hour discussion about what's coming out of OSEP these days. And it's an interesting tension. Everyone, in terms of the feds, is talking about a focus on outcomes and results and shifting your thinking away from issues of compliance. And following his presentation, we talked about that. What does that look like in terms of how the department operates, and how does that look at the local school level? And everyone acknowledged that there's a fundamental tension there, embracing the whole issue of outcomes while still having this big compliance thing hanging over your head. We then went on to discuss the work of the task force, our subcommittees, what we're all engaged in as we move toward a report that would come out in the fall of this year. So that's.
Thank you. Let's see, anybody, Nikki, do you want to do, so Nikki and I both participated in the PSAA, and Nikki's going to do the report on that. Member Sandoval. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The PSAA met on April 15th, and very interesting and rich discussions. They considered key questions about college and career readiness. How do you define it? How do you measure it? And while there's not, of course, a clear answer to these questions, the group did learn more about the changing landscape. And a few highlights were presentations from Christopher Cabaldon at the Link Learning Alliance and David Conley from Educational Policy Improvement Center, EPIC. And there were very thought-provoking and excellent presentations, and the group got to engage in a discussion about the implications as we move forward. And I'd also like to mention a few other things that I've been involved in. The Child Nutrition Advisory Council met on April 14th and heard about the proposed federal rule that would require LEAs participating in the national school lunch or breakfast programs to develop a written wellness policy, and that the purpose of that would be to establish a school environment that supports student health, wellness, and ability to learn. And this is in fulfillment of the Healthy and Hunger-Free Kids Act of 2010, and the Council contributed comments for the proposed rule. The California State Summer School for the Arts Board met on April 23rd and 24th in San Francisco, and this year marks the 28th session of the California State Summer School for the Arts from July 12th through August 8th, At CalArts in Valencia, more than 500 school students will engage in a very rigorous pre-professional training program in visual and performing arts, creative writing, animation, and film. And students also have the option for earning CSU credit for their work, and it's a very strong foundation for our emerging artists who are pursuing careers in arts and entertainment industries. I'd also like to mention that the National Governors Association grant project met right after our board meeting in March on the 14th. And the purpose of this project is to articulate a comprehensive and well-coordinated approach across the higher education segments for supporting Common Core implementation now and in the future. And President Kirst was there. He opened the day with a discussion of the importance of systemic change and continued collaboration beyond the scope of the grant. And he also asked each representative there to engage higher education leaders in public conversations about Common Core and why it's important. It was a full day of meetings focusing on 3 priority areas: admissions and placement, undergraduate education, and teacher preparation and professional development. And I participated in the team that focused on teacher preparation and professional development. I just want to mention a few highlights. One thing I learned that's happening at our Cal State system, they're aligning all of their teacher education course syllabi with Common Core, and they're also being very inclusive of English language development needs. And another thing that came up in the conversation was professional learning for administrators. As we have principals serving as instructional leaders at schools, it's important to keep our administrators in mind for professional learning opportunities. And then another question that came up in the conversation, this is with respect to the fact that the marketplace is developing a wide range of professional development products with varying degrees of quality. And so people in the group talked about, or they asked the question, what role can members of the team play in evaluating these various professional development offerings? Whose role and responsibility is that? So it was a very rich discussion, and this team will continue to meet and work, and I'll continue to offer updates. And the last thing I'd like to share is on May 1st, last Thursday, Governor Brown met with superintendents in San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara counties. It was a very robust discussion, primarily focused on local control accountability plans, smarter balanced assessment field tests, and Common Core implementation. And our educational leaders were frank about the challenges that they're experiencing, but also described ways that they were building their capacities in a variety of areas, from parent engagement and professional learning to technological infrastructure and curriculum development. So I'm really grateful for the time and attention that the governor devoted to visiting the Central Coast and meeting with our educational leaders.
Thank you so much for a thorough report. Member Byrd, you want to talk about CTC?
Yes, thank you. The Commission on Teacher Credentialing met in early April. As usual, had a very full agenda. One of the items that they talked about was their annual report on teacher supply, which is always kind of fascinating. And I just wanted to quote one interesting statistic. The number of new teaching credentials continues to drop like a rock. From 2008-09, they went from almost 18,000 teaching credentials issued to 2012-13 down to 12,000 credentials issued. I think for the first time, they also invited CalSTRS to come and talk about their retirement data, which was interesting to kind of put the two together. And, you know, without doing a scientific analysis, I would just say that I think we're going to have a conversation again about an impending teacher shortage in California and what we need to do to bring people into the teaching profession. So that was a lengthy discussion. They continue their conversations. I think I've mentioned this in the last couple of meetings about how to strengthen administrator preparation. There was a conversation about making sure that there continue to be expedited routes to becoming an administrator, meaning a test-based route to becoming an administrator. You know that there is an assessment that we've had around for a number of years, needs to be aligned to the Common Core, but we have to keep in place this interim route, again, in order to make sure we have a sufficient number of administrators. An item that two other major items they talk about at almost every meeting One is how to streamline the accreditation process, meaning how to approve teacher preparation programs more quickly and less costly, and also on a fee-based system. So that conversation continues to go on. And then the kind of thorny issue is trying to do a makeover, if you will, of teacher induction. I think many of us know that as BITSA, the Beginning Teacher Support and Assessment Program, which really went away in some ways back in 2008-9 when we collapsed the funding for BITSA into categorical block grants. But for a lot of districts, and I think many county offices that were providing those programs, they continued to operate as if that block grant and the funding mechanism and all of the construct that went along with that was still in place. And with LCFF coming into place, all of a sudden people woke up and went, oh, wait a minute, we don't have a dedicated funding stream, and maybe we want to use that funding differently, et cetera. So the commission is trying to figure out, how do you preserve the notion of providing mentoring and coaching to new teachers in a way that helps them in their first couple of years, but is not a categorically based program and not as constricted as it has been in the past. So that's a challenge, and those conversations are continuing to go on. I would just say one other thing. I did early in April went to Orange County at the request of the Orange County School Boards Association and spoke with their school, about 50 of the school board members down in Orange County, about LCFF. There continues to be lots of interest in how that's being implemented. So I was pleased to go down there and represent the board on that.
Member Zhang, did you want to do a report of the student group that you met with and what other things you've been doing?
Yeah, so a couple weeks ago, I flew up to San Jose to host a Student Voice town hall meeting, and so I met with a bunch of organizers from all across the state. We brought together a coalition of students, diverse, low-income, and immigrant students, and they all kind of testified their experiences within their local school districts regarding LCFF and their challenges of getting involved and making sure their voices are heard. So they have actually launched a student voice campaign, which you will all be hearing about more tomorrow. So that's very exciting, and I'm very happy to be supporting them.
Thank you so much. Member Rucker, did you want to talk at all, or Member Molina, about IQC or any of the framework pieces that you've been part of, or any other liaison activities? Member Rucker, you want to start?
Sure. First of all, there were a couple of other activities outside of the IQC I do want to report on. In mid-April, the Linked Learning Alliance held a convening of schools and programs across the state that are implementing linked learning programs. Those are programs that blend an academic core with a career technical education core. And on behalf of the board, I was asked to present an award as a champion for these programs to Senator Darrell Steinberg. I also participated on a panel to talk about issues of implementation of these programs in the era of implementing the Common Core standards. Shortly after that, the Public Policy Institute asked me to sit on a panel along with Dave Gordon and a representative from the PPIC as a representative of the board, again, to talk about the implementation of Common Core as well as the assessment system. And in particular, the panel was asked to respond to a report that was developed by PPIC staff. I want to thank State Board staff and CDE staff who supported my preparation for that particular panel. But I also want to note that in participating on that particular panel, it became very clear that we have to do more work to tell the story of what the board and the CDE are doing in support of the field and going forward to implement the Common Core, and also in managing the transition to the assessment. The PPIC report, and I did say this during the panel, contained some serious inaccuracies about what the work of the implementation looks like and the work that's being done, but also it makes some erroneous assumptions about what the field thinks needs to be their priorities, because that is not what is currently being reflected in the conversations that we keep hearing here at the board. So I'm very grateful to have had that opportunity to tell the board story, to represent the department's efforts, and to make sure in another venue that we were very clear on the work that's being done. Separately from that, I have worked as the board's representative on the Interstate Compact. That is an agreement that implements report recommendations in support of students who are military dependents, whose parents are employees in the military complex, and who California has probably a very large number of students who are enrolled in schools around the state whose parents are in the military or support the military complex. We are looking forward, I anticipate at some point in the future agenda, that we will actually hear the report submitted to the board and a presentation on that. But one of the things that has happened from that conversation, while we think that CalPADS is a very comprehensive student database, that is the one group of students who are enrolled in our schools who are not represented at all. And so that's probably something that remains a considerable conversation that we have to figure out, not about whether or not it's important to have them represented, but what is it that we don't know about those students in our schools that we need to learn more about. And then finally, of course, I've continued to work with and monitor the IQC. I'm looking forward to the hearing and reviewing the public comments that are coming back from the framework. I've had a lot of conversation with the staff on a number of issues about what's going forward in amending both the framework and the next steps that the IQC is taking. So it's been a very, very busy few months since our last board meeting.
Thank you so much. Ms. Member Williams?
So first, what I want to report is that my youngest son, Elliot, who is my inspiration for my NGSS passion, will graduate June 1st from medical school from UC San Diego, and he was matched at UC San Diego for a surgical residency. So his parents are delighted that he'll be in the same city with us another 5 to 7 years. And he likes his parents. We have a wonderful backyard, and he has all of his med school student friends over there to swim all the time, so he's fine with that. Also on NGSS, with Member Strauss, I've been attending the strategic leadership team meetings. In addition, next week I'll be attending the IQC meeting. President Kirst has asked me to continue my involvement through the curriculum framework for science, and I will do that. I have a copy of the 171 applications for the science curriculum framework, and just can't wait to read through all those this weekend. In addition, I was invited to go to a national convening by Achieve in 2 weeks from now. I will be presenting to states that were part of the NGSS leadership group of 26 but are still thinking about adoption. And my presentation, it'll be a co-presentation with a state science leader from a department of another state that has adopted, and I'll be describing how the California State Board and its liaisons interacted with the CDE through the process and what our contribution has been in terms of adoption and now implementation. Also, last Friday, I got to, Member Cohen was out of town. Member Strauss was out of town, so they recruited me from San Diego to go up to Los Angeles and be in the entourage of the governor with Karen and Julie. And so we went to the Alliance Blast blended learning program in Los Angeles, middle school and high school. And it was a lot of fun to see the school, see the students, and to see Governor Brown in action in that setting and asking lots of questions and just always so incredibly inquisitive and curious. And then after that, we went to Orange County Office of Ed, and there were about 12 superintendents from the area there. Again, this is part of his road show to hear from the field what it is that's on their minds the most and what they care about. Of course, they brought up similar kinds of things, Common Core implementation, smarter balanced, LCAP, the need for more money, the need for more money for implementation of all those. But they also said very strongly, especially toward the end, how much they appreciated his incredible leadership on education in California, and we're grateful for all of the courageous moves that he has made and his commitment to public education. So that was gratifying to feel and to see that.
Thank you. Member Holliday, did you have any more that you wanted to add as liaison? No? Member Molina? All those meetings you've been attending? No? Oh, just, all right. No, okay. Okay, super, thank you. Member Cohn?
Just one more. On April 23rd, our colleague Aida Molina was honored by Claremont Graduate University as a distinguished alumna in urban leadership.
Oh, awesome. So, Member Kirst, would you like to report?
Well, I just want to bring up the information and sources I'm getting about the need for some kind of state policy thought and perhaps action on the area of computer science. We're not configured now, I don't think, to really deliberate on this. We don't have, maybe it fits under some of our curriculum efforts, but there's a rising demand for this, and I think the board and the department need to get together in staff level and think about how we might form some sort of working group. I don't know what we call it, but this is a complex issue. I don't want to get into it now, but there appears to be no consensus on exactly what ought to be in courses in high school or what the sequence ought to be. So while this is the most popular major at many universities, including Stanford, it seems to be an undeveloped area in K-12. This is sort of a preview of things we need to work on, and I wanted to pass that along to the board.
Thank you. So I just have a quick report. On April 12th, I was asked to accept an award on behalf of the governor, the first annual Jerry Brown Advocacy Award, and that was given by the Community College Association, which is a CTA affiliate, and so I was with Dean Vogel from CTA, and it was actually a really neat group of all the community colleges that met in Manhattan Beach, so it was really nice that I could do that. I also, as part of Common Core, I was on a panel with the Southern California grant makers in LA. There is a coalition that David Rattray works with, and it was a huge conference. It was a wonderful day, and so lots of people interested in how they could support financially in the support of implementation of Common Core. So that was exciting to see. As part of Common Core, I attended yesterday a meeting at CTC with called Common Core State Standards NGSS Implementation, a focus on human resource development, current and needed capacity. And I think in every one of our connections that we do, we see the need for more trained teachers, the more trained leaders, really quality providers in professional development and Common Core. And it was a great connection of Access CTA, the National Governors Association Project, CTC, West Ed, the state colleges, the private universities, the public. It was a wonderful connection. And I would say, just as a formal doctoral student and as a professor, Linda Darling Hammond was on it, Judith Warren Little, lots of people who are involved with all the policy work that influence practice. So there'll be more reports on it. Next month we're going to do a phone call, but really trying to coordinate looking at high quality professional learning. And Bill Honig, as part of IQC chair, is facilitating this. So it was really a collaboration with everybody. And then also as part of LCAP, I participated in the California Collaborative, which is a group of researchers and districts over a period of, I think, 9 or 10 years they've been meeting. And they were talking about, they met in LA for a couple of days and talked about the challenges in LCAP and how they're implementing. It was a really honest, focused, professional meeting of really trying to have the best thinking. And so I was honored to represent President Kirst. And then Monrovia Unified asked me to come and meet with their LCAP committee. So I got to see a local district on how they're taking the Common Core and all the input and how they're moving it forward. So I just think we're in a variety of areas. We'll hear a lot more about it tomorrow. And I think this first year, districts are doing their best they can, but I'm hearing a variety of needs and trying to figure out how to handle that template. And so we'll hear some more tomorrow. And also, Member Williams and I went over to AXA yesterday and looked at some of their work and how they're outreaching. So I think everyone is interested in more doing this right, and it's just a first year and a lot of need on that. And then. I think that'll be. Oh, the last thing was I was invited to visit the WISH Charter, which is in collaboration with Loyola Marymount, and is a wonderful charter that models full inclusion of the most severely handicapped students, which I think will help or is certainly helping inform some of the full inclusion processes that we're seeing. It was just really gratifying. It's an elementary charter, but it was really wonderful to see what's really happening in changing the practices of segregating and separating special needs, and particularly severely handicapped and multiply handicapped students. So it's just a gratifying visit. It's pretty close to where I live, and I was invited to be on a tour. And I think it always helps you to get out and see what's really happening in that kind of work. So with that, if there's no more comments on board member reports, we're going to end today's meeting at 4:50, and we will be starting again tomorrow at 8:30. So the meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.